Well, welcome one, welcome all to Speed Cafe and the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel. The English language stream is go for Saturday, the final round of the Super Series by Be Quick here at Chang International Circuit, Day 2. We only brought you a short amount of racing yesterday because that's all the racing there was to show, but there's going to be a lot more coming up here today. We're going to be starting things off with a race and then the qualifying and practice sessions for all of our main categories, followed by an afternoon full of fantastic action. Bringing it to you live is myself, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside me in the comms box. Dan Yeaman is behind the scenes making sure we get this footage from the circuit to you. Well, Thailand Super Touring is getting ready to go for their first race of the weekend, David. Already lined up on the grid. Goody is hopping from car to car, having chats with the drivers. Let's see who comes away with first blood in this category this weekend.
Yeah, they do some longer races than the short ones that we saw last night, so I believe we're gearing up for 60 minutes plus one lap of Super Touring. Really exciting category last time I saw them race at Sepang, but the problem around there at the high speeds was the front left tyres. Quite a few sort of punctures. Were they just wearing out? Was the camber setting something to play there? Again, here at the Chang International Circuit, we've got a lot of right-handers, some fast ones, some long ones. So across 60 minutes, just maybe thinking about what preserves the life of the tyres and the performance of the tyres.
So quite a bit of variety in this category as well. The cars are a little bigger, a little more powerful than the Super Eco category that went racing yesterday. Front row is Honda CRZs. And this race is going to be a 60 minutes plus one lap affair. The races yesterday only 12 laps in length. They were over in the blink of an eye, but they packed a lot of action into it. Now, here today, there's going to be a bit more time to break things down and see how the action evolves. There's also the factor of 2 drivers per car in most entries. There are a couple of cars, that only have a single driver, but there are pit compensation times to think about regarding that. The single driver teams will have to spend a bit more time in the pits than they otherwise would to equalize themselves with the two driver teams that have to switch drivers in the pit stop, and you will have to come into the pit stops at least once within a designated window in this race coming up. So a little bit more of a strategy bent rather than just out and out sprint racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got tyres on trolleys out on the grid, but then eventually they'll go back to the pit lane. Definitely likely see some sort of left side tyre changes, front tyre changes going on with those pit stops as well. Yeah, a grid with a lot of Honda CRZs like this one on it, but there's also Ford Fiesta that's going to be starting out of 5th, and Mazda 2 out of 6th. A couple of Toyota Yaris Actives, Toyota Yaris HV, some Honda Cities. So very typical of the Thai market of this sports segment. Etan Asdathorn looks like he's going to be gridding from 22nd, and that's a name we said a lot at Sepang. So maybe as the camera goes towards the tail of the grid race, we'll see a couple of drivers pointing forward.
Indeed, Kajonsak Nasongla starting out of P5 in the Fiesta as well, another name that we recognise. There's quite a few drivers that have carried over from last season and through to the end of the season here, but it will be very interesting to see what Etan Asdathorn can do from the very back of this 22-car grid. Got a Toyota Corolla here in the hands of Wing Hin Motorsports, Varenchik and Nick Teo. We saw him active in the, I believe, the Super Eco category yesterday. both of them actually driving together in the Super Touring race. So just the first of many events that they're going to be working on this weekend. Honda City also involved here. The Honda City, a bit of a rarer car here in Australia. I guess you could say the City was the Civic's original intention in a way, much more compact and very cheap, available in these Southeast Asian markets, and quite popular, it has to be said. But I always love the lines of the CRZ. You know, it really harks back to the lines and the handling, the reputation of the CRX from the 80s and 90s. I've always enjoyed seeing that car out here.
Thing where the rear hatch is mainly glass and the headlights, so the tail lights are mounted quite low. Very similar styling was also then put on the Honda Brio as a 5-door hatch. And so when they become race cars, I think there's a lot of glass back there that gets replaced with Perspex. Sometimes the refueling is dead center on the rear there, and there's a bit happening at the tail end of these cars. And not just many brands of race car on the grid, I'm seeing many brands of leaf blower as well.
Yes, indeed. It is, once again, a very humid day in Buriram. As we go down through the grid, I noticed Chase Chakras Parks and Chayamwangam in car number 92, starting out of 14th place. They're usually a pretty successful driver pairing. The qualifying obviously didn't go entirely to plan. So we'll see what the two of them can do to elevate themselves further up the field. Thanaroj and Natanid on pole position for the moment. As we make our way down through the order, we're only a few moments away from the official start of the formation lap here. Look at that. You see the amount of focus in the very back of the grid. Very quiet back here as well. Less personnel running around, so a little bit more time to get yourself in line. 21st place, Dibadin and Prapoj, starting car number 31, and there is Ayrton Asdathorn in the Toyota Yaris Ativ, starting all the way from the back.
From qualifying, so the only driver I think who's qualifying time. Oh, he's going forwards, Reese. The only driver whose qualifying time did not stand. You'd need to read Steward's penalty notice form B1 to know why Ayrton Asdathorn was removed from qualifying, but he did lay down a 156.5 that then was not counted. That is a lap time that would have had him starting third. So as a car with third place pace, starting in 22nd on the grid, and that's why it's finger guns forward.
Absolutely. You were waiting for that yesterday. I'm glad you've finally gotten it. So format up here on the right hand side of your screen. As I mentioned before, single compulsory stop, but the very specific window that you have to stop in these races, from 35 minutes to go to 25 minutes to go. So basically the middle 10 minutes of the race either side of half an hour to go. And that is if there is no safety car during the CPS window. Race control will provide an alternative window if the safety car comes out around then. They'll, and if it's already open, it'll be suspended. Minimum pit lane time of 90 seconds, and driver lineups and success penalties for the top three from race 6 factor in to the pit compensation times. And so here we go then. Format same as it's been for a while, and the formation lap is beginning. So it's looking quite cloudy there in Bang Sen. Those clouds don't look too happy.
Big fan on the dashboard there. Looks like it's designed to prevent fogging directly in front of the driver's view. So Yeah, it's not like a cold, wet, rainy day, but if a little bit comes across or something causes fogging, you do want that air circulation throughout the cabin. Super Touring is going to be our first race of the day, Saturday at Chang International Circuit.
Yes, and what a circuit it is. We've seen in the categories yesterday just how much racing is possible into turns 4 and 5. And the side-by-side you can get through turn 3 as well. That entire final sector, there's plenty of opportunities to go for a dive, but would you want to, is the question. Should you wait for the run out of turn 1 down that back straight? It's a famous circuit now, Chang International, hosting motorcycle racing at the top level, and plenty of high-profile four-wheel racing as well. I believe WTCR came here at some point. And of course, Thailand Super Series comes here every year for the finale. And it is a massive, massive weekend. Looking to continue on from here. Let's head to more information about this. The Ventus F200 Slick from Hankook is what these cars are running, and it's the same compound as that run in the Thailand Supercar GT categories, but super compact, or super touring as it's now known, using the 15-inch rim for that one. So
I think the GT3 cars have gone across to the global one as well, so that might be a graphic from a year ago.
Yes, so the grid for super touring. Vanaroj taking to the start, Natanid driving with him. Pasarit Promsombat starting at a second. Then Chananchicha takes to the start in third. Chanoknunen fourth. Kajonsak leading the charge from fifth, with Nuchanon taking to the grid in sixth. Atapong and Baranshit on row 4. Nabil in ninth place, with Natanan starting out of P10. We then have Wong Su Yin in 11th, and Teo taken to the start in 12th. Verovich, Chase Chakras Parks on row number 7. Chotanin and Pimpol on the 8th row of the grid. Norarat for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand out of 17th. Thanawat alongside Firanat and Visit Pong rounding out your top 20. And then finally, Thibodeau is going to take to the start in the number 31, and the field rounded out by Ertan Azdathorn, who was not able to have his time stand in qualifying. We're already through to the end of the formation lap. Time to go racing here in Thailand Super Touring. Who's going to get the best start off this rolling start here? Who will lead the way out of turn 1, or out of turn 3 for that matter? I think that would be more important. Getting ready to put the power down. Once those red lights go out, the race has begun, and the drivers can go flat out, flat chat as much as they'd like. Azdathorn just gets out of the final corner in the background there as the race gets to its start here. Vanaroj will lead the way into turn 1. 2 red CRZs. Keeping it nice and stable up the front, but there's the number 65 around, third place starter Chananchicha already around. Looks like that's the only casualty of turn 1 for the moment. The rest of the field will make their way down to turn 3 here, the leaders side by side. And we have the Mazda 2 finding its way up the order there after starting from P6, now shadowing those CRZs, and a little bit of time loss from one of our leaders in turn 1, it seems. Lots of moves forward being made. I'm looking to see where exactly Ertan Azdathorn has put himself. Not finding him for the moment. I'm sure he'll pop up soon.
Yeah, that 51 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car will be working its way through the field, no doubt, as everyone tries to get some temperatures up. It's not there yet for everyone.
Cold rear tyres. Turn 4 at this circuit requires a lot of commitment and a lot of stability in the rear, and no rear wing on that car that's spun certainly isn't going to help things either. Well, for the moment it looks like everyone's been able to recover nicely. For the moment, Thanaroj and Pasarit Promsabat will continue their way through here. See the level of commitment these drivers have for that turn. These cars are lurching through it, but You see in the background the Honda City going wide, and then just looks like that car just gets crossed up over the curb. That's the number 36. If there is a 36 in this field, I don't think there is. Either that or it's the... oh yes, it's Wong Su Yin, indeed, who went for a spin there and finds himself all the way at the back as lap 1 is complete. 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and looks like our leaders are looking perfectly comfortable up the front, but not entirely comfortable with staying on track out of turn 1.
60 minutes of us talking about track limits. It came up in the 12-minute races yesterday evening. Well, this will probably go for something approaching 25 laps. And track limits already on the opening lap, on lap 2, coming through turn 4 on the opening lap, etc. YK Motorsports Honda teammates leading the way, and another Honda in third. That Mazda 2 getting up into 4th place belongs to the turbocharged class, and when you see how much extra bonnet venting and everything's going on with that, that's a very, very exciting and interesting and also unique race car currently sitting in 4th. Yeah,
I love that big honking rear wing on the back as well. I've always been a fan of Mazdas, so let's see if that one can get on the podium. Meanwhile, the number 39 of Varenchit and Nick Teo, Hongzhou, started all right for the moment, up a couple of positions, up to P7. Currently shadowing the back of those ahead. There's our view of that number 56 Mazda 2, driven by Chanoknun at the moment. Sorry, no Nuchanon. Still trying to find my way through this timing screen. Now things have spaced out a little bit here at the end of lap 2. The drivers getting into their rhythm. And after a few more laps, the tyres will be fully up to temperature and we'll be able to see who really has the pace here in the race. If you're interested in how Ayrton Asgathorn's going, he's up to 14th.
There he is in the white Toyota, so about just in front of where the shot is centered because there's battling behind him.
Pretty good run up through the field here. Only 2 laps in, and that's 8 positions gained. So a good run from Ayrton Asgathorn at the moment. As the timing updates, he's up to 12th, so 10 positions gained in the first 2 laps, 5 places a lap. If that momentum can continue, Ayrton Asgathorn should be challenging for the lead very soon, but I doubt it's going to be that easy a task.
Crews are going to be sort of thinking about when that pit window opens, but it's still a while away, so you're just hoping that your drivers look after their car, keep it on track in front of Asgathorn. A couple of cars run wide, and here's another one of the YK Motorsports cars. Well, it's not a 1-2-3 for YK, but they've got first, second, and then I think that was Verovic back in 13th.
Yes.
So we've got the onboard with. Nice dash, reads out the gears, the revs, and they've all got plenty of equipment to just try to keep the air circulating in there, try to avoid any fogging if it rains or starts spitting, and Asgathorn's down the inside into turn 5 trying to make up some more spots.
Yeah, getting it done very nicely indeed. That looks like it was Kajon Sakna Songkla that he might have made the move on there in the 5th turn. Yes, indeed, he comes out ahead. Back in with our top 7 battle. Looking at 7th place, the number 39 Toyota at the moment, the Winghin Motorsports car. Varenchit putting a lot of pressure on Atipon Kuntong, it seems, in the Honda CRZ up ahead. Is there going to be any move here at the final corner? It's a very tight final turn here at Chang International Circuit, but we don't often see drivers going for moves here unless it's at the very end of the race, because you got that entire start-finish straight to work with, and then the run through and out of turn 1. It's often better to stay behind and try and make the move at the turn 3 hairpin. There is Ayrton Asgathorn now up into the top 10.
Yep, with the GR branding on the Toyota Gatsu Racing Thailand car, inside of the top 10. He's just put down a minute 57.9. Your leaders are doing sort of mid 156s, but he has been carving his way through the traffic. And I wonder if we got to a clean lap, if he'd put down more pace.
That's Chotanin that's gone off there and lost the front bumper in the number 66 CRZ.
Front left suspension, no good.
The Nexter ex-RMR Motorsports machine has come a cropper out of turn 1, it seems, and I don't know if that was contact with another car or contact with the wall, but certainly the front bumper does not look good.
He was trying to move it out of the way, so we'll see. That's after turn 1. I think he sort of high-sided it on the exit curb, trying to keep it on track potentially. And if you either commit to taking the runoff, you can straighten the steering, but then if you really try to keep it tight, maybe that's what's lost it.
Maybe potentially a bit of instability over the curb, sending him around as well. I don't think we'll get the full story of what happened to that car, but the result is all you really need to know. Found the wall, bumper is gone, heavy damage to the car, and unlikely to get a good result from that. Well, Honda CRZ in a Toyota Corolla sandwich, Toyota Yaris. It's a Yaris, of course it's a Yaris. I've been doing this for a while and I'm still not familiar with how Toyota divides up the Corolla and Yaris models in these Southeast Asian markets, but we'll see how this fight goes here. A lot of Japanese brands represented here today. In fact, all cars, bar one, are of a Japanese brand origin in this field. Keeping an eye on that number 92, Chase Chakras Parks in the lime green Honda CRZ, trying to go for the move at turn 3, but it is defended from the 38 of Nabil Afikazlan. Looking at, see the rain light is on the number 38 there. Not entirely sure what the deal is there, but we'll see the move happen here for Chase Chakras Parks, and it looks like quite an easy one. If anything, the Toyota yielded, but
big wobble
Chase
on the way
is
in.
now wide. Yes, indeed, big wobble, and he'll get back onto the circuit and try his best to maintain the position, but it's going to be a bit more difficult than you think. He goes off again.
Through the twisty parts, the Toyota looks pretty good. Straight line speed seems a strength for the CRZ there. So dragging down to turn 3, dragging down to turn 4, but then had very little stability, just breathing the throttle, trying to get into 4.
Yeah, it's very difficult in a front-wheel drive car, high-speed corners like that, because you tip the car in and you know, you want the rear end to be loose in cars like this. They're front-wheel drives, so they will understeer all over the place. But if you get it even slightly wrong on the way in, if the rear end slides a bit too much or not enough, then there's not much you can do to recover at those high speeds. We've got a few cars that have received black and white flags for exceeding track limits thus far. Mostly cars in the midfield and further down, but one big one is the number 55 with Chanokun at the wheel, running in third. It's going to be a warning hanging over their head for track limits abuse. At the moment, this fight continues for P5. Can Chase Chakras Parks get it done, or will he get swamped by the other Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota?
Well, the speed trap on the way in towards turn 3, I think, has CRZ hitting 197 kilometers an hour compared to about 190 for these Toyotas that he's battling. So really, at the end of the straights, you'd expect that CRZ to have some aerodynamic and straight line speed advantage, but it doesn't seem to have stability in places like here. You turn in, then you lift the throttle, then the weight rotates and it becomes incredibly unstable, but it's worked it out this time. Seems like it's quick.
Jeez, that's deep. Chase Chakras Park saw him coming from a mile away and lets him go again into turn 5. That could have been a very nasty incident. It has brought the pack together, though. We'll be getting some good racing here as both of the leaders of that pack go off the circuit. And this is bringing Atapong Kumtong, I believe, into the fold there in the TPK Racing Team CRZ behind. This has now become a 4-way battle for P5 as, oh dear, the 65 with the tyre puncture.
Now, is it the tyre down or is it the front left suspension? We're going to see. Of course, you've got to take the wheel off irregardless. front left's coming down. Yeah, they're not worried about the tyre, they're worried about the suspension. I thought it was the toe was wobbling around.
Yeah, it did look like the tyre was slightly deflated though, so maybe it's a combination of factors there. Regardless, you're right. Front left suspension is not good on that number 65, Chang, who unfortunately had quite a good run going for that.
For the lead into turn 3.
Yes. So our
lock up, big rear lock up.
Yep.
Happens with the weight transfer on a front-wheel drive car, though. You want the rear suspension to be very stiff for those rotation reasons, and it means when you do get the weight transfer, the inside tyre doesn't have much droop or much weight on it and locks up very easily. So if it's a front lock-up you see, then you should panic like I just did, but a rear lock-up, I should probably be more cautious.
Yes, indeed. If anything, a rear lock-up into a corner in a front-wheel drive car tells you that you're running the brake bias at the right setting. You do need to run a lot more brake on the rear in these cars to get them rotated into the corners. So little exchange there for the lead. Passer at Promsumbat exchanging those spots with Thanaroj. Meanwhile, Chase Chakras Parks has fallen behind the Winghin Toyotas. Looks like a bit of a change there as the Ziegfeld Innovation, Mazda has started to drop off the back of our top 3, and there is Ayrton Asdathorn. Still trying to work his way a bit further into the top 10 here, battling with the number 4 of Kajongsak Nasompla. Actually, it's for 9th. They've already passed Tayo there in the number 72, so they've both made their way past him. Consequence of the timing screen not updating constantly there. But the sole Ford Fiesta in this field now up against the driver who could have been 3rd on pace out of qualifying, but of course disqualified from the session yesterday and having to fight his way up the field. But it's been a good run so far for Ayrton Asdathorn. This race is only a quarter done, and he's already basically halved his gap to the front.
So the Toyota hatches are just called Toyota Yaris, and that sedan is labeled Toyota Yaris Active. Going well for him indeed, battling back and forth with this Fiesta.
Meanwhile, the 15 and the 19 have gotten black and white flags for track limits. That's Thanuet Apipunya, and the number 19 is in the hands of Natanan at the moment, running in 13th place. So those are two cars more towards the lower midfield. We're trying to push the limits to work their way back up. This fight's sure to continue for quite some time here. Ayrton Asdathorn maintaining 10th place for the moment. Meanwhile, the Winghin cars are starting to get a bit familiar with each other here. They've cleared Chase Chakras Parks for the moment and now can focus on each other as they seem to be making up quite some time on the Mazda 2 up ahead. Looking at the previous lap for these guys, it's looking like 1 minute 57s versus 1 minute 58s for the Mazda. And on this lap here, it's a 58.5 for Muchinod in the Mazda. 1.2 and 1.3 seconds taken out of that gap, respectively, by the two Toyotas behind.
Yeah, they're only just hitting their best. Like for the number 39 we focus on, just completed its personal best lap of the race at Varenchit, that 157.290, equaling their teammates in front. So maybe pressures or other things mean that the first 10 minutes aren't necessarily their strong suit, but this being a 60-minute plus 1 lap race, if you can be strong thereafter, it will all come back to you, and the podium is not all that far away. Your top 3 with 5 or so seconds of advantage to the Mazda that you then see being caught there. Asdathorn, his best, he's been 156.9, so the positions are getting harder to come by for Asdathorn as he enters the top 10, and some of these other cars ahead of him are getting towards their best. Hey, fastest laps are on the screen now.
And immediately replaced by previous lap times. Looks like a lap car that they're starting to come up on there. That's the number 31 with Thibodeau in the driver's seat at the moment. He's going to go wide and allow these guys by, but not at the most convenient spot. Exit of, I believe that's turn 9, I believe, that they've come up on there. It's one of those turns where you really have to use the curb. Keep it as tight as you can through that fast left-hander. If there's a lap car that you come up upon there, it's not going to be ideal. Neither is a pass here for the 4th place, number 56. But it looks like Nabil is going to focus on the exit of turn 1 already with massive momentum on the way out of the corner. Going to draw alongside, potentially. No. This is proving a little bit more difficult than it seems. Now, how does this Toyota perform on the brakes compared to the Mazda, who's going to try and block every advance possible? Hard on the brakes, and a lock up there from Nuchanon. A lot of curb usage on the exit from the wing hin number 39. It's looking like it's around about this sector of the circuit that the Mazda starts to lose out. For the moment, it seems that he's gotten the hurry up.
Yeah, peak straight line speed from the Mazda has been 197.4. It's been 190.8 for Nabil behind in the Yaris. But you're starting to see that some of these twistier parts of the corner, the Toyota Yaris has got better rotation, doesn't seem to understeer as much coming out of the corners when they get to throttle, whereas particularly in that very sharp final corner, Mazda didn't want to rotate, and then they got to the power and it didn't want to keep turning, and you just had to wait to get to the throttle by the looks of things. So from about turn 5 around to the final corner, which is this section they're in right now, the balance of the Toyotas looks very, very delightful. Change of direction stuff here, oh so close. A move on the brakes into the final corner, I think, could work, because that's a very slow one.
Yeah, indeed, and we noticed at the end of the previous lap that the Toyotas looked quite pacey coming out of the final corner as well, so if a move was made, oh, okay, not quite the move we were expecting, but looks like the Wing Hin Motorsports Toyotas are starting to get involved with each other. A good result for the team would result in both of these guys getting past the Mazda, but apparently here is going to be the fight. 39 ends up back behind, coming out of turn 1 there. It looks like car 55, meanwhile, that is the 3rd place running car of Chanoknu, as well as the number 8 of Atapong Kuntong, have both gotten a 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. So that's worth keeping an eye out for. That 3rd place car is currently, well, about 9 seconds. Yeah, about 9 seconds ahead of this pack that we are continuing to watch here. But after the pit cycle, that may very well change. Our leaders are unaffected by all of this. Vanaroj is continuing to strut his stuff here after taking the lead pretty early on. And the number 7 of Passaret Promsambat briefly holding on to the lead, but the YK Motorsports CRZs are more than happy to continue as they are, and there is that 55 that's gotten that time penalty. Car 8, for the record, is running down in 10th at the moment. That's the car that Ayrton Asdathorn and Kajon Saknasonkla were able to get past a few laps ago.
I don't expect to see too much from them again now that we focus on them. It's what's come before that's led to that penalty, which will probably appear on the board at the start-finish line here, the one that we occasionally see that faces towards the drivers, displays the car numbers and the black flags and black and white flags. So there's your top 3. You got just a bit over 5 seconds. to the next group, we go to a replay.
All right, this is the number 15 of Thanawit Apipunya, trying to get up the inside of car number 79, Visit Hong, at the wheel of this one. Was there contact between these two? Not quite, but it would appear that the Hondas here are more than happy to run as hard as they can through these corners. Nice bit of side-by-side. Things have really compressed again here in the battle for fourth. Out of turn 3, both Wing Hin cars now have their rain lights on. They both have the headlights on too, letting Nuchanon know that they are coming. They're going to try and pressure him as best they can for this 4th and 5th place.
The race leader had their windscreen wipers on a little while back when we looked, but I think it was either just to clear some debris or they bumped it or something, because I haven't seen anyone else follow suit.
I'm bringing up my weather radar to check. The Wing Hin cars, meanwhile, go side by side, and there's a bit of contact to the rear of the Mazda as well. This could be the move for 4th place that we're looking at the moment. But once again, it appears that the Toyota Yaris's are unable to get out of each other's hair. Oh, there's an advance. Bit of a lock-up.
Well, they'd be passed already if they weren't battling each other. So the 39 setting up a really good move here. And then the 38 ducks underneath, compromises their run through the right-hand corner, where I've seen some drivers get their track limits wrong at sort of turn 7 here. And they just keep getting in each other's way. It's exciting, though.
Yeah, certainly entertaining, but I would imagine the Wing Hin crews in the pits wouldn't be too happy with how this is going, because now it's ended up involving a few other cars. Have a look at that. There's the 92 of Chase Chakras-Parks going for the move at turn 1. Manages to get up into 6th.
Just a little bit wide, but that lime green CRZ has been an absolute jet in a straight line, so look for it to pull just a couple of car lengths here, heading down towards turn 3. But if you leave the Toyota on the inside, I think they've got the nimbleness and the agility to fend you off.
Indeed. Well, Chase is going to have to yield on the way into turn 3, try and translate that into an over-under. That's split up the pack a little bit. All it takes is a bit of side-by-side in the wrong place, and, well, you can try and assert yourself as the lead driver within a sort of sub-team. They are two sort of separate teams running these Toyotas, but both running under the Wing Hin Motorsports banner. But we're hearing race control notice for Chase Chakras-Parks, and we're going to be able to see it up on screen in a few moments. It's unfortunate here for the 92. They've made some great moves up, but they've just had 5 seconds of time added to their pit stop for continued abuse of track limits right as the pit window opens. Now, if you're in this pack, do you decide to come into the pits early is the question.
Well, there's 2 different types of cars that need to consider that option. If you've got your second driver coming in and you think they're quicker, then of course you go for the stop early. If you think you've done it the other way around, then you try to stay out. And for the single drivers, it's just all about trying to find clear air out on track. And that might mean pitting early if your rivals aren't. Might mean pitting early from up front.
Yeah, that's Passerit Promsombat. First car to take to the pits, and very well timed indeed. Now don't forget, being a single driver car, they will have compensation time added to their pit stop.
Checking the tyre pressures, but no changes looking like they're taking place.
As this battle for what is now third continues, at least in the short term. It will be still for effective 4th, I believe. It's now turned into something of a 5-car pack, and Ayrton Asdathorn has joined the back of it too. The number 72 in pit lane as well. That's Teo jumping out and Super Kit jumping in. Natanan in the 19 is in as well. will trade to Tritonettas once again. Number 38 attempting that move on the Mazda, and this time making it stick. It's another one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand machines in as well. The number 25 Norat passing that car over to Nardole. And this battle's been going on the whole time. We keep cutting back to the pits and seeing where these cars are coming out, but that fight for effective fourth is really where it's at the moment for on-track action. Kajonsak Nasonkla has involved himself in this as well, and the Mazda's been shuffled all the way to the back of the pack.
Yes, indeed, and that's when you might be tempted to pit away from that, because they had really started costing themselves a lot of time. You saw Chase Chakras get back close to that battle because of how much time they were costing each other battling too wide. Push backwards probably means you've overshot your pit box rather than a mechanical problem in this case for the 55.
Yes, a driver change going on in that Honda CRZ for the moment. And pit stop complete for car number 65. Annenthorn now at the wheel of that one as one of the wing hin cars is in. Nuchanon handing things over to Munna. Car out of 8th, and there is our race leader. No, not our race leader. Sort of midfield, the midfield YK Motorsports machine. Berovic jumps out, Thanakorn jumps in. And now the advance will happen for this car. There has to be a little bit more pace in that machine. They'll want to try and get all three of their cars in the top 10, ideally. That's bonnet up, and things don't look quite as great.
No. For the 31. That I think was already perhaps missing a little bit of pace from earlier, because the best they've done in this race is at 2:09, which is about 14-15 seconds away from what other similar cars have been doing, and that's got some damage on the front left. And is exiting stage left.
Good night, sweet Prince. That is the number 57 off at that's turn 3 that he's taken to the runoff area. Nutapong, I believe, had either just taken over that car, or Peephole was waiting to jump into the pits. Meanwhile, these are the cars involved. Game on again, indeed. Two of the cars involved in that battle for effective fourth.
Quite a bit of damage and debris out on the outside of turn 1 there. So I think we're probably looking at 2 cars came together on the exit of 1, and that may have been the cause of the damage that we saw.
Indeed, for the number 31. The number 51, meanwhile, Atanasdathorn. Just waiting for his compensation time to end. For John Nasonkla, meanwhile, in the Ford Fiesta. He's another one of the cars involved in that massive 4th place pack. Here are 2 of the other cars involved in that. The number 19 joining the fight, though they are a lap down on these cars. 79 in as well. That's Visit Pong handing over to Sarawut. They were in 8th at the point that they came into the pits. We're just waiting to see how this fight works out. Chase Chakras Parks is continuing to stay out. So is the pairing of Varun Chit and Nick Teo in the Toyota. Only 4 minutes remaining in the pit window, with lap times being around 2 minutes. I think this is going to be their one and only opportunity left to come into the pits. Maybe one more opportunity after this, but they need to be careful to get their service done while the pit window is open. There's Kajonsak out of the lane. Where does he rejoin is the question. Looking for the other cars involved in the battle. Looks like Etanasdathorn out as well. Comes out quite a ways behind pack there, but looks like Kajonsak has managed to get past one of the Wing Hin Toyotas in the midst of all of that. The other Wing Hin Toyota in the pits, and so is Chase Chakras Parks. Will hand that car over, the 92, to Chayam Wangam. But we do need to remember that that 92 has a 5-second penalty in the pit box here for Chase Chakras Parks being a little too liberal with his usage of the track limits.
'79, one of the older model Honda Cities exiting pit lane, and we're just seeing the very final of the pit stops. Up on the jacks, they're going to make a change, I think, or at least inspect more closely.
Yeah, a couple of things to keep an eye out for on that one. Leaf blower active on the 92, making sure that the bonnet latches are fully secured, as Chayam Wangam is sealed in the machine.
That one's got pins instead of latches. It's a real sort of NASCAR style, and they're also got tape on them to double check as well. Even when tape doesn't prevent something from coming loose, what it does is let you know when it has come loose.
Absolutely. I do love the way the CRZs in particular have been prepared for this series, as out of the pits emerges Chayam Wangam. A successful driver in this category, has won before. Meanwhile, that's the race leader in the lane. Natanid will jump in, taking over from Thanaroj. And it looks like the second place car is in as well for the moment. The number 36 there, every time I see that, what is that out there from the passenger, from the driver's side window, sorry. It looks like one of those foam things that you fit around the roll cage. Is heavily damaged number 57 coming into the lane. Maybe that's one of the cars that's been involved in what we think might have been the incident at turn 1, leaving debris on the track. I think that car might be out. No? They were just pushing it forward into the pit box. They're going to do service anyway.
They exited the track at turn 3 and I think have come back to the pit lane via the service roads, from what I can tell. And what you've got on quite a few of these cars is things designed to direct air towards the driver. So on the driver's side there, it's like black plastic pool tubing, and it's ducting air in towards the driver.
Right. Good spot.
That's missing a lot of bits, and bits that could be on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah. The pit window is officially closed. We are done for pit service in this race, and now we are racing to the end. Looks like the digi-flag there is displaying yellow flag into turn 1, presumably for the debris.
It looks like it's not a yellow, it looks like it's the yellow and orange debris caution rather than an actual standing yellow.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, now that I think about it, it does
AKA
look like that.
Slippery surface flag.
Or potential hazard to the rubber keeping you on the road. Well then, the field has somewhat reorganized now out of the pit cycle. And we're going to get the number 36 here trying to make its way past the 19 at the final corner. Contact on the way out, and yeah, only light contact. Very good response there from Tritonit in the 19 to open the steering at the right time. Wing Hin Toyota is really playing around with the grip there in the background, but finds themselves Timothy Thomas in the car now down in 6th place, with Kajonsak Songkla in the Fiesta now chasing down Dhanapatra and Mana, who have taken over their respective cars there in the CRZ and the Mazda. Rain light on the Mazda as well. This battle is continuing on between the 36 and the 19. We already saw their near-miss moment out of the final corner. It would appear that Wang Xuyin isn't afraid to get the elbows out where necessary.
There might be a bit of VTEC going on because that number 19 has some serious numbers in a straight line. You can see that the front left headlight has a cutout to either feed a turbo or an intercooler or something. The straight line numbers for that 19 are very, very strong, one of the older generation Honda Cities. But this, look at the twisty stuff with the strength for the number 39 Toyota, and that's why they're trying to have these big bombs into the final corner, into other places, because it's not going to happen into turn 3 with the straight line speed that the Honda's got.
Had to back out of that for a moment, did Wang Xuyin, but he's going to try and do the over-under coming out of the last turn. And he'll try his best to get alongside Traitonit. He'll do it into turn 1, but he's going to have the entire back straight to contend with coming up here. See what the run out of the turn is like for the 19. Takes the outside line. They going through the debris at the moment. That could be hazardous for the tyres, but into the slipstream. Is there going to be a move back into turn 3? I have never seen a car go that tight to the inside of the way into turn 3 before. 88 coming back out of the pits there. Looks like Yotsarun might have had an extra thing to do in the lane. Oh yeah, actually car number 8, Atapong Kumtong, I'm seeing, has gotten a 1 second stop and go penalty for a short pit stop. That's not ideal for the car currently running in 10th place. Meanwhile, this is the battle continuing on for what is now 3rd place. We have a solid run here for the number 55, Thanapatra, now at the wheel, having made his way past Mana in the Mazda, Kajong Sakna Songkla in the number 4. Still watching on from the wings, waiting to re-enter this fight. Could be a podium on board for him. Move for the 72 on the 8. So that's Super Kit that's taken over the 72. Atapong Kumtong off the circuit, over the curb to give the necessary space, but of course that number 8 is going to have to return to pit lane and stop for just a single second in the pit box because they were 1 second down on their minimum stop time. That's far from ideal, and it really goes to show the importance of accuracy on the stopwatch in the pits. The stewards will ping you if your stop is even 1 second under the allotted time.
And the pit lane speed limit being 60 kilometers an hour, you can measure it out and know what the transit time is, know what the time from your pit box to the exit of the pit lane is, and therefore when you should be releasing your car, and if you've released it 1 second too early, then that's the penalty. It's effectively the time that you missed plus a drive-through. We saw in that pit stop a lot of the cars obviously being attended to just to check the tyre pressures, perhaps bleed them down a little bit. So I was wondering if there are any cars that might have been very overpressured that could be now down towards a better balance with warmed tyres. And it's sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. It seemed like right now they're as close to their personal best times. With some others, not so much.
Yeah, the primary drivers started the car today, and so it's second drivers now in these cars. It looks like a bit of a pace difference between the primary and secondary drivers in the Winghin Motorsport Toyotas. I've been keeping an eye out for them. We haven't seen much of a trace of them in a while. Turns out the number 38 in 6th place, just off the back of this pack that we're looking at now. And the number 39 has lost a ton of time. They're down in 14th now. So they are well and truly out of this fight. Question is, can Kajong Songkla keep himself in it? Because the Mazda seems to be holding him up ever so slightly, and Thanapatra is driving away in the 55 Honda.
This look down the straight between turn 1 and turn 3, showing some really exciting cars. So we had that battle there, 3rd and 4th. You could see behind the Fiesta that Etten Asderthorn was closing in as he runs in 7th place, just ahead of that lime green CRZ that was an excitement machine in the first stint, and now should have Chaya driving.
That's penalty complete for the number 8 car. Now leaving the pits, and Atapong Kumtong will be quite disappointed that that's happened. That has cost him a few positions. Still running in the top 10 though, so should be okay for the time being. Just under 18 minutes to go then in the Super Touring race, and it's time to get your battle on here in the fight for 4th off the track for Mana, and that leaves the room for Kajon Sakna-Songkla to find his way through. Goodness me, did you see that? The tyre tracks left by the Mazda. How much power is going through those front wheels?
Yeah, and again, it's quick in a straight line. So is the Fiesta though. Maybe just beginning. Well, I think by about 15 minutes into this race, we're probably past the best grip of a Hankook performance tyre. They'll keep delivering well enough for an hour of racing. That peak of the grip is probably not happening 45 minutes into the race.
So we saw the incident on replay earlier between the 36 of Won Soo Yin and the 19 with Tritonet at the wheel in the final corner where they nearly made contact. The stewards have decided no further action on that. So Won Soo Yin is seriously ready to start battling again. Here he is trying to get the move done on car 22, Thanakorn, taking over the 3rd of our YK Motorsports Honda CRZs. And it would appear that the Varanchit and Nick Teo entry, the 39 not too far behind. There goes the number 65. It would appear a lapped car there, but they're trying to get their lap back. Unless the timing screen is glitched a little bit. Nice view of the side-by-side through turn 3.
Yeah, because there's been 2 stops for the 65, and so they are a lap down, but the last lap time very, very competitive at 1:57.3. That would have been the fastest lap anyone did. So it's the fastest car on the track, despite being unfortunately down in 18th and a lap down. And the eye test says, yep, that could be the fastest car on track right now.
Yeah, certainly looks it. Very aggressive into the corners here, and well, from Won Soo Yin's perspective, it's a lapped car, and so he should be in front. Of course, blue flags aren't as stringent in these series as they are in, say, Formula 1, for example, where you would have to let a lapping car by you. If you have the pace and you can consolidate, then sure, you can try and drive away from them, but you need to be courteous all the same. And it appears in this sector, number 65 with Anand Thorne at the wheel is having a little more trouble here versus Won Soo Yin, whose car seems supreme in the twisties.
Braking performance very, very good, but when we get towards the exit of turn 1, you'll see the straight line speed that Honda has got. It's the fastest in the speed trap of anyone, 204 kilometers an hour for the number 65 Insane Motorsports Honda CRZ. So you might be quicker through a change of direction or a slalom from about full throttle here down towards the braking at turn 3. I don't think so.
Yeah, look at that, Honda just jetting away from the Toyota now. CRZ is free to try and find its way up any further positions they can, but it's going to be a tough ask for sure.
There's a lap count on screen that shows that they are in fact a lap down, but on the same lap as a couple of other cars, so they're just 5 seconds behind Nadal, and then another 30 seconds behind Sarawat, but going 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap faster by these numbers, as you can tell. So yeah, 4 seconds a lap quicker than the next car for position, and then 3 seconds a lap quicker than the one ahead of that. I don't think they're listening to us, but it's amazing how often production seems to guess what I am talking about. And it's, I've mentioned this before, but it's a cool thing to know that, you know, multiple sets of eyeballs can look at a race like this, pick out the different details, and you're pulling on the same threads.
We absolutely are. The number 19's managed to find its way back into 11th place. Remember, that car was potentially looking to be a lap down at one point. Battle going on here as well. This is further down in the field. The number 88, Yotsarun, and the number 15 of Thanawit Apipunya. Unclear if Thanafit has lost position to that car or they're lapping them. Meanwhile, the 14 and the 79 at the front of this field. Car number 79 is down in 16th at the moment, Sarawak. So yeah, they've just been lapped by our race leaders here. With 12 minutes to go, it's looking like a solid gap of 11.5 seconds when they last crossed the timing line for Thanaroj and Natanid. But YK Motorsports still run 1 and 2 in this race at the moment. They are one of the most successful teams in Thailand Super Touring, and it shows here.
Fastest car last lap again was that number 65 down in 18th place. Very interesting to see if they can actually get up and make another spot. At least they'll know they've got a good car. That second pit stop costly. Them and the number 88 have both entered pit lane twice. And Atapong Kumtong in the 14th place car, the number 8 as well. Everyone else only making that one pit stop as required in the pit window.
Minutes to go. The car number 55 continuing alone in third place at the moment. Thanapatra, once he got into the car, was in such a hurry to get ahead of all of these battlers behind him. Kajong Sakna Songklar has found his way past Mana in the Mazda. So it looks like the battle for the podium has spaced out enough that this is where things may stay the rest of the race. All it takes is one mistake to throw all of that up in the air. The number 36 car, that is Wong Su Yin, who we saw really strutting his stuff in the twisty parts of the circuit, unfortunately has had 10 seconds added to his total race time. Apparently exceeding the pit lane speed limit. So that's not going to be ideal for him. Only has 3 seconds back to the next car. If that penalty were to be applied now, looks like it would put him back to, I believe, 13th, maybe 14th, depending on pace. So Wong Su Yin will have that one mistake hanging over his head like a dark storm cloud. Not all too dissimilar to the clouds that we see over the circuit here, and that's part of his splitter that's loose as well. It's the front left that's come a cropper somewhere.
Well, I had a little bit of side-by-side battling in some of the previous moves that we'd seen, so I wonder if, as he went all the way to the very, very far right-hand side of the road towards turn 3, if they found something, or he made just a little bit of door-to-door contact with someone else. This looks like a drama, maybe pulling off the circuit or just staying wide.
Yeah, some kind of problem here for car number 88. That's Yotsarun at the wheel. Indicator on. And very slow. Must be some kind of mechanical drama that they're suffering at the moment. I'm sure we'll see that car in the pits sooner rather than later. There's the official message from race control for the 10-second time penalty for this machine here on the right side of your screen, number 36. Car 92 of Chayam Wangam has also gotten a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. It's always in the final few minutes of this race that we really see that start coming to a head as the black and white flags pile up and end up turning into penalties.
It's got this problem now, again, where the 65 had unlapped itself on him, begun to pull away, and now he's coming back towards the 65. It probably should be receiving blue flags again. I thought it was fair before. If you catch someone and you're lapping quicker than them to unlap yourself, even if you're quicker in slightly different areas of the track. Now it's looking a little more like impeding again. As Wong Su-yin has his personal best first sector. And the Fire Monkey Toyota.
I've just been double checking the standings coming into this race, and this number 14 up the front, this is potentially going to be a big swing in points for them. They came into race 7, this being race 7, 10 points behind the championship leaders in the number 55, sitting on 95 and 85 points respectively. So that's going to induce some drama there. The 55, of course, being driven by Thanapatra at the moment in 3rd, and we're running a Formula 1 style points system here with 25 points for a win and 18 for 2nd and so on. So that will be a 7 or 8 point swing. A little bit of the gap made up for the championship lead, and we're still going to have one race remaining this weekend. So keep an eye on this result. It could be significant.
Seeing a Ford Fiesta this generation racing makes me think about rallycross or rallying or something else like that. Perhaps not circuit racing, but it's going well. In the 4th position at the moment, belonging to the naturally aspirated class. Most of the bodywork looking factory. You've got a nice flare over the rear axles, and I think they might have had to replace that front bumper once or twice because it's not painted quite to match the rest. For Wong Su-yin, this is starting to become frustrating though.
Yeah, Ananthorn clearly with one of the fastest machines out there, still has the best VMAX of anyone, does this number 65 at 204.5 kilometers per hour. And it's always in this section of the circuit that we really see Wong Su-yin get all over the back of him. That Toyota Yaris Ativ is certainly well equipped to handle the bends at the end of this circuit, but CRZ, by the same token, has a bit more power, a bit more straight line speed to work with, and so this is sort of hindering Wong Su-yin from trying to extend that gap to the cars behind and try to minimize the effect of that 10-second post-race time penalty.
Yeah, you can see 4.9 seconds to the next car for position and then a few others, and race control will keep going on about the track limits.
That's Kajonsak that's gotten that one. And this might tell us the story of where he picked it up.
Oh yeah, okay.
For the moment, on the way in there, you saw the front wheels having a problem there, and that right there was where he left the racetrack. Looks like the 79 has the same warning as well. Sarah Wood running down in 16th place at the moment. But Kajonsak Nasongkla here has had a strong run. quite happy with how things have gone for him. And there's that 79 of Sarawak down in 16th place, looking like a insurmountable gap to the next car of about 32 seconds. So it ultimately won't matter what advantage they get. Unlikely that result's going to change for them. We're under 3 minutes to go now. And
just noticing from our race leader here how often they're taking a super late apex. I was about to say, are they deep and wide into turn 3? But then they turn back to a very, very late apex there. Similar thing was sort of happening at turn 8 and turn 9, where it kind of looked like they were wide, but then they were just taking a very deep arc to a very late apex. Keep an eye on that for the 14 in particular.
Yeah, and I think that might be a consequence of the CRZ's handling characteristics as the battle's starting to evolve here for 5th place. Guchanon and Mana sharing the Mazda have had Toyotas right up their rear bumper pretty much the whole race, at least in the early stages. You see how this battle evolves. It's very late on the brakes for the 38 net, and Asdathorn getting involved in this one as well. Contact between 38 and the 56, and here comes Ayrton Asdathorn from the very last grid spot. Could be looking at a top 5 finish if all goes well for him.
Something approximating a diffuser on the rear of that Mazda just underneath the bumper, and it gets a tiny hint of a realignment here. Definitely not the idea of a blown diffuser.
Oh, okay, things are getting interesting now. That's Ayrton Asdathorn having made his way past Timothy Thomas in the number 38, and his next target will be Mana in the Mazda. Look at that late dive to the inside of the final corner. Has he overshot it? Asdathorn is able to keep it stable on the exit, taking 5th place in style. There's 2 positions gained in the same sector. The man who started dead last. The Mazda's all over the back of him again. A lot of straight line speed in that 56. And Ayrton Asdathorn will likely be under attack again here as he'll be hoping that these two get involved with each other and allow him to skip away. See Chang back there in the Honda CRZ. He'll be seeing this on the other side of the straight to him. Lock up for the Mazda, and that's a big lock up for Ayrton Asdathorn as well. They're starting to push super hard here as the race reaches its conclusion. Once Natanid crosses the line after the timer hits 0, there will be one more lap in this race. Car 38 on screen, as well as the 92 of Chang. They have both gotten their final warning for exceeding track limits, so they're going to have to keep their noses clean here.
Tough to do when you're racing and you're trying to hold on to every single position, and Asdathorn throws a big bomb at you. Great overtaking maneuver though, so precise. Whenever he went for that move, you thought, I think he's measured it correctly, and it turned out he just had. Time up, so we'll look to our race leader.
This will be the beginning of the final lap. It's 60 minutes plus 1 lap in these races. And, well, they're currently in the lead here, the 14 team of YK Motorsports, by 7 seconds over the next car, the fellow YK Motorsports machine of Spa-Francorchamps. They themselves are 6.5 seconds ahead of 3rd place. So these red Honda CRZs, who you often see up the front of this series, will be quite happy with how this has gone for them. And there will be a slight narrowing of the championship gap up the very top of the standings if this result stays where it is. It's been a great drive from Thanaroj and Natanid. We've barely seen them at all throughout the race, and for very good reason. They and Spa-Francorchamps have just been so far ahead of everyone else, no one's been able to catch them.
Big perspex scoop on the driver's window feeds air directly in front of the driver's face at speed.
sun is out. It was kind of mainly behind the clouds at the start of this race, I think. So we're heading towards what could be quite a warm day.
Again, lapped car dramas here for for Wang Yin, and oh, that's the front bumper gone.
Yeah, that'll be very frustrating, I think, for Wang Yin. I defended that a couple of laps ago, and I rescind it now.
Yeah, far from ideal, but this is going to be the run to the finish here.
Closing up, are we going to get a photo finish or something? It was 7 seconds at the line last time. It's kind of down to 2 or 3 now.
Indeed, there's third place. Chanuknan and Thanapatra, who are the championship leaders coming into this round. And there we are, it is a photo finish for the YK Motorsports cars, 1 and 2. Fantastic result for the team. Narrows the championship gap to the number 55. And that will be third place for the M&M Shop Pattaya blue machine there. Great drive from Kajon Sakna-Songkla as well to finish in 4th. Looks like car 56 got past the 79 at the very end of that one. Unfortunately for the 39 entry running down in 13th, Nick Tiao has exceeded track limits 1 too many times, and that car has had 5 seconds added to their time. But it doesn't look like that's going to affect their finishing position all that much as the rest of the field comes across the line now. But, well, a very intriguing race. A couple of doses of drama and some really good racing all throughout the field.
Is part of the air spike still attached on the passenger side at the rear of the 7?
Oh yeah. I can see that too. We need to take a look at that. See it there? Yeah. Don't see that on the other CRZs, do you?
So you've got the hose connected to the compressed air, and then you put that into the receptacle to raise the car on the air jacks, and then you can unconnect the air hose, and what in Australian terms is just called the spike will remain, and you can pull the handle on it to, you know, drop the car gently or rapidly. And it's like they've pulled the handle on it to drop the car but left it in, or maybe it's a permanent.
I think it might be a permanent. I think it might be permanent because both of those YK cars had that feature. I just noticed it when we saw them both there. Interestingly, the 55 doesn't have the same setup, but yeah, interesting little tidbit, probably worth investigating further. But here they come to take their places on the podium. It is a Honda CRZ lockout. And with the number 7 finishing in P1 there. That's going to be an excellent jump up in points for that car. The number 14, meanwhile, finishing in 2nd. Third place being the 55. Now, don't forget the 14 in championship 2nd place. And the number 55 being the championship leaders coming into this round. The gap will be narrowed slightly for the championship lead coming into the final race of the season.
อ้าวโอมอ่ะ
อันดับ3รอเลยครับรอหน้ารถเลยครับต้องเป็นเดินเข้าไปหาเบอร์3อันดับ3ต้องไปอยู่ฝั่งนี้ดีกว่าถนัดกว่าพี่ได้เข้าได้โอเคแล้วค่อยเดินเข้าไปนะคุณที่นะเอาเลย
แล้วครับคุณผู้ชมครับก็สิ้นสุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Touring นะครับ1ชั่วโมงกับอีก1รอบเต็มๆนะครับผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่3นะครับก็ตามที่เราวางแผนไว้หรือคิดไว้นะครับเป็นของ M&M Racing นั่นเองนะครับไปพูดคุยกันหน่อยครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับทั้ง2ท่านเลยนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับในสนามนี้
ก็ตามคาดเพราะว่าเราโดน15 วิวันนี้เราก็กะว่าเราจะได้ประมาณที่3 ที่ 4อะไรแถวๆนี้ครับ
แต่ก็ถือว่าเราก็รักษาระยะ race pace อยู่แล้วนะฮะโอมนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างฮะ
ก็เป็นไปตามแผนครับก็เราโดน15 วิที่เซฟมาก็สนามนี้ก็พยายามทำตำแหน่งดีที่สุดให้ได้สนามที่3ก็ถือว่าโอเคมากๆแล้ว
ครับก็ถือว่าโอเคพอใจในผลงานในวันนี้พรุ่งนี้ล่ะ
พรุ่งนี้ก็สนามท้ายเนาะเราก็นั่นแหละครับตามเกมสู้ให้สนุกที่สุด
ครับก็ถือว่าเต็มที่แล้วดีที่สุดแล้วนะฮะฝากถึงท่านๆนะครับอาร์มครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์อาร์มกับโอมนะครับเบอร์55 M&M Racing Team by Nexter Liquid Body ครับพรุ่งนี้วันสุดท้ายเลนสุดท้ายเนาะ
ครับโอมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์นะครับพรุ่งนี้ยังเหลืออีกวันครับก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุด
ครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับไปกันต่อนะฮะอันดับที่2นะครับเป็นไปตามคาดหมายนะครับกับหมายเลข14จาก YK Motorsport นะครับเบฟธนโรจน์กับแคทแพทริลีวัฒนาวรากุลนะครับสวัสดีด้วยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเบฟครับ
ครับก็ดีครับเป็นไป
แผนมีอะไรบ้าง
ก็แค่คุมเลนแล้วก็ไม่อยากใช่ได้คะแนนเพื่อที่จะมาสู้ในวันพรุ่งนี้
ครับก็ถือว่าตามแผนเลยแคทครับเป็นไงบ้างครับเหนื่อยไหมครับ
ก็ก็เหนื่อยค่ะ
แต่เห็นลงมาจากรถมีรอยยิ้มออกมานี่ถือแสดงว่าเป็นผลงานที่ต้องบอกว่าพอใจมากๆในวันนี้
ก็ถือว่าเป็นแผนของทางทีมที่ได้คิดไว้แต่ว่าก็เป็นไปตามแผนทุกอย่างก็โอเคค่ะ
ครับพรุ่งนี้แหละครับ
ก็พรุ่งนี้เลสสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะตัดสินแชมป์ประจำปีก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะคะคัดไม้1ก็ฝากความหวังไว้ที่เบฟด้วยค่ะไม้สุดท้าย
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ค่ะยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ YK Motorsport ด้วยนะคะสนามสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะอาทิตย์นี้
ครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับและอันดับ1เลยครับยังเป็นของ YK Motorsport ครับพี่โยภาคสฤทธิ์พรหมสมบัติครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่โย
ก็สนุกดีครับวันนี้ก็ขับคนเดียวหน่อยก็พยายามให้ก็เป็นไปตามกัน
ตอนแรกบอกขับได้แต่ก็ถือว่าโอเคนะพี่ในการวางแผนที่ผ่านมาใน1ชั่วโมงเต็มๆแล้วสิ่งที่เราได้เห็นเนี่ยในช่วงระยะเวลาที่ YK ลงในรุ่นทัวริงทุกครั้งเนี่ยรถยังไม่ค่อยมีปัญหาเลย
อย่าเพิ่งพูดดีกว่าก็พยายามเราก็เตรียมพร้อมมาเต็มที่เราก็ต้องเป็นหลายอย่างไม่ใช่ว่าเราจะแข่งเร็วอย่างเดียวเราต้องพยายามเซฟทุกอย่างด้วยแล้วก็ถือว่าวันนี้เราโอเค
ครับก็ถือว่าพอใจในผลงานพรุ่งนี้อีก1 วัน
พรุ่งนี้ก็อีกวันก็สำหรับตัวโดนที่ไป15 บวก 4ที่บอกขับคนเดียวก็อาจจะเหนื่อยนิดนึงแต่ก็เต็มที่
ครับโอ้พี่โอครับฝากถึงแฟนๆครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ไว้ด้วยนะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีครับภาสฤทธิ์พรหมสมบัตินะครับแน่นอนเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Touring นะครับแต่ยังมีสิ่งที่น่าสนใจมากกว่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเชิญทุกท่านไปพบกับไฮไลท์ครับ
So, the highlights of this incredible first race of the weekend here. in Thailand Super Touring. Some dramas early on for car number 65. But the two YK Motorsports Honda CRZs got away to a commanding lead pretty quickly. There's the spin for the number 36 machine. Already the start of a drama-filled race for him. And there's the tail end of the first big incident that we saw at turn 1, David. These two YK cars were uncatchable at the front, weren't they?
Yeah, well, starting up front, they did make great use of the clean air while the squabble for 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. was going on. Excluded from qualifying, Et Nazathorn started 22nd on the grid and raced through to an eventual 5th place. That took a whole lot of passing, and this is how some of it played out.
Yeah, some great driving from Et Nazathorn over the course of the race here. Plenty of side-by-side through this section of the circuit as well, some of it with more contact than others. The run into pit lane certainly got a few on their toes here. Slight contact between 36 and the 19. That resulted in no further action from race control, but incredible drive from all at the YK Motorsports team. They strike first here today at Chang International Circuit. So it's time for us to go on a break here in the English language commentary. Qualifying will be starting for TSS Supercar, GT4 and GTC. The next race will be getting going in about an hour and a half's time. So potentially we will see you then. So, qualifying on for the TSS Supercar categories. We will have the grid decided for the races on both days to come here. Q1 at the moment in GT4 and GTC. That will set the grid for today's race, and driver 1 in the car for each of these. Then the second qualifying session will set the grid for Sunday's races, where driver 2 will be in the car. So a bit of a mixed up format for these qualifying sessions. At the moment, we've got Niki Baslan here in the number 39, and he's just gone to provisional pole in the Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota Supra. 1 minute 43.2. That is a second clear of the next car, David. That's looking incredibly good there for this team.
Yeah, the number 32 Porsche from Be Quick Absolute Racing, with the Arrows driving, had their lap time deleted for track limits. So here at Chang International Circuit, every category, every session, it's track limits talk. And in qualifying, of course, it's lap time deletion. So it's got to be a tidy lap. Quite a few of these Toyota Supras and Porsche Caymans kicking around. But we do have one Aston Martin Vantage, one Ford Trans Am car, and one, is it actually a Corolla from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, a sedan front-wheel drive, but with a fair bit of horsepower to go with it.
Yes, indeed. Quite the mixed up machinery in our GTC and GTM classes. Looks like we've had a lap time cancellation for car number 36. That's Daniel Bilski for exceeding track limits at turn 4, and car number 9 the GTC Toyota Altis. It's unfortunately gone over the track limits again as well. So there was Daniel Bilski's little excursion off track. Let's see what he can do to try and get that car back up the order. Car number 1, Kmick in that AAS Motorsport Porsche, managing to grab the second spot in qualifying for the moment. Keep an eye on this car as well, the 33 Falcon at the wheel. Looking at a 1 minute 44.2 for this machine. Second best lap time, a 144.4.
Just behind them on tracks, the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche that had its lap times deleted and currently sits 11 of 11 cars, but I would expect to move up, so maybe they just save a little bit, try to find some space, try to cool off their tyres for the final 2 or 3 minutes and really fly on. So given that we're looking at lap times underneath a minute 45, if you keep pressing on, you've got 3 more laps. But if you have a lap where you back off, cool the tyres, you've probably only got 2 more flying laps left for your first driver in this session before your other driver gets into the next. And we'll be wary of those track limits.
Yes, I believe that as long as you have 2 wheels on the curb, you should be okay. But we'll see if that holds up. Both AAS Motorsport Porsches currently in the pits. Second and third in the session at the moment, and they might be wanting to go out once more in the final moments of the session if they can get a time in. It looks like at least our top 3 seem done. Niki Baslan in the 39 is in the pits as well. Car number 7, meanwhile, that's Graham Dowsett at the wheel of the Team NZ Aston Martin GT4. sitting down in 8th place, and they've had their lap time cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 3. The Big Wig Absolute Racing car is back out on the circuit here. And looking like their first time on the board, a 146.3. Not quite up to scratch regarding the other GT4 cars, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, they will have time to set a couple more laps here. And there's Graham Dowsett, the Kiwi in the number 7 here. Sharing this car with Romain Leroux. One of quite a few non-Thai Malaysian drivers in this series. I'll be hoping that he can stay within track limits on this next run too.
You know this is one of my favourite GT4s.
Yeah.
Looks good, sounds good. It's got the hot weather cooling kit on it with the extra vents above the wheels and feeding more cool air in there. Love the pink wrap on the diffuser strakes on the back and as well as around the nose. It's a good looking car, very sporty, very purposeful. And how are the sectors going? Not PBs on the way through here just yet, and that is well off the track, Reese.
That lap will not count for sure. Graham Dowsett seemingly having a bit of trouble with that sequence of right-handers, which is a lot more difficult than it looks at the back half of this circuit. Is he going to stay out or bring it into the pits, I wonder? So it was coming off the curb. The car got slightly out of whack, and in straightening the car up, trajectory was straight off the circuit there for Graham Dowsett. 59 seconds left in the session, and he will start another lap. No surprise to see the stewards have cancelled that lap time for exceeding track limits. But it would appear that most of our field is done with their session for the moment. Damien Hamilton just managing to set a fast lap of 145.5 to get ahead of the only other car in his class in GTC. And Hamilton also has the best last VMAX of just about anyone.
Well, look at it.
Of course. Makes total sense. TA2 Mustang certainly powers its way down these straights. Not the fastest car through the turns, though, so you need to be careful of that. Checkered flag is out. So that is the end of the session, and we'll keep our eyes on Graham Dowsett to see if he can improve his time in 146.3 at the very back of the field.
It looked backed off, and I think the sectors agree with that. It's the Be Quick Porsche here. Describing what's going on with the car. So looking at the auto there as the taller of the two drivers. When you see them outside of the car chatting to each other and you see that kind of height difference, well, I think they're a good driver combination other than that height difference. Worried about his ribs on the right, perhaps. Not too worried.
No, still wearing a smile. So that's the end of the first session there, and it's going to be Wing Hin Motorsports on pole for the first of our GT4 and GTC races with the primary drivers in the car. And very shortly we will have the second drivers take over the cars and maybe have a big difference in pace. Should be a bit more mixed up grid for race 2.
GT4 and GTC brought to you by fans that sit on the ground instead of handheld battery-operated leaf blowers.
Yeah, a little bit more cooling power needed for these machines, evidently.
You could inflate a jumping castle with one of those. Quick smart.
You absolutely good. We're in a 10-minute break now until the second qualifying session. Then, right after that's done, we'll be going for qualifying 1 and 2 for the GT3 and GTM classes before the last pre-lunch event of the Super Pickup Division 2s. It was certainly a fun race for them yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what they can do here today in the broad daylight conditions, midday as opposed to late in the afternoon yesterday.
Love a good stretch. One thing to point out that the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand built race cars, the GTC and the GTM right-hand drive, but the GT4 globally homologated out of, I believe, Toyota Motorsport Europe in Germany is in fact, despite being a Toyota, a left-hand drive car. So you'll notice that they're getting in out of the left-hand side. All of our local cars are right-hand drive, as is normal for Thailand. The GT4s, GT3s, their global homologation are usually left-hand drive, even from marques that you wouldn't expect, like Aston Martin, Bentley, and Toyota.
Yes, indeed. There's Graham Dowsett. Not looking the most satisfied with how the performance went for the Team NZ Aston Martin. Had a bit of trouble keeping the rear end of the car in check through the final sector and got a couple of lap times deleted. And unfortunately, it looks like a last place start for them.
Would you like a cola?
Race 1. I certainly wouldn't mind one at the moment. A little bit more caffeine wouldn't go astray.
They've got hats, different flavours from our partner Est Cola. I'd like cherry. Now the leaf blowers are back. It's the right-hand drive, this Altus. You can see that where that radiator sits horizontally right at the front of the car there, keeping the driver cool on a day like this, checking the belts. It's a pretty quick car in a straight line, this one. 2:28, it's no slouch. 2:16, no slouch for keeping up with the GT4 cars.
Yeah, those GTC machines certainly have a good amount of straight line speed.
Hello everyone. Sawadee Cup.
Hello to you too. It's always good to see the fan turnout at these events. A couple of years ago, when I was brought into the fold to assist with the English language stream here, I was completely unfamiliar with the motorsport scene in Thailand, but it's been a great introduction over the past couple of years. There's a lot of passionate fans in this part of the world, a lot of fantastic drivers and well-run teams as well. I'm sure those stands will be a bit more full tomorrow as we get ready to bring the 2025 season to a close on Sunday. We are getting ready, though, for qualifying 2. Drivers getting set up in their machines. And once again, this is going to be the second drivers in each car making their way onto the circuit, and that's all cars except for Damien Hamilton, who is a solo driver in the GTC TA2 Ford.
I saw a Cayman GT4 RS on the road this morning in yellow with the black sticker pattern on it. Actually very closely related to the GT4 car from Porsche. Some of them, the homologated racing model and the road car, are a bit further apart. The Porsches actually, for quite a while, been very, very close to the road-going car, because they can sell a very high-performance road-going car, and people will buy it and pay a pretty penny for it too.
Indeed. Well, AAS Motorsport were second and third in the first qualifying session. They'll be hoping that this session goes even better for them. Hayden Heikal, meanwhile, will be jumping into the car, taking over from Daniel Bilski in the number 36 machine. And thinking about the rest of the GT4 cars, I think the one that jumps out to me as the one that may surprise us most is the number 7 Aston Martin. As Romain Leroux has quite a bit of talent under his belt. He's really able to wheel that car around, so potentially he and Graham Dowsett could see a better result in this qualifying session than they were able to manage in the last 15 minutes.
Get a great view of almost the whole circuit from that pit straight grandstand, because we're looking here at sort of turn 4 into turn 5. Very easy to see a move that's happening there from the pit straight grandstand, as well as keeping an eye on what's happening final corner in turn 1. Might need to strain your eyes a little bit to spot exactly what's happening down at turn 3. But here, Sepang, Shanghai, there's a lot of circuits where big front straight grandstand, and you can see a lot of the track from it.
It's a very nice venue, Chang International Circuit. I'd love to make my way out here at some point. I believe that's the entry to turn 4 that we're looking at, with the start-finish grandstand and main straight in the background. Really get a sense for how brutal that turn can be. It was just about flat out in the front-wheel drive touring cars we saw earlier. These cars may have to lift, maybe tap the brakes into that corner. It's a very high commitment area of the track.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make, that turn 4, turn 7 and turn 8 are some corners that were looking basically flat out in Super Eco, almost flat out in Super Touring, but really presenting a track limits issue in GT4 here. So we saw some run wide at turn 4. We definitely saw Graham Dowsett run wide at turn 8. We'll see what happens out of this tranche of drivers as they hit the racetrack. So the last two coming out of the lane is the AAS Porsches. You can see Damien Hamilton's in no hurry just yet. That Trans Am's still sitting back there. The limiter's still on for the 95 if the headlights are flashing.
Huh. Interesting. So everyone says, okay, we'll go around you.
I believe the pit limiter being engaged causes the flashing pattern of the headlights. Yes.
Yes, it does. As far as I'm aware, too. So that was the 95. And that's Nanin at the wheel of that machine. Nanin Indrapayung. May very well bring that one back around to pit lane if that is indeed a technical gremlin that they are dealing with. Looking forward to seeing what Kantadi Kusiri can do, having taken over the #1 AAS Motorsport Porsche. That car has the #1 on it for a reason. Reigning champions of the series. We can always always count on Cantadi Kasiri to pull out a great lap when it matters. Looking at the 19 here. Sutapong Smitachach at the wheel of this one now, sharing his car with Grant Sutapong. Looking for a little bit more out of this session. They are in the AM subclass of GT4 here, and their best finish of the season was actually in the previous race to this, where they picked up 10 points to bring the championship total to 25, and they sit 18th overall in the standings for GT4 and GTC.
You can see
Now
we're
we're
all on
about to see.
Pirelli tyres, so just prepping them as they best like.
Yeah, this is the conclusion of the first season of Thailand Super Series in the GT4 and GT3 classes, to be run under the auspices of SRO, the Stefan Rattel organization, which is the main governing body for GT racing worldwide. And with that partnership came a change in tyre. In previous years, they ran the Hankook rubber that all of the other TSS classes use, but now they are on a Pirelli rubber, and that has introduced some difficulties in coming to understand the new tyres and make sure that they are getting the requisite performance out of them. And it seems that they have adapted quite well. This number 1 car sitting second in the championship coming into the next race. They are only 4 points behind the number 39 of Naki Vazlan and Mitchell Chiminjay.
Looks like they're attempting a push lap, but the tyre grip is just not there. Its car is very nervous, very skittish. Every time they try to lean on the grip, the car sort of skips and slides a little bit, but that might just continue to build into the next lap, and I don't think these times are yet completely representative.
No, so we will get the first times on the board. 143.4 from Cantadi Kasiri. That's about a second off what we saw in the first session. Hayden Heikal putting himself into second place in the number 36 meanwhile. Still waiting on times for just under half of this field. The GTC Toyota Altis, the first in its class to put a time down of 147.9. Looks like Fuapon is going to be the one at the wheel for this one in the number 33. Initially 5th place on a 146.5. A bit more time to be found there for the 39 machine run by Ingin Auto Works Racing.
No time yet for this 99, but the sectors look relatively strong, though the middle sector did drop a tiny bit of time compared to their teammates in the number 1. Still, looks like these AAS Porsches are pressured that they'll come good by about the middle of this session rather than just the first flying lap.
Speaking of the first flying laps, we've had lap times cancelled for cars 39, 1, 33 and 95. So 4 machines that have gotten their lap times deleted there, and actually it's been a good response from Cantadi Kasiri, who goes back to provisional pole there after Hayden Heikal briefly took it. There's just over 0.3 of a second between our top 2 in GT4 at the moment. Check in on the number 9 here. And this is not going to be ideal for this car. One of the cars that had lap time deleted for exceeding track limits there. Chris Vasaratna at the wheel of this one, sharing the car with Akarapong Akaninarot, who piloted the car in qualifying 1. So this is not going to be ideal for them. They need to get another time on the board and hopefully try to catch up a bit to Damien Hamilton, who's managed to put a time down in the Ford meanwhile. 1:45.7 is the current provisional pole time in race 2 for the GTC class. We'll have to wait and see if there's any extra movements in the top of the GT4 class as well, because things are looking pretty close at the moment between Kentity Kasiri and Caden Haikal.
This has been tidy so far. So turn 7, very neat. Turn 4 was neat. Turn 8 was no problems at all. So while it's still a push lap flying along, I think we've seen just a little more respect for track limits so far. So as we don't get understeer out of the final corner, that looks like a lap that should count. And on the screen, do they move much?
They do not. 1:47.4. So they're going to have to find a bit more speed to catch up to Damien Hamilton from here.
Lap completed from the 95 that will hopefully still stand, having had some deleted earlier. So they sit in 4th place at the moment. Only need a 0.3 of a second improvement to get another spot in this session, if possible. Big braking zone into turn 3. Car squirrels around on the ABS, but should still provide confidence to the driver to take that late apex, open up the power. Turbocharged inline 6 from the Supra. And that's the engine that most racing Supras have.
Yes, most. Until you start going back to the Super GT era of the late 90s and early 2000s, where they ran a V8.
Or Australia next year.
True. That is going to happen. I'm very hyped for that.
This looks quick, but it still looks like it's keeping the car within the track limits. From the 95, red and white, a little reminiscent of some of those sort of Super GT liveries, very striking and gorgeous in the sun, leaning on the left rear tyre through that really, really long turn 9. And you've got to position yourself well, because then through 10 and 11 onto this straight heading towards the final braking zone of the lap, you want to carry speed onto that straight. Even track limits at the apex of 12 that could be in consideration, not just the exit of a couple of the corners, but, you know, push on and hope that your laps stand.
That one was a little bit off from what they were able to manage earlier by about a 10th. Damien Hamilton might be thinking about the stewards having a chat to him, because I saw a notification that Car 88 was under investigation for an assisted engine start. So let's keep an eye out for any developments there. Lap times cancelled for cars 99 and 32. And the number 9 as well. That is the number 9 being the second of our GTC cars here today. So their lap time will still stand at 1:47.4. So the 36, the 99 and the 95, that's the cars currently in 3rd, 6th and 7th that have not been able to make any improvements recently. Kentity Kasiri, meanwhile, has brought the pole time for race 2 down to a 1:43.5. So a little bit more for Mitchell Chiminje to make up, but with 3.5 minutes to go, that number 39 is in the pits at the moment, so unclear if they're going to make it back out, be able to set another time.
performance profile of these tyres is interesting, though, isn't it? Because the very first flying lap is not going to be your pole lap, but the 5th or 6th lap on the tyres also seems to have degradation of performance. So you're wondering where exactly is the magic point for the tyres, somewhere between laps 2 and 4, and can you back off and have them come back, or once they've given their best, is that all? B sector for the 7. Good sectors coming in for the 19. So this lap, again, could be an improvement.
Let's see then. 19 unable to get a time down to get them off the bottom of the grid for the moment. It's a 149.7 from Sutapong there. Meanwhile, Romain Leroux behind in the number 7 has just gone to 2nd place. So what did I tell you? Look out for that number 7. With Leroux in the car, it's an absolute weapon. He and Graham Dowsett will be well happy with the front row for the 2nd race.
He's bulletproof and he's going in for the kill.
Something, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, I don't know.
Headlights flashing, so he doesn't want to be impeded on this one either. As he
in front of him.
presses on. Well, there was the 19
Yes,
sort of 200, 300 meters ahead. So if they back off, then they'll need to be aware.
Yeah, this could be potential pole time for Romain Leroux if he holds on to it and is not impeded by the lapped car. Just looks rapid here. He's using the curbs to their full advantage without exceeding track limits, but this is not ideal here for Leroux. He would have gotten held up by maybe a 10th or so there. Gets to the apex just fine, though. We'll see if this time holds up as a result.
I think he had to take a very narrow line in as well. I don't imagine it's conducive to a great lap time to also then be running through the wake for a couple of corners either. This will be the final lap if they stick with it, seeing we're underneath a minute, so checkered flag shortly for the 6 or 7 cars that are out on track by all measures.
Yes, indeed. And, well, unfortunately, I mean, the lap that Romain Leroux just did wasn't faster than his present best, but the time was still cancelled. Apparently exceeded track limits at turn 4. The number 1 car is back out there as well, but potentially a bit too late. Cantadi Kusiri just touring around slowly there. Still has provisional pole.
Love that effects microphone. That's exactly what GT4 cars sound like.
That's fantastic.
It's not me or Reese, but it could be.
It's not Dan in the background either. That is audio coming from the track. I remember something similar happening at the Brazilian Grand Prix a few years ago.
Happened at Kota too. It's
Yes.
a tried and true tradition.
It certainly is. Well,
checkered flag.
Yep, number 1 has brought it back into the pits. Their time is not under threat, at least as far as we are aware. We'll wait here for Romain Leroux to finish his lap here. It looks like they've lost. They may be losing 2nd place here. Looks like Hayden Heikal has managed to put the number 36 back into 2nd place. No other improvements from what I can see from other cars around here. That is checkered flag there for the number 36 and 143.735. 0.06 of a second faster than what Romain Leroux could manage in the Aston. So that's a front row there for Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikal for race number 2.
I liked that session. Bit of variety. Porsche from Toyota, from Aston Martin, from Toyota, from Porsche. Really solid performance from the Aston Martin as well, where they'll start one of the races from third. They'll start race 2 from third. Ooh, nice big wide camera at turn 3.
Yeah, I think that's the most we've seen of that corner all weekend so far. It's usually the very tight shot as the drivers find their way through, but you really get a sense for what the run into the corner is like. Turn 3 is one of those corners that you see appearing at a lot of newer racetracks, actually, where the track widens a lot on the way in to a very sharp initial apex. And that obviously encourages a lot of side-by-side, especially on the first lap. But the conventional line through the corner is still a solid arc, so you need to be careful not to turn in too early. It may seem tempting to do so, but yeah, don't do it. Right then, so that is the end of qualifying 2 for TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC. The next session is about 10 minutes away, where we will be seeing our Supercar GT3 and GTM categories out on track. We'll step away for a few moments and come back when the fast boys are out on track.
TSS มอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับปีนี้เนี่ยลูกชายของคุณเตอร์นะครับก็คือดร.พัฒนพลเองก็ไปสร้างประวัติศาสตร์ในวงการล้อเปิดระดับโลกครับชนะสปรินต์ได้2 ครั้งแล้วก็ชนะรอบฟิเจอร์เรสหรือว่าเป็นเรสไป1 ครั้งปีหน้ามีข่าวเป็นที่ F2 นะครับเดี๋ยวรอประกาศยืนยันอีกครั้งนึงในส่วนของ4 ล้อของประเทศไทยนะครับก็ถือว่ามีการยกระดับพัฒนาเยอะเลยครับอันนี้ครับยักษ์วอลลุ่มโลกปีครับของเราตัวนี้นะครับน้องเจมส์นันทวุฒิก็ได้รับการประกาศเป็นออฟฟิเชียลอย่างเป็นทางการแล้วนะครับปีหน้าจะได้รับการโปรโมทขึ้นไปแข่งฟอร์มูล่า3ก็คอยเป็นไทยครับครับจริงนะพอแข่งขันในประเทศครับ
Welcome back once again to the English language broadcast for the Thailand Super Series, the final round checkmate at Chang International Circuit. Just getting ready to start the first qualifying session for GT3 and GTC. It's been an interesting weekend so far. Plenty of drama in our touring car and truck categories. And the first of our GTM and GT4 sessions just concluding. Now it is time to sort things out for the very fast GT3 machinery. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman handling the stream behind the scenes. So it's exactly the same as it was for GT4 and GTM. GT4 and GTC. It's GT3 and GTM for this session. 2 15-minute sessions, and each session defines the grid for one of our 2 races. The primary driver will be in the car for Q1, second driver in the car for Q2. best time from Q1 will be pole for today, and best time in Q2 will be pole for tomorrow. So let's see what they can do here as the first laps begin for our GT3 machinery.
So again, it's all about that tyre preparation, the outlap, and then going, not quite all there yet, and continuing more preparation. It's a slightly new scheme for Be Quick Absolute Racing in the 786 here. Tough to spot on a sunny day, sorry, tough to miss on a sunny day or in the dark.
Good to see an Audi R8 still out there for Be Quick Absolute Racing. This car, of course, not a part of most GT3 competitions anymore. With Audi's decision to close its factory sports car team to focus on its upcoming F1 bid. But we always like to have a German V10 out there strutting its stuff. Sack at the wheel for this one in the first session. Waiting for those first initial times to come in. The times that we're seeing on our timing screens are just the outlaps for now. But the first times are starting to come in now. PT Bhirombhakdi for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in the Honda NSX. The first one to get a time on the board there, a 1:39.0. And Sack in the Audi setting a 1:42.8 to start things off there, 3.8 seconds off.
The other AAS Motorsport EBM car, Vuitton Interpuvizak and Lauren Heinrich. That's an interesting effect, Mike. I preferred when it was Neum Neum Neum, but we're having some other form of conversation come through it. The 18 goes to third, second. It's shuffling around with Vuitton driving at the moment. Lauren Heinrich's got some big Porsche things coming his way. I believe he's driving in the final round of the World Endurance Championship in the Porsche LMDH.
Yes, indeed. He's got quite a bit on his plate, hasn't he? I remember these guys, unfortunately, in the number 18, missed out on a great result at the Bangsen Grand Prix. Lauren Heinrich was out in front for the longest time, and then unfortunately Vuitton, once he got in the car, had a big incident down at the waterfront chicane, and the car ended the race in pieces and in flames. But the Porsche is back on track here at Chang International Circuit, and Vuitton is really wheeling it around this circuit at the moment. I think those tyre tracks are still left over from the Super Touring race, where the Mazda 2 with its turbo engine was absolutely lighting up the front tyres out of that corner. Fourth place after the first run of laps here for Vuitton, and it seems they will maintain second place out of that one. That's a big improvement to a 38.0, but PT Bhirombhakdi still on top, 0.8 of a second ahead.
Couple of cars get some lap times deleted. That's always the story of the qualifying here. So we have, as you can see by the blue and the orange on the timing call, 5 cars of GT3, 5 cars of GTM, which are comparable in pace, but not the homologated cars. So the fastest at the moment is now going to be that Mark car Ford Mustang, just going ahead of the Ferrari Challenge 296. You've got the 2 Supras from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, and also Saiwai Simon Chan in the Porsche Cup car from Fire Monkey Motorsports, black and lime green being their colours.
Hank Kicks at the wheel of this Porsche, the man behind Be Quick Absolute Racing. And one of the foremost promoters of TSS. You'll notice a graphic on the side of the car there. A sad event happening in previous weeks. Thailand's Queen Sirikrit passing away on the 24th of October, and a year-long period of national mourning has been decreed in Thailand. It's the reason why you see the series graphics in the bottom left corner of the screen grayed out, and various other alterations to car liveries, uniforms, etc.
The translated version of the press release from the series reads, Her Majesty Queen Sirikit, the Queen Mother, passed away on October 24th. She will remain in the hearts of Thai people forever. We humbly express our deepest gratitude for her boundless grace, I think is the translation of the message.
Indeed. We certainly pay our respects as well here in the Speed Cafe commentary booth too. Well, further on into the session then, this car currently on provisional pole in GTC. And actually looking quite good at the moment versus other GTM, sorry, and other car. Quite the gap to other cars in the class.
Unique piece of kit. This, an Australian-built race car, space frame with the Ford Mustang body panels on it, but you can put a whole bunch of different body panels on it if you want. If you wanted it to be a Mercedes, if you wanted it to be a Mazda 3, Ford Mustang's been very popular. There's also a Camaro that doesn't quite look right. The Mustang it looks pretty good, and it's designed for endurance racing. So you'll see them sometimes at the Bathurst 12-hour. Very popular in some of the Creventic endurance races, where people are looking for a fast but more affordable race car. And that's what the Mark car's designed to do. There's an Australian series for them where they race just with the Mark IRC cars, but there's plenty of them floating around the world in series like this where they're accepted.
Meanwhile, Simon Chan in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Always a factor. Currently sits 10th, and my goodness, he is pushing it through the final corner there. The end of that lap, well, at the very least, it's managed to get him off the last spot in the standings, but can't be the best start to the next lap, being right onto the start-finish straight. Does he have enough time to get around and do another lap? He should. I wonder how hard he's ended up working those tyres as a result. Manat, meanwhile, at the wheel of the number 9 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra. These cars in the GTM class were originally Lexus RCFs, but had their bodywork updated this year to match the styling of the GR Supra. They've certainly lost none of their pace.
I really like these. There's a lot of engineering underneath the skin to them that's very interesting. They look very low and aggressive. They've still got that sort of trademark bump to the roofline of the Supra, but they've got that sort of GT500 DTM look to them, where there's a little bit of a height taken out of below the door sill that just makes them sit a little lower, a little meaner. And there are some tracks and some configurations where they can be incredibly quick.
Indeed. We have Natavude as well in the 24, the other of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras. oldest competitor in the field, and certainly is a factor at any event he turns up to. Looks like that's going to be the end of the run there for Manat in the number 9. And I don't know if he'll be able to get back out there in time to set another lap. Keep our eyes on the 18 of Vutakorn, who has taken pole position in the interim and improves further to a 136.992. Very nice indeed. Lauren Heinrich will be watching on from the pits and be very happy with that one. If that holds up, and we know how quick Lauren Heinrich is, there's potential for that car to be on pole for both races this weekend. And that would be a great way to end the season.
And Vodovud Benabakti in the 89 Ferrari, which is a GT3 car, a 296 GT3, slotted into third at the moment, and you can see that the margin to second place is very, very slim there as well. It looks like a good lap so far that the 89 is on. We've got our eyes on Saiwai Simon Chan, one of the many Fire Monkey Motorsport cars all throughout, and jumping to the top. It is a very, very good lap for Vodovud Benabakti in the 89. And how much of a margin would you like for pole, Reese?
Oh, that's crazy. A mere 600ths of a second separating our two cars at the top. There's your new pole sitter right there. Vodovud Benabakti getting that Ferrari 296 around this circuit in just under 97 seconds. Beautiful car, beautiful driving as well. But Vutakorn responding, and PT Benabakti.
I think the lap time was deleted for the 89.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, lap time deleted, unfortunately, for the number 89. Bit too much usage of the track beyond the curb at turn 4, we're hearing. So, I think for Vodovud here, this is going to be his last chance. He's going to have to nail this lap and potentially the next one if he wants to maintain that provisional pole. Meanwhile, number 77 PSC Motorsport machine, part of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand stable. Potentially, no. They do have Singer Motorsport logos on them. As across the line comes Vodovud Benabakti, and that is an improvement up to second place. 137.2. He might have just enough time to go for one more lap. The checkered flag is out. He crossed the line before the timer hit 0. But the other Ferrari in this field, the sort of Ferrari Challenge variant of the 296, managing to get into third place in GTM, so they'll be very happy with that result. Final times in for Sak in the 786 Audi there, and unable to improve on that 37.9. In comes Vutakorn, who seems pretty confident at the moment that there is something in it here for pole position. All of our GTM cars are done, but we're still waiting on Vodovud Benabakti to see if he can get that time any closer to what is now a 137.0 for Vutakorn.
This is how you know how serious it is. We've gone from Super Touring with handheld fans to GT4 with 1 floor fan to GTM with 2 floor fans to keep the big V8 in these Supras chilled out between the qualifying sessions. Red wheels for the number 9 and the 24, the other colour wheels. The number 9's been the faster qualifying of the two. There's your provisional pole sitter. Nope, a bit further back.
Looks like no improvement from Vodovud Benabakti. So that car will remain in second place for the start of the first race. for GT3. Of course, now there is a short break between sessions. We're going to be getting our second drivers into the cars, and the second drivers are usually the higher rated of the two. So look out for some blistering lap times to be set in the next session coming up. That's going to conclude that little bit of coverage, and we'll step away in this break and be right back with you for the start of qualifying 2 for GT3 and GTM.
ครับ
And we have returned to on-track action here at the Chang International Circuit. Qualifying 2 for TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. Seeing a great run from many cars up the front of this field. We have the second drivers in the cars now. Buildup putting the number 18 AAS Motorsport Porsche on pole position for the first race of the night, of the day, sorry. And then Lauren Heinrich jumping in to that car for his tilt at pole for race 2 on Sunday. Meanwhile, the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge car in GTM. Third place in the first session. Now we have Afik in the number 77. He'll be trying his best to nab a GTM pole for that incredibly quick machine. Love seeing the Ferrari Challenge car out there. And it'll be very interesting to see how they conduct themselves in the race to come, David. This car does have a few extra little rules associated with it in the GTM class. It has a very small fuel tank. It isn't able to make the full race distance, so they have to alter a few things regarding pit time and such. It's going to be interesting to see how this car performs in this session.
Yeah, they've all just been preparing their tyres as we go to the next set. The drivers includes Jalen Robotham in this Mark car Ford Mustang. It's a Ford Coyote V8 in there, I do believe. Some of the later IRC cars have got a Chevrolet engine in them. So how's the straight line performance from it? The answer is 242 k's an hour, so it's keeping up in a straight line with the GT3 cars, but they are just a little more advanced in the corners. Not by a whole lot. Can get pretty close between a GT3 and a Mark car.
Certainly can. Highest top speed so far is from Kantasak Kasiri in the number 12, 250 k's an hour down the straight. Jalen Robotham here, sharing car with Craig Corliss. Corliss Race Engineering, of course, running this entry, and got some solid motor racing chops, has Jalen Robotham. Co-driver at the Sandown 500 and Bathurst 1000 last year. And he has a burgeoning international career ahead of him. Back out on track is Natavude Charansuka, solo driver in the 24 entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Qualified a bit further down the order in the first session. We'll see if he's learnt anything from that, and we'll find some extra pace here in session number 2. Already had a couple of lap times cancelled for cars 12 and 26. That's the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche and the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda. The car that was really challenging for pole position in the last session. So looks like Sandy Stuvik, having taken over car number 26 from Henk Kicks, is going to have to tighten things up a little bit out on track, but we know that he's one of the top competitors in this field. He also races in the Super Pickup Division 1 for Ford Aurora Racing Team in the Rangers. They'll be looking to bounce back later on today after an absolutely horrendous result in the last of the races done yesterday.
Double DNF.
Yeah, both trucks failing. But for the moment, Sandy Stuvik will be focusing on getting his flat 6 Porsche around this circuit in the fastest time possible, right after he visits the pits again, apparently.
Yeah, both of the Be Quick cars coming in right now. So is this a get out there, run 2 laps, then get repressured type situation? There's got to be a plan if both of them are following the run plan. There goes AAS Motorsport.
So Lauren Heinrich, we saw getting in. We saw him adjusting the steering wheel to his liking as well. You said he was going to have a tilt, and he certainly did when he moved the steering wheel a little closer to him.
Yep, for sure. We'll see if he can get this lap time down. He and Vutakorn seem pretty well matched on pace for this round. I think this number 18 has been one of the most competitive driver pairings of the whole season. Have a look at how hard he pushes through turn 4. Still trying to catch up a little more to the current pole time.
He's doing some mowing.
Oh, he certainly is. A little bit of grass being taken there. Kantasat Kasiri on pole with a 135.5, so the pace has really come down here with the secondary drivers, often higher rated, now in the cars and really maximizing the grip. Heinrich purple in Sector 2, so this is looking like a good lap. He was 4/10 off the best Sector 1 time in that first sector. Across the line he will come, and we'll see if there's improvement there, and it will be. Purple in Sector 3 as well. AAS Motorsport 2 provisional pole, and we still have more than half the session to go.
Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi is coming out, and the way the wheel spin was in the pit lane, it's almost like they didn't put new tyres on for the first 5 minutes of this session and just have now. I don't know, keep an eye on it. Already weaving a little bit, which is what I'd expect of new tyres, but not expect of repressured older tyres. This is definitely a tyre change going on for the Ferrari at Singer Motorsport Team Thailand as well. So maybe that's something a few of them have thought about, is save the new set of tyres for a tiny bit deeper in the session rather than putting them on initially.
Yeah, because with a new set of tyres, I believe that, well, in some of the biggest GT3 series around the world, they do use tyre warmers, but I don't believe they do for TSS. So you're putting that brand new Pirelli rubber on. It's got the release agent on the outside. It's cold as well. It's basically ambient temperature. So you need to go through a warm-up phase for the tyres, and a 15-minute session might be a little too short for that to really happen properly. So I understand that perspective. You want to put on tyres that have already gone through a heat cycle, and so you'll be able to get back up to temperature a little bit quicker without having to go through all of those chemical changes during the initial heat-up phase. So the Ferrari here, challenging for pole in session number 1. New tyres going on to...
Unscrubbed, sticker on it.
Yeah, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda here is going to go for a big tilt. Piti Bhirombhakdi and Kantasat Kasiri are looking for front row starts in both races this weekend. Meanwhile, there was an improvement from Lauren Heinrich, but it looks like that lap has been cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 1. Cars 10 and 26, that's the GTM Porsche of Saiwai Simon Chan and Natavude in the GTM. No, sorry, 26. That's Sandy Stuvik in the Be Quick Porsche. They've also had their times cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 4. So back out on the track now on brand new tyres for Kantasat Kasiri. See what he can do to narrow that gap to Lauren Heinrich, which currently sits at just over 0.2 of a second.
Well, this could certainly be a car to watch in the final 5 minutes, because they're just exiting pit lane on what appeared to be 4 brand new tyres. We saw them doing, I think, the right rear and then both of the fronts, so I think it will have been all 4. And so those tyres will just be coming good in the very, very final minutes, maybe the final lap of this session, because this is the outlap you got to complete. probably won't quite fire up for the next lap. So it'll be the lap after that, about 2 minutes to go, where you start to think we can fire this up. So some very, very late fireworks. And I think this could be the fire starter right here.
Certainly could be. He's seemingly doing a good job of warming up those tyres. He's going full tilt through a lot of these corners.
Of course, we'll have been hot brakes on the car when they came and put this new set on as well, which was not really the case at the start of the session. So you go out there, you do a couple of minutes to get some heat into the brakes and the whole rest of the car as well. And then the new tyres go on. Despite a couple of these lap times being deleted for Laurin Heinrich, it seems like it's the lap times that weren't the quick one, and the quick one still stands. So that's fortunate, but we're not seeing near as much improvement, and they don't have time to come around, put a new set of tyres on, etc., etc. So I feel like the 135 flat will remain the benchmark, and it will be a struggle for them to improve on that. There are a couple of cars that could get close. Sandy Stuvik is currently 4th.
Yeah, still on the 136s at the moment, but we know that Sandy is capable of more.
Last lap was a PB.
Seeing a purple sector 2 on the previous lap for Carroll in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi, which is looking quite pacey at the moment. So it seems that late on in the session here, I mean, the sun is out. Remember, when we started this telecast, it was overcast. There were clouds all over. There was no sunlight hitting the circuit, but now there's plenty. Track temperature will have gone up. They can switch those tires on a little quicker and maybe get better lap times out of it as a result. It's back into this final sector of the circuit, still a little bit in shadow. In comes Sandy Stuvik then to the final corner. We'll see if this next lap turns out to be the one for the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. Sector 1 ends at the exit of turn 3, which is the hairpin at the end of the back straight. This is the other Be Quick car, meanwhile. The Audi, which is turning out to be having a great day at the moment. For one of the older, I guess you could say more obsolete cars in the field, it's quite an impressive performance.
Visually reminiscent of the final year of WRT with Audi and the Skechers Valentino Rossi car. Only needs 4 tenths to improve a spot. Only needs a couple tenths to get pole. They get a couple of tenths and it moves them to second place. A tenth of a second away from pole.
Well done. Great lap there from the 786. I would presume that time is going to stand. It looked like a clean lap from where I was sitting.
But we know that based on when the new tyres went on for Cantasak Kasiri, that right now is when they should be good. We're now 4 minutes since they left pit lane, probably on the flying lap now that the tyres were best pressured for. So I think 3 cars in the top 3 within 2 tenths of a second from 3 different marks is very, very great to see for the qualifying session and bodes well for the races coming up both later today and tomorrow. I haven't given up on pushing on this one either. Mind those track limits in turn 5. Really strong rotation coming out of turn 6 because you need to get back to the left-hand side of the road for turn 7. And there is the lap time from a new set of Pirelli slick tyres.
There it is. Cantasak Kasiri putting in the first time in the 134s. That is crazy pace there from the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to match that. There'll certainly be no challenge from the AAS Motorsport car. Laurin Heinrich already put it into the pits, and it looks like Carroll has improved that time for the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. Up into second place, a mere 0.02 of a second ahead.
And a 4th player's entered the fight. The Ferrari from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, Carlo V, jumped up into 3rd briefly. Then Laurin Heinrich, I think,
bumped him back down into 4th. So now it's 4 cars in 2/10 from 4 marks.
Just incredible. Late improvement there from Carlo Van Dam to get that car up into P4 for the start of race 2. Don't forget that's going to be taking place tomorrow. This is all setting up for Sunday's action in this particular session right here. It looks like Kantasat Kasiri is still going here. Timer at 0, but he crossed the line before that happened, so he can potentially improve again. He was purple in Sector 1, and it looks like he did improve by another 1/10 of a second or so.
A second and third is 0.002 of a second as well. So that is awesome. Your 5 GT3 cars end up ahead of the 5 GTM cars as well, with the marker car from Jalen Robotham. Again, top of GTM.
And it looks like that's going to be the end there. Everyone's in the pits now. Oh, no. It looks like lap time cancelled for car 89 on their 9th lap, exceeding track limits at turn 4. So it's unclear exactly what lap that was, but it looks like his best lap was lap 8. So he might be okay. They will maintain that 4th place. Well, in the midst of all of that, qualifying done and dusted for our GT categories. And the next race will be coming up very shortly with on-track action set to resume again after lunch as well. For the moment, everyone brings their cars in. And we'll get ready for Thailand's Super Pickup to make its next appearance. So we're going to step away once again here, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so for the start of the Super Pickup Division 2 Race 7.
2 3 4 5เช็ค1 2 3 2ตัวครับเตรียมของ RF1
อันนี้ไมค์พิธีกรครับไมค์พิธีกร1 2 3 4 5 6
แข่งครับ1 2 3
1 2 3 4 5 6
2 3 4
เอาทีละตัวหรือทีละหลายตัวโลเช็ควันที่
5 1 2 3
1 2 3 4 5ได้ไหมอันนี้ตอนนี้เสียบอยู่ในไมค์ในกล้องเดียวกันครับเสียบในกล้องเดียวกัน
1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5ไปนักแข่งครับ1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10ไปนักแข่งครับไปนักแข่งครับ1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5
1 2 3 4 5
เจ็ด1 2 3 4เดี๋ยวมีคนมาถือเนี่ย
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับกลับเข้ามาชมบรรยากาศการแข่งขันกันต่อนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรายการ Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับเรากำลังอยู่ที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้นะครับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังบนนี้ครับคือรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 Class C นะครับซึ่งผลจากการแข่งขันของสนามที่แล้วเนี่ยนะครับบิ๊กสุภาพมงคลเดชเพชรเนี่ยเข้าเป็นที่1ของรายการนะครับทำให้วันนี้กฎของการreverse grid นะครับทำให้บิ๊กไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 5 หมายความว่าผู้ที่อยู่ในอันดับที่ 5 ของเมื่อวานเนี่ยจะออกตัวในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1 กับบังอันนะครับแสงชัยวรรณเทนไปพูดคุยกันครับแน่นอนนะครับก่อนที่เราจะไปคุยกับบังอันก็ได้คุยกับผู้จัดการทีมบ้างแล้วนะครับการเตรียมตัวของเขาในปีนี้ผลงานยังไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าตั้งใจจะมาวิ่งงานบางแสนนะฮะแต่วันนี้ต้องมาถึงนี้แล้วครับบังอันเป็นไงบ้างครับ
ครับผมก็เต็มที่ครับวันนี้ครับผม
ครับได้ข่าวว่าเห็นตั้งใจจะมาแค่งานบางแสนเหรอ
ใช่ครับตอนนั้นป่วยครับ
อ๋อแต่มาไม่ได้เข้าวิ่งร่วมการแข่งขัน
ใช่ครับผม
ครับ
แต่เลยวิ่งนี่แทน
มาวิ่งนี่แทนเลยแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการเตรียมความพร้อมในสนามท้ายฤดูกาลละ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับเราก็พร้อม 100% เหมือนกันครับ
พร้อม 100% เลยนะครับก็เดี๋ยวมาติดตามผลงานให้ดูแล้วเดี๋ยวปีหน้าก็คือเต็มที่เต็มระบบเลย
ใช่ครับ
ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ติดตามผม9ลิตรด้วยนะครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับแสงชัยวรรณทิมนะครับหรือบังอันนั่นเองนะครับจริงๆลีดเดอร์หรือเป็นผู้นำเนี่ยนะครับก็จะเป็นอิทธิศักดิ์แก้วดีนะครับตามมาด้วยอาร์ตจักรพันธ์นะครับวรรณรัตน์แล้วก็อีกท่านหนึ่งก็คือสดพูนทรัพย์แต่เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกับจ่าฝูงของเราก่อนนะฮะซึ่งเมื่อวานเนี่ยเข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่ 5 แต่วันนี้อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่เมื่อวานเข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่ 4 วันนี้อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่2นะฮะสวัสดีครับพี่นุ๊กครับ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับปีนี้
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากครับเพราะว่าคะแนนเราอยู่ระดับ
ครับ
ปีตอนนี้ก็ต้องวางแผนให้ดีเป็นพิเศษครับว่าเอาให้จบไว้ก่อนครับก็เรื่องการรู้ในสนามก็อาจจะน้อยลงไป
เพราะเมื่อวานก็ออกสตาร์ท
อันดับสุดท้ายเลยครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ไล่ขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆเลย
ไล่ขึ้นมาจากอันดับที่4
ครับ แต่ก็มีปัญหานะเพราะรถก็ออกไปจากสนามนี่หลายคันเหมือนกัน
ใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะเพราะฉะนั้นก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็ประคองรักษาระยะในเรื่องของแต้มเรากลับให้จบ
ใช่ครับ
แน่นอนคว้าแชมป์ประจำปี
ใช่ครับเพราะว่า
ไม่ไกล
ความฝันของเราคือแชมป์ประเทศไทยครับ
นี่นะฮะฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับ
ฝากเชียร์นะครับทีมไม่ได้เจอของเราต่างครับผมจำนวนมากครับครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับ ขอบคุณครับพิศักดิ์แก้วดีนะครับ ก็ต้องดูกันไปนะฮะจนจบการแข่งขันนะครับ ถ้าเกิดว่าเขารักษาระดับระยะการแข่งขันไว้ได้นะครับ แชมป์ประเทศไทยก็ไม่หนีไปไหนนะครับ ส่วนอันดับ3นะครับของวันนี้ยังอยู่ในกริสตาร์ที่เดิมนะครับกับพี่โหน่งนะครับ ทัศนัยใจมั่น สวัสดีครับ เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับตื่นเต้นครับพี่
ตื่นเต้นอีกแล้วยังตื่นเต้นอยู่เหรอ
ตื่นครับ
ขนาดเมื่อวานก็เข้ามาเป็นที่3นะ
ครับตื่นเต้นครับ
ก็ยังตื่นเต้นทุกครั้ง ซึ่งก็ถือว่าพอใจไหมสำหรับผลงานในการแข่งขันในปีนี้ครับ แล้วปีหน้าล่ะ
จะพัฒนาต่อไปครับ
แน่นอน เพราะถือว่าเราเดินทางมาจนถึงแบบนี้แล้ว ส่วนผมถามนิดนึง ในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเนี่ยในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Pickup เนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็น Class A B และ C เนี่ยส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยสิ่งที่จะมีการเข้ามาควบคุมทั้งกฎกติกา อย่างควันดำก็ดี track limit มักจะมีเหตุการณ์อย่างเงี้ยเกิดกับรุ่นนี้ค่อนข้างเยอะสำหรับตัวพี่หนุ่มแล้วมีความเห็นว่าไงครับ ครับกติกาดีมากครับก็นั่นก็เป็นการยกระดับของนักแข่งให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้มีมาตรฐานที่ดีขึ้นครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับพี่หนุ่มครับ
แล้วก็ฝากติดตามนะครับพัฒนาใจมาก
ครับ
แต่เป็นพัฒนาใจมาก
ครับครับครับขอบพระคุณครับทัศนัยไหลมั่นนะครับทัศนัยขาไข่เนี่ยแหละฮะอย่าลืมนะฮะเรายังมีอีกหลายๆท่านที่เป็นนักแข่งในคลาสนี้นะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์สำหรับสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Hello, one and all, watching all around the world. We hope that you've enjoyed the action so far if you've been here. And if you're just joining us, well, you're just in time for Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. The second of the races we're having today here on Saturday. The second day of Checkmate. The final round of the Thailand Super Series by Be Quick for 2025. Here on Speed Cafe and on the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel, it's me, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside me in the commentary box. Dan Yeaman is ensuring that we are getting the feed from the racetrack at the the Chang International Circuit. That was a fantastic Reese Gardner gaff right there. You're probably going to get a few more of them before the day is out. David, save me. This is a great category. It gave us some great action yesterday.
Absolutely did. So for their second race of the weekend, it's another 12-lap affair, given that they're doing lap times around the Chang International Circuit of about 2 minutes. We're going to have a 24, 25-ish minute race, depending on. It looks like everything's going to stay dry. It looks like we've had very little safety car interruption, even earlier today in Super Touring, where I thought there was a possibility of it. So wide runoffs, many escape points around the track is giving us relatively uninterrupted racing. 2 categories of Super Pickup. This is D2. D1 still to come. D2 is almost entirely Isuzu D-Maxes, except for one lone Chevrolet Colorado in there. It's D1 where you're going to see all sorts, like Ford Rangers, Toyota Hilux Champs, and Mitsubishi Tritons, Ford Rangers, etc. 1 minute till they get to their formation lap on this one. All of them diesels. It will be a rolling start.
Yes, and you're already seeing the first hints of black smoke there. Big aspect of this category is there is a limit on how much black smoke you can emit, and you will be forced to take a trip through pit lane if the race organizers deem that you are putting too much black smoke out there. After qualifying was all done yesterday, we're going to have Sangchai Wanathim on pole position for this one in car number 90. And we're looking forward to seeing if he can hold on for that win. Wasn't quite able to get it yesterday. A 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. It'll likely be 12 laps, but if we get a couple of safety car interventions, that may well push the time taken. And it will result in us going time certain, but like I say, that shouldn't be the case here. As they tour around on their formation lap, we'll get a chance to have another look at where we are at the moment. The Chang International Circuit, a fantastic motorsport venue, the premier venue in Thailand when it comes to permanent racetracks. So it's a simple looking circuit from the air, but if you've seen the action already this weekend, you know that it is anything but, especially from turn 4 onwards. High commitment corners around this place, turns 8 and 9, where you're going to be seeing some very interesting moves. And the final turn, the slowest on the track, is going to be the scene of some big sends, particularly in the final laps. It's a tough one for sure. But it's always a pleasure to watch the trucks go around here. Speaking of the trucks, we do have Hankook rubber affixed to these machines. The Super Pickups share a tyre compound with the Thailand Super Ecos, and the Ventus RS4 by Hankook is the one. Provides a good amount of grip, but you put that up against the sheer weight of these machines and their high centers of gravity, and you end up having quite a bit of fun sliding these things around. So race 7, the second last race of the championship for Thailand Super Pickup. Sangchai Wanathim on pole position with Itasak Kaudi in second. Tassanai Jaimun and Anafap Sriklang are on your second row. Then we have Super Mongkol Det Pech starting alongside Thanawas Tangchip Manasal Witaya Rayai and Kiatasak Chujon on row number 4. Then Kitasak Chatapun Withaya starts alongside Somnuk Piantam, rounding out the top 10. In 11th place, Thanawat Netachanasit alongside Krid Prayatsub, and then Tanafak Sukjaron and Jakapan Wanarat will round out the 14 cars to take to the start here in Division 2. That's Class C in TSS Super Pickup. Going to be a fun one, David. I'm looking forward to seeing some big sends, some big slides, and who knows, maybe a few puffs of black smoke here and there.
Forming up 2x2, love that onboard. You've got a couple of gauges that give the drivers some idea about turbo boost. I think about fuel mixtures and other such. And very slow steering racks. The drivers do a lot of work on the steering to get around some of the tight corners, including this final corner where we're about to get underway.
So lights up. Once they go out, that's the race officially started. They haven't quite formed up into their 2x2 formation there by the time it goes out, but they are away. And Sangchai Wanathim will lead the way into the first turn here. H-pattern gearboxes in these cars. And that is way off into the gravel. Big slide for, that is the number 12 of Thanawas, going off in a big way at turn 1. First time this weekend I've seen a car out there. The race is on for second place. 3-way fight. Itisak Kaudi under a lot of attack there, as I think that might be Supermonkel Detpech that's tried up the inside there. But a runaway lead for Sangchai Wanathim already. And I think this is the quickest we've ever gotten to our first replay of the race, David. Just super deep into turn 1 for Thanawas, and all he could do was go around at that point.
Yeah, absolutely comedic. The track limits for turn 1 at lap 1, and so far beyond the curb, beyond the runoff, beyond the pit exit, and finding the gravel going so wide through turn 1 the first time through.
Race control is awarded car 12 black and white flag for exceeding track. No, we're not going to do that. Sangchai Wanathim then leading the way nicely on the way down to the final sector of this circuit. Some lovely flowing turns in this section, and it follows the terrain nicely as well. Cars 26 and 30 on for second place. It looks like that's Tassanai Jaimun actually in the 26 that's managed to get through into second place. Waiting to see where the 58 of Super Moncol is. He's there up in front of them all.
Leads me to a crazy suggestion. Maybe we could enforce the track limits by bringing more of that gravel a little bit closer. It seems to work. Just a suggestion. And at lap 1, things are wild out of the final corner.
Very wild indeed. That's the 30 of Itisak Kaudi, driver who started in second place, and a bit slow into turn 1. Same for the one behind him as well. They were running side by side out of the final corner, and he's pulling off. Itisak Kaudi is out of the race. Unsure exactly what the issue is, and someone's around there at the exit of turn 1 too. Number 79, Somnuk Piantam, losing it somehow.
Someone else was straight but slow there as well, so some dramas beginning on the second lap.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this series always provides something unexpected, something interesting happening out on track there.
Remember the attrition that we had in the other category of super pickup. I think 25 started and only 12 finished a 12-lap race. Well, we're headed for similar numbers the way that it's going here in D2. So that's where it's, the 77's already slow there. And then that is a big moment.
Yeah, it just looked like it overcorrected on him when he tried to turn into the slide. That's not ideal at all. And the truck that was slow, I believe, was Anupap Sriklang, who was in fourth at the start of this lap. And he will stay fourth on the timing tower for the moment, but once they cross the line to start the next lap, we'll get another read into where everyone is at. Supermonkol Detpech, who won the race yesterday in a commanding fashion, is making up some good time here. But he's not quite able to match the pace of Sangchai Wanathim up the front, at least in the short term here. I think as the race goes on, you'll find Super Mongkol will close that gap quite a bit. Utaya Rayai currently in 4th place there.
Track
in
limits
the
out of
number
the
42.
final. Track limits out of the final corner, having the absolute Mickey taken by a couple of drivers. I think the Tanafak's case there in the blue 86, the Suzu D-Max, it was actually just running so deep on the brakes that he ended up in the runoff rather than carrying too much speed through the apex. Just didn't even get it stopped to get it turned in the beginning.
Yeah, these trucks obviously require a lot of technique to get around a track quickly. And sometimes it's difficult to sort out the brakes there. We'll move up the inside from the 12 of Thanawas, who we first saw in the runoff area at turn 1 on lap 1. Now trying to find his way past the 56 of Kiatasak Chujon. Defensive then for Chujon there. But looks like the speed that Thanawas is carrying is too much to bear. But again, Thanawas seems to have trouble just woeing the car up there. He's going to go for the inside early there at turn 5, but oh, that is a huge lockup. And I saw marbles being thrown up as well from that car. The amount of body roll that I'm seeing from that thing is incredible, frankly. I'm amazed he's able to hold on to it.
Well, I think the race control is about to light up with some of the track limits. Seeing that the 86 of Tanafak just exceeding the track limits in the back there out of turn 7, turn 8, and then this is turn 9. We're a little bit wide. Let's take a look at some other track limits, why don't we?
Yeah, so truck number 69, that's Thanawat. Defensive from Songnuk Piantam.
Truck limits, if you will.
Very nice. Right, so...
Certainly, by the nature of their ground clearance and everything, they don't mind leaping over the curbs as much. And they do seem to be just a little tougher to predict how they're going to react in mid-corner. And so sometimes it seems to just catch the drivers out. I would have thought track limits before black smoke, but apparently race control are on that as well.
I think they might have just given a little grace period for everybody to sort themselves out in the first few laps. This is looking like an interesting battle here. Utaya Rayai getting that first black smoke warning, but this is the number 12 of Thanawas trying to hold off a two-pronged attack here from Thanafak and Kidtasak. And around the... Hang on, where's the... Oh, there it is. Tanafak Sukjaron there, taking the widest possible line through turn 3. I was a bit worried for a second there. Ultimately, they all sort themselves out in the same order again, but you can clearly see the amount of black smoke belching out of the back of the 86 there. Tanafak is running that fuel quite rich at the moment, but the number 12 of Thanawas will stay ahead for the time being. That's the battle for 7th place, I believe. Look at the wheel hop there from Thanafak, lifting the inside front on the way through turns 5 and 6. I don't know how they're able to hold on to it.
Could have been related to gear change as well, if you get a lot of sort of engine braking suddenly on the rear axle as you drop in or out of a gear. Caused it to pitch around. A bit higher up the road, around the outside, getting lots of fresh, cool air to that intercooler.
Yeah, big variety of bodywork that is used in this series, and it looks like the 42 is going for the pit lane. That is the black smoke penalty for Utaya Rayai there. So that's a tour through pit lane. A little settings change to make sure that it doesn't get the black smoke warning. And I get the feeling, yeah, there we go. Car 82, black smoke as well. That's Krid Prayadsub, who's a bit further down the field here than the 86 of Thanafak. But I get the feeling that race control will be looking at this 86 very closely and thinking maybe he's the next we're going to ping.
maybe you get away with it if you're also doing track limits, because then, you know, it's beyond the environment if it's out in the runoff. He says very tongue-in-cheek. That's like the late downshift on the rear axle as well, kicking it sideways.
Well, that's going to be Thanafak Sukjaron making his way past and into 5th place as Thanawas had a huge lose in turn 3. But manages to keep it stable. Next target for Thanafak is going to be the number 17 of Jakapan Wanarat. There's not much time between these guys, really, but Sangchai Wanathim has seriously checked out in the front at the moment. 10.2 seconds ahead at the last time they crossed the line. Supermonkol Deadpatch, it seems, is falling down the order. I don't know if that's a timing glitch or not, but Supermonkol was clearly in 2nd place and catching. So, yeah.
That's what's happening.
There we go. Supermonkol in the garage. A technical problem for the number 58. After winning yesterday so confidently. Unfortunately, won't get a result in the 2nd last race of the season. They are all over the racetrack in the final corner there. That's Thanawas trying his best to defend then from Kiatasak as Thanafak Sukjaron there in the 86 continues on, jetting away from those behind. And, well, if you wondered how Sangchai Wanathim is doing in the lead, that's basically all you need to know. He's basically just doing a practice run at the moment. There's no one within 5 seconds of him at least. The gap back to 2nd place sat at 13.3 seconds at the line last time around, and I'm sure it's going to extend a bit further. 7 laps, coming up to 6 laps to go. There's 2nd place, Tasanai Jaimun. And he's managed to get a solid gap himself over Jakapan Wanarat, who himself is another 9 seconds behind.
Something about the rear wing here looks like it's been borrowed from an F4 car. Some such.
Very high side planes on that wing. It almost looks like almost reminds me of a hypercar, something like that. Something you'd find in WEC. And then
Isuzu LMDH, make it happen.
Yes, maybe they could keep the diesel.
Those years of top-class prototype racing are behind us. Reese, very close to factory suspension on these as well, by the way, so you can see the leaf springs in the rear of all of these D-Maxes. There are other Ute racing categories where the rear suspension is quite modified towards a more racing, less load-carrying design. You can look at those springs going, leaf springs going to work in the back of these from certain angles at certain times.
Yeah, and I think it's all the better for it. Less sophisticated suspension system makes the car a little bit more difficult to get a handle on and creates some great racing for us. Car number 12, that's 5th place, Thanawas here. Final warning for exceeding track limits. Meanwhile, Wataya Rayai, who came into the pits earlier to serve a black smoke penalty, is now under investigation for pit lane speed. So things aren't getting better for the number 42, as it looks like that is not quite move made on for position there for the 86 out of the final corner. Massive slide there for the number 12. I don't think that specifically was the track limits violation in question.
So here's our lone Chevy Colorado. It looks like its bonnet's barely being held on. Might have been a tiny tap of contact there.
They are a lap down to the 86, but rolling.
Yeah, Crid Pride Sub making his way out of the pits there on at the start of this lap. I've double-checked the timing screen to see the ocean of Isuzus in the single Chevrolet, but interesting quirk of our timing is that some of the D-Maxes are labeled as Isuzu D-Max, then some are labeled as Isuzu All New, and then some are labeled as Isuzu All New D-Max. So a little bit of difference there, a little bit of a slide for the 86 as Thanafak Sukjaron. He is pushing very hard, and I tell you what, they must be running that engine pretty hard, because the amount of sliding I've seen him do on the exit of turns and the acceleration I've seen from that thing out of corners, it's looking rapid.
It's pulling so many Gs in right-handers that you'll notice that the fuel door has come open.
Oh.
Seriously, look for that. Interesting.
Wow. I'll check back in with our leader, who is typical for this category, looking calm, collected, in control. Managing that body roll very nicely through the twists and turns of Chang International Circuit. And he's still running lap times that are almost 3 seconds faster than anyone else. It's been a very impressive performance from Sang Chai here, especially after yesterday, where I believe he missed out on a podium finish.
Every time you get a look, you see exactly how much steering it takes. They sort of go in a corner and it's hand over hand over hand. And that makes correcting the slides very difficult as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with having to crank the wheel around like that all the time. It's a tough job. You got to really have a sense for what your inputs actually translate to in terms of steering angle.
I shuffle my hands a little bit too much on the steering wheel, and I've had a couple of, two coaches be like, no, keep your hand steady on the wheel, even if you've got to go arm over arm, because then you can correct more quickly. I'm like, okay, no chance of doing that in these trucks at all.
No, they very much drive like buses compared to every other car in TSS. Car number 12 of Thanawas, 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. And the number 17 of Jakapan Wanarat has received a black smoke message from race control. So that may result in 4th place being up for grabs. 3rd place at the very least. Thanafak Sukjaron here. Now right on the back of that number 17. He's caught him in leaps and bounds over the last couple of laps. In fact, looking at their previous lap times here, Thanafak was nearly 3.5 seconds faster than Jakapan in the 17 on the previous lap. So let's see how easily this move ends up being made. Round the outside of turn 4 is obviously not always the place to do it. So Thanafak's going to have to wait for just a few more corners, but clearly you see the correction on the steering there for the 17. He's having a bit more trouble keeping it under control. I think both of them are just as out of control as each other, but Thanafak is finding a bit more. But speaking of Thanafak, I've just seen that he's on his final warning for exceeding track limits. So let's reel it in, guys.
Wouldn't have been surprised to see that message a couple laps ago. And keep an eye on the fuel door here through the right-hander, Reese. There it is, providing a little bit of lateral force to correct the slide.
Ever so slightly, probably a few grams at most. Car 42 of Wataya Rai again for black smoke. Not the first time we've seen that. Battle continues into the final corner here in the battle for 3rd on the road. It will be a guaranteed 3rd. Oh, will it? For Thanafak Sukjaron.
The fans had the
Massive
same
slide.
response as us. Did you hear them on the mic? Everyone in
Yeah.
the grandstand thought the same as Reese and David.
Man, that was a tough one. But look, he's right on the back again. Don't forget, of course, that number 17 has a 5-second time penalty hanging over his head. So, Thanafak probably doesn't have to fight as hard as he is. There's a move down the inside for the 42, and I believe this is where they got the black smoke penalty from. That is a solid cloud right there.
Yeah, so back and forth a couple times between Wataya Raya and Thanoas. This is for that third on track.
Even trying
Track
up the
limits.
inside didn't work. Oh, yep, that's not ideal.
We know that the 86 is on a warning. That's again. So I think exiting turn 4 and then exiting turn 5 before turn 6. Oh, another bonnet that doesn't seem as thoroughly latched as you would like. I think we saw in D1 that one where the bonnet pins kept it down, but then the unreinforced panel, the aerodynamics, ripped part of it off by itself. And when you do see the bumper or other bits off on these D-Maxes, you see how the radiator is mounted vertically, but the intercooler is horizontal, and that's what feeds out of the top. So I think sometimes air gets ducted into the intercooler and then is going straight up. If the bonnet's not aligned correctly, that pressure is ripping the bonnet. So a penalty for the 86, while the 17 serves a penalty.
Yes. Into the pits for Jakapan Wanarat, and Thanafak Sukjaron now has also been given a 5-second penalty from race control for continued abuse of track limits. But it doesn't look like that's going to actually cost Thanafak anything. He's got way more than 5 seconds to the next car. Into the pits once again for black smoke for Wataya Raya in the 42. We'll be coming up very shortly to the beginning of the final lap here for Sangchai Wanathim. Has brought his lead out to nearly 25 seconds. What a drive it's been.
Yeah, spectacular. Quicker than everyone at every point in this race, and appearing to do it with so much ease and control.
Well, final lap begins for pickup truck number 90. And we'll see how much the gap extends out now. Sangchai with a 2:01.5. Still great pace. Only 1.5 seconds off his best, which remains the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:59.084. And Tassanai Jaimun crosses the line 27 seconds behind. Frankly, crazy how much of an advantage this number 90 D-Max has taken. All things have gotten worse for the 86, though. My apologies. 10-second time penalty now. It's been extended to 10 seconds for continued abuse of track limits, second offence. That might bring Thanawak Sukjaron into a little bit of trouble. Might allow Jakapan to catch back up. Sorry, David, go on. Oh.
Someone's slow there, and now we've got a green flag waving in the next sector, which means there must be a yellow flag waving back here for the 42 that stopped.
Oh, no.
Wataya Raya on the outlap.
So whatever they changed in the pits to mitigate the black smoke, maybe did something else to the performance of the engine. And there's nothing else that can be done about that now. Out on the final lap, as Sangchai Wanathim will presently come across the line to take a commanding victory in race 2 of Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. One race to go after this, and the momentum has been taken for that car. Tassanai Jaimun, meanwhile, in the 26 is going to finish a long way behind, 27, maybe 28 seconds back. Actually, hang on. That's Songnuk Kyantam. He wasn't appearing on the timing screen, but he's just been classed as second. Nope, third. Hang on a minute. Something's gone wrong with the timing there. I think Somnuk might have been classed as a lap ahead of where he was, maybe? Not entirely sure, but we have been calling Tassanai Jaimun as the finisher in second. And this car here, Thanafak Sucharon, 10 seconds added to his race time for track limits abuse.
It says second offence, so I think it's 10 and 5. Because why would you say second offence if you were just adding another 5? It must be the original and a double again for second offence.
We shall seek clarification on that. But for now, we'll focus on the on-track results here. But nothing more to really be said about the drive from Sangchai Wanathim. Barely saw anything of him, and when we did, he was just cruising.
Yeah, yellow Isuzu, yellow gloves, so there were plenty of times you could see what the wheel work was and how much it takes from these and how smoothly he did it.
So there we go. There's your podium. With Sangchai finishing in first, Tassanai in second place, and Jakapan Wanarat will get third after the time penalty for the number 86. And the best time of the race will remain a 1 minute 59.084. Sangchai Wanathim untouchable in the second race of Super Pickup D2 for the weekend. And just as we've seen that, further trouble for Wataya Raiai. Under investigation for pit lane speed limit again. Second offence there, apparently. But our podium getters are on their way into the lane. And that will be the end of things for the first segment of the day. After this, it's going to be a lunch break with some hot laps around the circuit. And then we'll get back into racing action. And we'll be here all afternoon bringing that to you.
Thought you were going to say lunch break with some hot pot. I could go for that, or some satay skewers.
Yeah, I could go for that too.
Let's make that happen sometime.
If I'm ever in Brisbane, or if you're ever in Perth, I know what we're doing.
Tamasai Jaimun's pretty happy with his second place. And we got a lot of shots of sort of the crew and the teams around this, and they were all very happy at 6.9 Richter Conmean for Sangchai Wanathim. Jakapan Wanarat, after the penalties, is going to come around to that third place.
I'm sure he'll be very happy to get that as well. He may have gotten 5 seconds added to his time for track limits, but what we presume is 15 seconds added to the number 86 puts
Cost
him
2
back
spots
on
in the end
podium.
On the timing, didn't it? So that feels like 15 seconds to be dropped.
Certainly does. Nice photo opportunity here for our race winner. Sure, we'll be seeing that on the socials sooner rather than later.
I walk a lonely road. That marshal just checking everything post-race, clearing up a bit of debris.
Well, here's Goody in the pits. We'll step back for a moment and listen to what the drivers have to say.
รอบนี้ไล่รถมาควันเยอะมาก
เหนื่อยยังไงเดี๋ยวเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
คือไล่ตั้งแต่วันที่ซ้อมเนาะก็คือเปลี่ยนอะไรก็แล้วแต่ก็ดำหมดทุกวันตอนนี้ยังแก้ไม่หายผมแก้ที่คนขับ ใช้คันเร่งไม่ถึง 50% ครับ
เดี๋ยวก่อนนะคัดหมดเหรอ
นะครับ
อะไรหมดนะฮะ
ไอ้คันเร่งครับ
คันเร่งหมด
ไม่หมดครับคันเร่งไม่หมดแต่ว่าคือใช้คันเร่งได้น้อยเพราะว่าถ้าเราจุ่มเยอะเนี่ยควันมันจะออกเยอะพี่เมื่อวานคือซึ่งโดนควันดำแล้วก็เลยเสียอันดับไป
ครับเพราะฉะนั้นแต่ก็ยังมีผลต่อคะแนนสะสมถูกไหมก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็มีคะแนนสะสมเพิ่มขึ้น
ใช่ครับมีเพิ่ม
ก็มีโอกาสลุ้น
ก็ต้องพรุ่งนี้ไปลุ้นกันครับครับ
โอ้โหถือว่าวันนี้พอใจในผลงานไหมครับ
พอใจมากๆพี่พอใจมากครับถือว่าจบเรามีโพเดียมยืนที่3เลยโอเค
ดีใจด้วยนะครับ
ดีใจมากครับ
ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากที17ด้วยนะครับเทลูบิแคนเลสซิ่งทีมรวมช่างเสียงกงต้นคอมเมเลวครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับจักรพันธ์วรรณรัตน์นะครับหรือพี่อาร์ตนั่นเองนะครับไปดูอันดับ2นะฮะได้อันดับ3ของเมื่อวานวันนี้ขยับตำแหน่งโพมาเป็นอันดับที่2นะครับกับทัศนัยใจมั่นครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ครับผมครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้
รู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับ
มันเหมือนเป็นปรากฏการณ์ใหม่นะในซีซั่นที่ผ่านมาถูกไหมครับเพราะผมก็ได้ดูพี่โหน่งเนี่ยก็เห็นเหมือนมีวิวัฒนาการพัฒนาการที่มีการยกระดับมากขึ้นเหมือนพี่ขับนิ่งขึ้นถูกไหมฮะรู้สึกยังไงกับตัวเองบ้างครับ
ตอนแรกๆชั่วโมงบินผมน้อยครับต้องฝึกซ้อมเยอะๆ
So unfortunately, we seem to have lost audio from the circuit, but regardless, this is not the end of today's running. After the lunch break in about an hour's time, more like 50 minutes, we're going to be seeing our next sequence of racing to come. It'll start off with Super Pickup Division 1. Class A and B race, then followed by Super Eco Race 7. So stay with us for that. We're going to step away until then. See you in just under an hour.
โอเคเพราะฉะนั้นฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์บางอัน 6.9 ลิตรและเบอร์ 16 ตอนคัด A กลางวันด้วยนะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับแสงชัยวรรณทิมนะฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะแน่นอนที่น่าสนใจยังคงมีอยู่นะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปพบกับไฮไลท์กันต่อครับ
And with that, lunch break is done. Hope you're all fed and watered sufficiently, because we're about to get into this once again for the Thailand Super Series by Be Quick here at Chang International Circuit, final round of the season. And Super Pickup Division 1 is getting ready to go for their next race. Second of the weekend. We've got quite a bit to think about in this one. Bringing it to you live, it's myself, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside, and Dan Yeaman monitoring the track feed for us and feeding us information where necessary. David, the race did not go well for the Ford Rangers last night, so they'll be hoping that they've sorted out those mechanical gremlins and they'll be able to get the result that their pace is showing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had Sandy Stuvik with technical problems from the lead of the race. They had pace to show. And Jack Lemvard was inside of the top 5, I think, and then they seemed to both lose power. We saw perhaps oil, perhaps fuel coming out of Lemvard's Ford Ranger. So
Yes.
it can only be improvement today.
Certainly can. Lemvard posting on socials that he said something came loose and all the temps just went up. So hopefully, whatever the issue was, it's been sorted. We've got 12 laps on the cards here once again. If there's a couple of safety car interventions, it'll go time certain for 30 minutes. Okay, Akira, look, I'll turn the volume down a little bit. Class A and Class B drivers taking part in this one. We have overall and class points up for grabs. Let's hope that we get as much entertainment as we got yesterday. There's your car, David, the Hilux champ. And, well, fully focused is Songsak in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry. Is anyone going to be pointing forward here? Anthawat pointing at himself a little bit, it seems.
Well, the way that they're going to go, some of them could gesture smoking, perhaps, because that's what quite a few of these are going to do.
Yeah.
But hopefully not too many, and hopefully not too much.
Indeed. This will be quite the interesting one as the field pulls away here on the formation lap. And I also wonder how many cars we're going to be seeing outside the track limits of Turn 1 here. Recall earlier in the day the Super Pickup Division 2 race where we started things off with a few trucks in the gravel trap. Well, we're here at Chang International Circuit once more for the final round of the season. And from the racing that we've seen earlier today, the action zones are certainly at turns 4, 5, and 6. And sometimes turns 1 to 3. That's where the big moves are made. And then we see some pretty interesting dives at the end of Sector 2 and midway through Sector 3 at turns 8 and 9. One final stomp on the brakes for the final corner, the slowest on the circuit. A place where we've seen moves made and rear tyres absolutely shredded as these trucks put their diesel torque to the tarmac. The Hankook Ventus RS4 Semi-Slick is what these categories use, both Thailand Super Pickup classes and Thailand Super Eco. The trucks have the slightly wider and larger variant of the tyre. Starting on pole position for race 7, the second last race of the 2025 season for these trucks. It's Alonkoron Seitung who is qualified on pole position, with Natawut Fueng From in second, Chinawut Lauchenchart in third, with Bandit Ladayem, the pole sitter for last night's first race, starting out of fourth. Then we have Thanapon Chucharonpon starting alongside Samon Mapaki, and Suat Limjirapanya alongside Jataron Emerald. Rounding out the first 4 rows in 9th place, Surachai Feng Fong. 4th place in the B class with Waris Onrayab Rounding out the top 10 next to him, Spa-Francorchamps and Shannon on 11th and 12th grid slots. Firawat Pajiachat starts alongside Ekasit Namsangpa. Akia Laknakad and Superchai Kongman will find their way to row number 8. Then Songsak alongside Nanthawat Chamnan and Tanawat Suwanarat and Nutanuch Wongsumbun rounding out your top 20. Then outside, just 5 more trucks. Chayapon Chantakit and Sandy Stuvik starting down in 22nd after retiring from yesterday's race. Same's true for his teammate at Aurora Ford Thailand, Jack Lemvard. He's alongside Anawat Maniain on the 12th row, and Chalampon Fonluken is the 25th and final competitor on this field. It is a very competitive one, and I mean, there's even more incentive to hope that the Aurora Fords can keep their reliability in check, because it'd be amazing to see them coming up through the field with the pace their drivers have. We're about to see if Alongkorn Seitung can hold on to the lead here with Natawut Frangfrom and Chinawut Lauchenchat pressuring him as much as they can here. Rolling start in Thailand Super Pickup. Into first gear we go. Wait for the lights to go out. Form up as best you can. And away you go. You still have drivers coming into the final corner as the race goes green. And it's a getaway from Alongkorn Seitung there. Fantastic gap initially. And of course, no track limits at turn 1, it seems, on the first lap. Everyone on the left side of the grid trying their best to not fall into the gravel trap. A little bit of a breakaway then from our top 3 is already defensive for Alongkorn. Looks like Natawut Frangfrom is going to be his main challenger here in the early stages.
Shout out to number 15, Thanafon, first to go through turn 1 within the track limits, and we're on board here, going up through the revs, through the gears. Did see a few of them drop all the way down to first gear for that rolling start. It's up into 5th gear, now 6th, I think, heading towards turn 4. Super fast sweep at turn 4, and then 5 and 6, 2 tight left-handers in the midfield.
Yeah, this is where you see the lockups, the moves up the inside. On board here with the number 15, Thanafon Chucharonpon. He's certainly got a lot of pace there. Remember, he came away with the victory yesterday, I believe, after rear-end contact from the truck behind put his rear wing askew. The number 93 of Nutanuch Wongson-Boon, unfortunately off there, taking the motorcycle long lap. Some issue for him in the middle sector, but for the moment, it's looking like the race is nice and close up the front. On board again here with Thanapon. Is there any move to be made at the final corner? Not quite, as he chases Chinawut Lauchenchat to the apex. There's a little bit of a look up the inside, but he's not close enough to get it done. Lap 1 complete now. Leaders are nose to tail.
Absolutely. Fractional margin between 2nd and 3rd coming across the line. Even less here to the inside for turn 1.
That's Thanafon getting into 3rd there. Extending the track just a little bit. As he re-enters back onto the circuit, he'll be looking in his right side mirror there. He has the clearance to defend now, so there isn't going to be a response from Chinawut in the short term. He's so close to losing the rear as he shifts down the gears. Now he's on the attack versus the 5 of Natawut Frangfrom. And that is very wide for Thanawut. That will likely be 2nd place for the number 15, but turn 4 is always a bit of a gamble, David.
Yeah, absolutely. Your tyres are still not going to be perfect how you want them. And you've got to be careful if you're the driver going around the outside of such a fast corner. Swapping back to look for the inside of turn 5. Not quite space going there just yet.
Yeah, a bit of a cover there from there. And that little moment has allowed Alongkorn Seitung to get away to a lead of what looks to be about a second, maybe a second and a half at this point. Almost approaching 2 seconds. This is exactly what Thanafon does not want. He's got the pace in that truck. The 66 with problems. That's Chayapon Chantakit, who's had a technical problem. had to pull off the circuit. And look at how much Alencorn is skipping away from these guys already. This is insane. Any move into the final corner for Banafon. It's defense from Natawut. Now to the final corner. Once again, the pace is on. There's so much power in the back of that number 15. He made it work in turn 1 at the start of the last lap. Can he do the same now?
No, but it was interesting to watch. Going through plenty of gears, you'd expect to pull pretty strongly through all of those gears, that the pressure can sometimes eventually build a result.
That was a big slide out of turn 1 for Spa-Francorchamps. Get a look at what happened here on lap 1, and oh dear, that is the number 3 there, Sandy Stuvik on the outside. 3 wide moment. The number 19 of Thanawat Chamnan going for a big slide. The 16 involved as well of Akieluk Nakad. Big oversteer for all of them. A big moment for those fighting further down in the field. Tell you what, the run from Sandy Stuvik has been pretty good here. You see him there at the back of the pack there. Start of the lap, he'd made his way up to 13th, and he's looking at extending that ever further as they come down to turn 4. Stuvik, absolute hero moment round the outside. It ultimately doesn't grant him any positions, but you can see that he is willing to try everything he can to move that number 3 up the field. He knows that that car is capable of a result.
Interesting move, go around the outside of 6, now the inside of 7. Track limits on the exit are a drama.
Oh! How they held onto that, I will never know. Stuvik grabs another position.
Yeah, then it got him to the inside of turn 8 as well, where he completed 1. Lots of Ford fans. They've got flags and shirts and hats. The whole works. Through turn 10, sweeping we go. And yeah, that was really clever all the way back from turn 6, where Stuvik placed himself to get to the inside for the next 2 corners, pick up a couple of spots. And now, hopefully, when you're not staring at 3 wide in front of you, you can begin to pick them off more methodically.
Yes, indeed. As they come across the line, Stuvik's next target is Akieluk Nakad. This has been a great run up through the field for one of the Ford Rangers in this field. The other one, unfortunately, Jack Lemvard, I don't think took to the start. There was some further problems for Lemvard that stopped him from getting onto the grid. So, commiserations to Jack there. Hopefully, tomorrow's racing works out a bit better for him and he can finally show what he can do in his new upgraded Ford Ranger. The 93 D-Max here with... Oh, okay. That is a problem for the 92. The Toyota Hilux Champ is in the gravel. And I'm wondering if that's going to be worth a safety car. That was down at turn 3, no?
Yes. So just behind.
Oh, my God.
That feels like a technical issue of some sort.
Yeah, it's like the brakes just didn't work.
Yeah, it's like the front brakes stopped working.
Yeah, I could definitely see there was some movement from the rear, so the rear brakes are definitely working.
Yeah, safety car is the board. You can see it.
Yeah. Regardless of the cause, that car is beached. And there is nothing they can do to extract it under its own power. So, safety car comes out. This will bunch the field up. Fortunately, the driver is okay. Songsak Konsirusakun is going to be very disappointed with how that's ended for him. Car 15, meanwhile, black smoke. That's for Thanafon Chucharonpon, the driver who had made his way up into second place with some spectacular driving. Unfortunately, that engine was running a bit too hot, I think, and too much black smoke to satisfy race control.
So we take a look and take stock. They're going to hold them at the pit exit.
Oh, that is... that's going to make things even worse there for him.
But otherwise, it would have hardly been a penalty at all.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Still a difficult situation for a driver to be in, having to serve a penalty while the field is under safety car conditions, and now looks like he'll be falling from second all the way down, maybe outside. Yeah, that's definitely outside the top 15 at least.
Isuzu leads, and an Isuzu goes to pull the Hilux Champ out of the gravel. We're going to get a look at this moves and moments that we've had so far in the race.
Yes, indeed. The 19, the 16, and the 3 of Sandy Stuvik. Big slide there from Spa-Francorchamps. And Sandy Stuvik there at in the final sector, getting moved done up the inside. And that incident for the Hilux Champ happened right behind Stuvik. It's a good thing there weren't any cars in front, otherwise that would have been a massive crash.
Yeah, and again, seeing it, what you take away from that is rear's locked, but not slowing much. So it had the hallmarks of some kind of a technical issue more than just getting in too hot, locking a brake and spinning. It didn't. You saw what I saw as well, and seemed to think similar.
Yeah, it didn't look like the car was complaining much on those downshifts, but it just refused to slow down at all. It's very easy to overwhelm what little grip these trucks have. The safety car will be coming in this lap. They've managed to extract the car of Songsak there, and we'll be getting back to racing very shortly. So this will give a good chance to Alonkorn Seitung to try and reconsolidate that lead. But there will be no Thanafon Chucharonbon leading the charge behind, thanks to the trip he had to take through pit lane. Sandy Stuvik, meanwhile, up to what I believe is now 11th after the penalty for the 15. So it's been a solid run so far for the Ford Ranger. How far ahead will he get on this next stint of the race? We get ready to go then. And Alonkorn in the 85 will lead us away. Green flag flies, and we're racing once again. Natawut Huengfrom is going to be the one in second place in the silver machine. And then behind the 23 of Chinawut Lauchinchat, with a huge angry pack behind him. Bandit Ladayem, pole sitter for race 1, is right behind him and looking to break into the top 3.
Looks to be side by side for 5th place between Samon and Supaichai. And then a couple more instances of side by side based on who got a good run off turn 1, heading down in towards 3. That's a look down the inside there, just calling dibs on the corner. Super sideways from Stuvik there.
The 88 of Waris Onrayab running a bit wide in turn 3 there as well. One of the only trucks in this field that doesn't have a rear wing. Back on board with the 15 of Thanafon Chucharonpon. He is in a great hurry to get back up this field after his black smoke penalty. Down a gear into turn 4 and chasing down the trucks ahead. Gets a move up the inside once more. He's very confident. Passing a fellow team car there. I believe that is the 19 of Nathawat Shamran. So it's been a very good recovery, has to be said, for the 15. Looks like he may have made his way back up to about 13th or 12th by now. So making some tracks. Waris Onrayab here still holding on to 12th.
Look to have really good straight line speed as well, which on a restart helps you carve through maybe a couple at a time. And then there are a few trucks that were a lap down that he will have been ahead of. 1 or 2 retirements as well.
Oh, that's late on the brakes.
Gear position isn't
completely correct. It says he's in third when he's in fourth, but fifth and sixth are right. And this is that straight line performance that he's also got.
Yeah, magnificent straight line speed from the 15 at the moment. Of course, it was helped by Waris Onre up there, running a bit deep into the final corner, and now he'll be under attack from car 93. As into the pits comes number 39, that's Firawat Pagiachat. I don't see any race control notification about that car, so must be a mechanical issue. A touch out of turn 3. And that's the number 24 of Bandit Ladayem, shuffling the 7 as Superchai Kongman back out of the way after it appears Superchai tried to make a pass. Meanwhile, this is your lead pack. Wengfrom and Lauchenchat still chasing Saitung down very nicely. Keep an eye out for Bandit Ladayem, though. Got plenty of pace. Next black smoke penalty is for the number 16 of Akilak Nakard. Unfortunately, Akilak, part of that spectacular 3 wide in the runoff at the final corner earlier, will have to take a tour through the pits.
Just starting to get that little bit more field spread. So things look a tiny bit better for your race leader, having gone through the twistier parts there at turn 8, 9, 10 and 11. Slow turn 12. Difficult traction sometimes with the steering all cranks tight and the amount of body roll that these all get. And new fastest lap of the race goes to Thanafon. Wow. Up into 9th by the looks of things.
He's on an absolute charge. I thought it'd take another lap for him to get back into the top 10, but apparently not so.
There we go, just ahead of this shot and ahead of this battling.
Got a few cars that are under scrutiny from race control as well for track limits, sorry.
Yeah, that's how pickup goes. First it's smoke, then it's track limits. I think we saw that from D2 as well, with even less.
Closer to turn 4 there. 93 machine trying its best to hold on to something. Meanwhile, Sandy Stuvik and Thanapon Chucharonpon are together. 2 of the hardest chargers in this field. This is going to be an interesting matchup between these two. Which of them has the faster truck as things stand? Well, looking at the timing charts, you'd say it's Thanapon. Sandy Stuvik has been running some pretty solid laps himself. Personal best on the last lap for Stuvik of a 157.6. So things are looking good for him. They're still right at the back of this lead pack.
It's almost a Ford Ranger GTD when you look at it. The front bumper and splitter is custom. The vents over the front fenders are custom. The flared rear fenders are custom. It's got what amounts to a pretty serious diffuser underneath the rear of it. So a lot of work has gone into those Rangers. Only one of them is racing today on Saturday.
I remember the first time I ever saw Super Pickup, I had that big debate with myself. Do any of those aerodynamic additions actually do anything? I would say that they do. The speeds are high enough that you should get some aerodynamic benefit from the wings, the splitters, the diffusers. It is clear, though, that the Aurora Ford Thailand team has been putting a lot of effort into making those Rangers work. Well, second place is on. Meanwhile, car 81, that's Akasik Krinkamol. Black smoke down in 15th position as things are getting a little leery here for Superchai Kongman. He'll have to let Sandy Stuvik and Thanapon Chucharonpon go. And these two together will now be up to, I think, battling for 5th. Stuvik defending around the outside. Sandy Stuvik seems to love that outside line at turn 4. But there's going to be a big response here from Francorchamps. Nowhere to pass here for the moment.
The apex of turn 5 to block it off. So he went around the outside, then crossed it back to the inside and parked it there for the tight corner. So that's how he wants it. Fast corner, I'll go around the outside. Slow corner, I'm controlling the high ground and the inside. But still, that 15's got the fastest lap of the race to its name at a 156.2. Not quite what they were able to do battling like this a lap ago. This is two Titans buried quite deep in the field. They could be battling for the win like this, but they're battling to try to crack into the top 5.
So a narrow turn in there for Stuvik as the response from Thanafon is to go to the inside on exit. Nice cut under, and that will be 6th place then for Thanafon, 7th for Stuvik. Their next target is Suat Limjarapanya, whose last lap was actually half a second faster than what either of them could manage, about maybe 2-3 tenths or so, but that was due to the battling. Now that they're clear of each other, Thanafon at least will be on him very soon, I'm sure. Meanwhile, battle slightly further down the field. Nutanuk Wongsumbun with the number 91 coming around to lap him after, unfortunately, Wongsumbun had to take a visit to the pit lane. So just behind him are the guys fighting for around about 9th, 10th sort of area. Super close through turn 4. Got to wonder how frustrated you can sometimes get behind a lapped car. Things going nicely for Waris Onrayab, who is up into 10th place now.
Bandit Ladayem from 4th pulling over by the looks of it there.
Oh, yeah. That's not ideal there for Bandit. The number 24 stopped. And that's around the turn 7, turn 8 area. Could this be another safety car? That's a real shame for Bandit. He wasn't able to convert his pole into a win yesterday. And despite running in contention for another podium today, it looks like that's all that the number 24 will be able to do. Waris Onrayab, meanwhile, with a slight lock-up on the way into the final corner as this battle continues to make it 2 laps to go.
Wow. Thanafon up into 4th place. Sandy Stuvik up into 6th, and maybe this late in the race they kind of just let it go there.
You can see how frustrated Bandit Ladayem was there. And that's totally understandable with the pace he carried for his truck to fail like that. The 85 of Alongkorn Seitung has no pressure on him at the line. Last lap he led by 3.7 seconds. The fight is still on for second though. Chinawat Lauchenchat has managed to pass Natawut Fuengfrom. We'll wait to see if there's any response here from the number 5 driver. Really get a sense for how much the tyres go through as these guys make their way through these turns. Evidently, a local yellow is the way to go for that stricken trucker. Bandit Ladayem is trying up the inside is Natawut Fuengfrom. Nothing he can do. Both of them sliding everywhere they can. The final lap will almost be upon us here. This battle's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, I think so. They were last time at the line, I think 6 seconds clear of Thanafon back in 4th place, but he has still been flying along. Like, you wouldn't rule out that he catches them a little bit if something happens.
Oh.
Big rear lockup.
That was massive there for Natawut Fuengfrom, and he's
or if they
lost.
get a track limits penalty.
Yeah, because Car 2 has gotten a final warning for exceeding track limits. So has the number 15 of Spa-Francorchamps. So all these two have to do is keep it clean, and they should be clear of him. But you see Spa-Francorchamps in the background there, going all the way across the curb at the exit of turn 1. I get the feeling that might just do it.
Well, not a great sign if you cross the start-finish line and your number's on the black and white flag board, and then immediately at turn 1 you go and blow that one. So that's sort of, can't say you didn't know. Stuvic's gotten up into 5th. So while it's a lot of D-Max up front, fortunately we lost the Hilux Champ. We seem to have lost the Triton. We lost one Ranger, but the other one has shown the kind of promise they were hoping it would.
Oh, you cursed him!
No. I'm so
David.
sorry, Sandy Stuvik.
David Haynes! How dare you! Sandy Stuvik from 5th place stopped at the side of the circuit. Further technical gremlins for the Aurora Ford Thailand crew. Just in time for that, we see through the final sector, Alonkorn Seitung, a dominant drive from the front of this field. He has had no pressure on him whatsoever almost this entire race, apart from some nose to tail at the start. He comes away with a well-earned victory in race 2 of Super Pickup Division 1 here. Takes the Class A win. Chinawood Lauchinchat will finish in 2nd ahead of Natawut Huang From, who himself will win the Class B race in this one. Spa-Francorchamps, meanwhile, has gotten a 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. And it looks like that puts him back into potentially 5th. I'm not sure. Might be too much time in between himself and the car behind for that to make much of a difference. Car 81.
Car that was behind him broke down. It seems to be going again.
Okay, good. Sandy Stuvik has sorted himself out there. Does have the emergency lights on, but will be able to get to the line, hopefully.
Well, it's hazards because it's a danger ranger.
Ultimately for Stuvik, man, what a shame. Back down to 14th place after knocking on the door of a top 5. It's got to be some major disappointment in the Ford garage there.
And all the Ford fans that we saw could have been 4th owing to Danafon picking up that penalty. If he could have stayed within 5 seconds, perhaps. And more dramas post-race here. The 81.
Now this car had just gotten a 10-second time penalty from race control for track limits abuse. Ultimately, I don't think that's going to count for much, because just after the line crawling to a stop, some problems there. Well, that's your podium then. Alonkorn with a magnificent drive to the front, staying at the front the whole way through. Natawut Huang From going to finish in 2nd, with Chinawood Lauchinchat in 3rd. There's your Class A results. Chinawood and Thanapon rounding out the podium. And in the Class B race, Natawut wins with Suat Limjarapanya and Suruchai Fengfong rounding out that class podium. Incredible stuff from Alonkorn Seitung. Following the typical truck formula of whoever ends up coming across the line seemingly being in full control. And he also gets the fastest lap of the race. 156.5. That was 0.2 faster than 2nd place. And way faster than anyone could manage.
Danafon had a 56.2.
Yeah, but I think that might have been a track limits abuse lap. So, unfortunate there for Thanafon. Great pace, but the race didn't go his way. The same as can be said for Stuvik, who started from the rear, got all the way up to nearly the top 5, and then broke down on the final lap. But all of that is still better than what Jack Lemvard could manage, unfortunately, not even taking to the grid in the number 41 teammate to Sandy Stuvik there. But up front, it's all smiles, all celebrations as Aloncon will be getting his dues here in the pits. Should be talking to Goody pretty soon. That is satisfaction right there. He knows what a good job he's done.
Yeah, 34, 35 degrees. Hot work as well. It's going to lean against the first place sign rather than pick it up,
เอาละครับท่าน
flaunt
ผู้ชม
it
ครับ
and
ก็
throw it
สิ้น
around.
สุดลงแล้ว
Fair
นะครับ
enough.
สำหรับ Thailand
And here's Goody in the
สิ้น
pits.
สุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับ
Let's
Thailand Super Pickup
see what we can
Division
do here to
1
hear from the
Class A และ
drivers.
Class B นะครับและผลก็ออกมาแล้วนะครับว่าอันดับที่ 3 overall นะครับแต่ว่าเป็นอันดับที่ 2 ใน Class A นั่นเองก็คือแบงค์ชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาติครับ
ครับ
แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
เป็นไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้
ก็สนุกครับตื่นเต้น
โอ้โห
มันมากครับวันนี้
มันเนาะวันนี้เกิดเหตุการณ์เยอะเลยหลายเรื่องเลย
ครับ
ชอบอะไรในเหตุการณ์ที่เกิดขึ้น
ก็ได้ส้มหล่นนี่แหละครับ
ทั้งหมดเลย แต่ก็ถือว่าผลงานวันนี้พอใจมากๆ
ครับ
มาเป็นอันดับ 3 แล้วก็อยู่ในที่ 2 ของ Class A ด้วย
ใช่ครับ
ครับ ก็แน่นอนเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาลุ้นต่อ
ใช่ครับพรุ่งนี้มีอีกวันหนึ่งครับผม
ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับแบงค์ครับ
ครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับแบงค์ชินวุฒิปิกอัพ23ครับ
ครับ ยินดีด้วยครับ ไปต่อกันที่อันดับที่ 2 นะฮะใน overall แต่ว่าเป็นที่ 1 ใน Class B นั่นเองนะครับกับอาร์ตกันเนี่ยเกาะโพครับสวัสดีครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับ
เป็นไงบ้างครับ
ก็ไปตามก็คาดไว้พยายามจะที่ 1 ในคลาสให้ได้ครับแล้ว
ครั
ก็
บ
เดี๋ยวไปลุยวันอาทิตย์เลสสุดท้ายครับ
โอ้โห
ใช่
มีอะไรเกิดขึ้นในเหตุการณ์ที่รู้สึกว่า
ก็ไปเต็มที่ครับรถก็ไปสนามนี้รถก็ค่อนข้างพร้อมครับกำลังเครื่องก็พร้อมช่วงล่างก็ค่อนข้างโอเคเดี๋ยวปรับเซตอีกนิดหน่อยครับผม
นะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้ก็ถือว่าพอใจในผลงาน
ก็ค่อนข้างพอใจครับ
ครับ
ผม
โอเคครับฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 5 ด้วยนะครับอากันยางขอบโพครับ
ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
ครับ
นัทวุฒิพึ่งพรหมนะครับ อาจการยางเกาะโพและอันดับ 1 นะครับ เป็นของอลงกรณ์แซ่ตั้ง
สวัสดีครับ
แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
โอ้โห เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
โอ้โห ก็เก่งเหมือนกันฮะ ตอนแรกก็หนีห่างออกไปแล้ว แล้วมีเบสตามมานะฮะ
ครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่าอุ่นใจ
อ่า
เพราะว่าทีมเดียวกัน แต่พอมีเขาเรียกว่า SC ออก
อ่า
โอ้โห ใจผม แล้วบอลด้านในบอกมาว่าเบสต้องออกมาแก้ไข
แบ็กสโมก
ทีนี้ผมเลยรู้สึกว่าผมต้องเหนื่อยอีกแล้ว
ครับ
แต่ผมก็เต็มที่ เพราะ
ครับ
ว่าผมดูแล้วว่าพยายามฉีกออกให้ไกลที่สุด แล้วก็ค่อยไปชะลอตอนหลังครับ
แต่ในขณะที่เบสเองพอกลับไปอยู่ท้ายแถว
ครับ
เพราะเรื่องจากแบล็กสโมกก็กลับขึ้นมาได้อยู่
แล้วครับ
ครับ
ไม่เห็นครับ
ได้อยู่ครับ ก็ถือ
ดีใจด้วยครับ
ครับก็ถือว่าโอเคนะฮะ
โอเคครับ โอเคครับ
แน่นอนทำให้ผลของคะแนนสะสมของเบสนี่ก็ถือว่ามีเพิ่มขึ้นมา
ครับผม
นะฮะก็ถือว่าต้องแสดงความยินดีกับเบสด้วย
ครับ
นะครับวันนี้ต้องถือว่าผลงานของตัวเองก็ถือว่าเป็นที่ยอดเยี่ยมในวันนี้ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับพี่หนุ่มเองครับ
ก็อย่างที่ผมบอกตอนต้นนะครับว่าวันนี้สนุกแน่นอน แล้วก็ผมก็วันนี้ก็ปลดล็อกนะฮะก็รถสมบูรณ์นะฮะคนขับ 100%ก็อย่างที่เห็นเลยครับนี่ฮะที่ 1
โอเคครับ ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
อลงกรณ์แซ่ตั้งนะครับ กับที่ 1 ในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นั่นเองครับ เดี๋ยวไปดูต่อกับไฮไลท์กันเลยครับ
แต่งเยอะไม่พอใช่ไหม
So with that, our podium interview's complete, and we'll get another look at how it happened here for Aloncon at the front. Started from pole, did not look back. And it was certainly an active race behind the number 15 driver with some fantastic pace early on. Ultimately, would not be able to reflect that pace with a penalty or two down the line. This was a pretty big moment, has to be said. Sandy Stuvik working his way up through the field, showing that despite the reliability dramas, that Ford Ranger has pace. Then the Hilux champ finding the gravel trap at turn 3. That brought out the safety car. And then the run began again here for Thanapon. And you know what, David? I reckon he would have been able to at least challenge for the podium if it weren't for those track limits penalties that he managed to accrue.
Yeah, well, in a space of a few short laps, he carved up almost the whole field. Bandit Ladayam absolutely beside himself as his car failed him with just a couple of laps to go.
It was all coming up Aloncorn at the front, though, as he crossed the line to find his way to victory. And that's a solid points haul for the second race of the weekend for Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. Now it's time for Thailand Super Eco. We've got cars making their way towards the grid now and getting ready for the next race on the program. We're going to step away here on the English language commentary stream and come back when it's time to go racing in the front-wheel drive Econo boxes.
จากกลันตานนท์ทำให้การเวิร์กต้องไปอยู่ในกลุ่มสตาร์ท5ครับหมายความว่ากลุ่มสตาร์ทที่1นะครับก็จะเป็นของโรนี่ริสแมนนะครับซึ่งผลการสะสมของคะแนนเขาทั้งปีเนี่ยก็อยู่ที่อันดับที่3นะครับแต่อันดับที่3เนี่ยยังประมาทหรือไว้วางใจไม่ได้นะครับเพราะจะมีอีกหลายๆท่านที่คะแนนใกล้เคียงกันวันนี้เราไปพูดคุยกับโรนี่กันครับว่าเขาเตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรตามผมมาครับแต่แล้วครับวันนี้หวังว่าผู้ที่มีคะแนนเป็นอันดับ1อย่างชินวิทย์รมยานนท์จะไม่สตาร์ทมาเป็นเกียร์3นะฮะแต่วันนี้เราอยู่กับผู้ที่อยู่ในสตาร์ทเกรดอันดับที่1นั่นเองนะครับกับโรนี่ริสแมน Congratulations for the fifth position yesterday that means today you have to start in the first grid how do you feel
Okay, it's a bit. This is my first pole
Really?
for the whole year, so it's a bit not pressure, but interesting because we need to focus and to get out with a good
Not pressure,
position.
really?
Not pressure.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
All right, so talk about all the years you have competition in the season. The result you summary report you have the third.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
How do you feel?
The championship still open.
Yes.
Yeah, until tomorrow. So I feel I still positive to fight for it.
All right.
So try to pack something good for today and tomorrow.
Okay. So that's leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you here.
Thank you so much for all the fans that support me from the first round until now, and I'm happy with all the support given, and it's the energy I needed to fight all the way.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that and best of luck.
Thank you so
ครับ
much.
ก็ถามโรนี่นะครับว่าเขาบอกว่าเป็นครั้งแรกนะครับที่เขารู้สึกว่าได้มาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ตรงนี้แล้วก็รู้สึกแฮปปี้แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันกับการที่แข่งขันในครั้งนี้แน่นอนว่าผลการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมาในตลอดทั้งปีคะแนนเขาก็อยู่ในอันดับที่3เนี่ยเขาก็รู้สึกพอใจแล้วก็จะทำให้มันดีที่สุดนั่นเองนะครับเดี๋ยวไปดูกันต่อนะครับสำหรับที่2ในวันนี้นะครับกับสรวิทย์สนหมายความว่าเมื่อวานเขาได้มาเป็นที่4นั่นเองนะครับวันนี้เรามาพูดคุยกันหน่อยว่าเป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับผม
ก็ตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อยครับ
ยังตื่นเต้นอยู่อีกเหรอ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
เอารู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับคะแนนของเราในปีนี้
ก็ค่อนข้างพอใจครับ
ครับพอใจกับผลงานตัวเราเอง
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็ในปีหน้าล่ะเราตั้งเป้าไว้ว่ายังไงไปบ้าง
ก็ต้องเป็นแชมป์ครับ
ต้องเป็นแชมป์เหมือนกัน
ต้องเป็นแชมป์ครับ
ครับแต่วันนี้เรามีโอกาสเพราะว่าเราอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่2แล้ว
ครับ
นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ถือว่าเราก็น่าจะได้เปรียบในช่วงกับการออกตัวเนาะ
ครับ
เพราะ12 รอบอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ครับผมฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเชียร์อีโคโบ11ด้วยครับ
ครับ
ทีมเชลเลซิ่งเอ็กอูอาร์มชาทิตครับ
ครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับสรวิทย์สมหมายนะครับส่วนอันดับที่3ของเมื่อวานยังคงอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่3เดิมนั่นเองนะครับนฤนนท์พัฒน์รัชเลสินทรนะครับสวัสดีครับอยู่กับน้องอาร์ตี้นะครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็เมื่อวานค่อนข้างสนุกมากครับ
ครั
ก็
บ
วันนี้ก็อยากจะทำให้ดีกว่าเดิม
แน่นอนแล้วซึ่งวันนี้เราก็อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่เดิมด้วย
ใช่ครับ
แต่ถือว่าวันนี้น่าจะสนุกแน่นอนเนาะ
น่าจะมันมากเลยครับ
ครับผมวันนี้เราเต็มที่ไหมใส่หมดเลยไหม
ก็อาจจะเก็บรถไว้เผื่อพรุ่งนี้ด้วย
โอเคครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับอาร์ตี้ครับ
ครับก็ฝากติดตามIG TikTok Facebook อาร์ติและเชียร์สุนทรเหมือนเดิมครับ แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ซูเปอร์อีโคเบอร์ 90
ครับ
ด้วยครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับอาร์ตี้นะครับโอ้ผมชอบมากเลยนะเพราะผมชอบดูในคลิปที่น้องอาร์ตี้เขาทำนะฮะเขาตั้งใจทำมากในเรื่องของการสอนหรืออธิบายแนะนำนะครับของการเป็นนักแข่งว่าทำยังไงบ้างนะครับการเข้าโค้งอย่างนู้นอย่างนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นไปติดตามก็ได้นะครับแน่นอนวันนี้ยังอยู่กับน้องเรียววงศพัฒน์เกตสิรินะครับเมื่อวานได้ที่2วันนี้อยู่ในกริดที่4
ครับผม
มีถ่วงอะไรด้วยไหมฮะ
ก็มีน้ำหนักเพิ่มมา
เท่าไหร่
จำไม่ได้เหมือนกั
จำไม่ได้ โอเคไม่ใช่ปัญหาของเรา
ใช่ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้เราวางแผนไว้อย่างไรไว้บ้าง
ก็ไปเท่าที่ไปได้ก็ไปเต็มที่ของ
ครับ
ทั้งเราและก็ตัวรถนะครับ
ถูกต้องนะครับแล้วก็แน่นอนยังมีอีกวันนึงเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็ต้องเต็มที่แต่ก็ต้องเผื่อรถด้วย เดี๋ยวน้องก็จะเหนื่อย
ใช่ครับผม
เอาตัวเองได้แล้วกันนะจ๊ะหายเจ็ตแลกแล้วนะ
หายแล้วครับ
โอเคนะครับโอเค แน่นอนฝากถึงเพื่อนๆหน่อยครับเรียวครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์รถเบอร์33วิ่งอยู่ในอีโคด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ฝากติดตามโซเชียลมีเดียของเรียวด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
พวก IG กับ Facebook ครับแล้วก็ฝากติดตามทีม Intermission by AP แล้วก็ขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ทุกคนด้วยครับขอบคุณ
ครับขอบคุณครับน้องเรียวนะครับวงศพัฒน์เกษริทันดีเน่ไหมไม่ทันโอเคก็อย่าลืมน้องนีเน่อีกคนหนึ่งนะครับเป็นแชมป์ของเมื่อวานนะครับเมคราคีตา กัลลันตานนท์โอเคมีเวลามาคุยกันนีเน่หน่อยอยู่ในกริดที่ 5 แล้ววันนี้นะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นอยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสพูดคุยกันหน่อยว่าวันนี้นีเน่อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 5 วางแผนยังไงบ้างครับนีเน่ครับ
ก็จริงๆไม่ได้มีแผนอะไรอะค่ะก็ไปข้างหน้าค่ะ
ครับแต่อย่างน้อยนี่เรามีน้ำหนักที่เราถูกถ่วงไว้ด้วยนะวันนี้ถ่วงกิโลครับ
ใช่ค่ะ25 โล
25 กิโล
ใช่
โอเคไม่เป็นไรเพราะฉะนั้นอยากให้นีเน่ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ค่ะก็ฝากเชียร์นีเน่98แล้วก็ทีมลุกเซอร์วิสด้วยนะคะก็วันนี้สู้ตายค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณครับนีเน่นะครับเมฆรัตคีตากัลลันตานนท์นะครับคุณผู้ชมแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้ Thailand Super Eco ใครจะเป็นแชมป์สนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ B Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Welcome back, one and all. Racing continuing here on day 2 of the final weekend of Thailand Super Series for 2025. It's time for the penultimate race of Super Eco for the season. And we have some very interesting results that may eventuate from this one. Yesterday's race was an absolute banger. A storming drive from Mekarad Kita Kalantananda to take victory in her Toyota Yaris. Just under 3/10 ahead of Vongsapat Katsiri in the Honda Brio Amaze. So we're looking forward to seeing if she can pull off that result once again. It is a standing start here for the 12-lap race. And we have overall and class points up for grabs here as well into the final couple of races of the season. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me, and Dan Yeaman on production behind the scenes. Let's get going for this one, David. I've been looking forward to this one the most out of all the races today, I reckon.
Well, it will be action over 12 laps. They race very close. You've got the long straights here at Chang International Circuit where the Super Eco cars really can slipstream each other very effectively. Here's a look at one of our Suzuki Swifts. There's a couple of Suzukis in the field here as well. Toyotas, Hondas. Oh, Chinovich is going to go forward. That's good.
Excellent stuff. So we'll keep an eye out for him. Bit of a mixed up grid from yesterday's results. Going back through the field, we have incredible amount of drivers taking part in this category. Just the final few preparations here. There's the 1-minute warning. So all personnel who aren't drivers, get off the grid. It's time to go racing.
So we heard from Malaysian Ronnie Risman, who's on pole, speaking with Goody. And I believe it sounds like their shared language is English. So that gave us a little bit of an insight into how Rissman is going to approach this race. He seemed very, very upbeat, not worried about much at all. Just like, this is a great opportunity for me to really, really have some fun. So that's your pole sitters mentality. Meanwhile, yesterday's race winner starts from 5th. Karad Kita. And I don't know the pronunciation on this, but AKA Nine98. I'm guessing that's Nine.
Yes, yeah. I've heard Goody say that, so I presume that is correct as we pull away on the formation lap here. These cars look so tiny compared to this Grand Prix length circuit, but in these kinds of machines, this is exactly the kind of circuit that provides some of the best possible racing. So, let's get ourselves out of turn 1 towards our track profile and our grid. First bit of race control news, by the way. Car number 2 under investigation for start procedure. That's Yotbon Chu, who's going to start out of P10. So, see if anything comes of that. Thailand Super Eco. Racing around the same circuit as every category this weekend. Chang International Circuit. Already building quite a name for itself. A very recently built circuit on the international scene, but is mainly known for motorcycle racing. And you get a real sense of the elevation changes there in the second half of the circuit. It's not the easiest place in the world. It might look like it between turn 1 and turn 4, but apart from that, goodness me, it's crazy. Ventus RS4 by Hankook on Super Eco and Super Pickup. And as highlighted by David yesterday, the variation of the tyres on Super Eco, 15-inch and a lot narrower as well, so it's going to be quite the interesting one here. To see if they can hold on to that grip. Ronnie Rissman, the Malaysian, on pole position with Sorowich Samai in second place. Narunpath Ratchaletsinthi is going to start out of 3rd alongside Vongsapat Katsiri. Then Mekarad Kita Nine98 is going to start out of 5th place alongside Anaki bin Hafifi. Varanchit Watanathakan is going to start out of 7th alongside Nick Tia Hongzhu. Rapidcorn Wong Siri and Yotbon Chu round out the top 10. Then Buntavi Najit in 11th alongside Kazuo Tsukamoto. Patera Hani Imran going to start out of 13th alongside Ridwan Kif, Nat Imjit Panya and Pancha Waiprip. Going to round out our first 8 rows of the grid. Then it's Firanat Nuntamanop and Adele Lujiyu. Nataya Nuntanamop and Chinovich Romyanon going to start out of 19th and 20th. Final couple of rows of the grid, Sirapakonye Byon and Sitanun Pikulkajon, Natanan Puratonkam and Atapon Kayosa going to start on the final row of this 24-car grid. The podium ceremony going on here in the background for previous category, I believe. Fun times backstage as the field pulls onto the starting grid, and it looks like we're going to get things off to a very quick start here. Mekarad Kita in the number 9. She was riding the high of victory yesterday. Let's hope that she can advance forward a bit more and maybe get onto the podium again. It will make for a very exciting race amongst Rissman, Somai, Nurunpath and Vongsapat. But Vongsapat Katsiri is certainly looking for a bit more in his Honda Brio Amaze. Finished second yesterday, wants to improve on that today. Green flag flies from the back of the grid and the lights will come up. Standing start here for Thailand Super Eco, race 7. 3 lights, 4 and 5. Who gets the power down best? We are away. Looks like Ronnie Rissman has gotten a solid start there. Not much movement up the front, but once they get into turn 1, I'm sure it's going to be different. There is the 61 Asorowicz Somai trying to go up the inside, but Ronnie Risman holds strong around the outside of turn 1. A lot of runoff area being taken for all of these cars on their way out of turn 1. Briefly on board with the number 68 of Spa-Francorchamps. And to the front, that is not Ronnie Risman. That is, I believe, the 90 of Naruan Path, who has gotten to the front there after extending the exit of turn 1. But Risman's going to respond up the inside, back to the lead, coming out of turn 3. As they're 3 wide behind, and there's a crash. Oh, goodness me. Not much time to react there. That's going to split the field, and we have 3 cars with heavy damage in the third corner. That'll be a safety car for sure.
Rear deck is gone from that Brio. We'll take the off-board camera look. A pinch and a squeeze heading into 3. No time to react. A T-bone accident, then another clips that. So 4 cars coming together at the apex of turn 3 on that opening lap. Ronnie Risman and Asorowicz Somai, who were the front row of the grid, they both squeezed each other so tight to the apex of turn 1 that that's where your race leader got around the outside of them. Causes a checkup heading down the straight through the kink of turn 2 and into the big braking zone of turn 3. And then more drama at the same time on this opening lap into turn 4. Seems to have done some damage to Ridwan Keith as well. So after a great race yesterday, suddenly race 2 of the weekend, Thailand Super Eco at Chang International Circuit, not off to a great start.
Yeah, and Adele Lugiu in the number 6 there, the only car to not ultimately roll away from turn 3. She's still stricken at the apex, so that's going to be a retirement there for Adele. Very sad start to the second race of the weekend for her. Safety car is out, the field is back under control, and we already have some time penalties from race control. 10 seconds to car number 2 for the start procedure. That's Yop Bonchu, and a 5-second penalty to another car. I didn't quite catch the number for a false start. So plenty of drama here to start things off. We can only hope that things get a bit cleaner from here, but Varanchit Watanathanakun getting to the lead, and just in time too. It would appear that Mika Radkita has found her way back up to second place, and once again Vongsapat Kasiri in the Honda Brio Amaze behind will find his windscreen full of that Toyota Yaris as he tries to get back past. Similar situation to yesterday. The 14, meanwhile, of Ridwan Kif has managed to bring his car in, but clearly that front left is not in good shape.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at it. And marshals at turn 3 are going to be busy again as we look to clear up. There's the Isuzu NPR tow truck.
Just loading the number 6 Toyota of Adele Lugiu onto the flatbed, and now the inspection begins for Ridwan Kif's machine. They have a new tyre ready to go, and well, it looks like the initial checks have cleared. Still unsure if that car is going to be good to the end from here, but the safety crews here at Chang International Circuit do a bang-up job of clearing up the scene of an accident. It's only been a few minutes, and the scene is almost entirely clear. I get the feeling we'll be going green at the end of the next lap.
Remember how quickly they dealt with it there at turn 3 when the oil was down yesterday?
Yeah.
And there was various debris, and they dealt with it very quickly. There were many marshals around turn 3 area there. We could get to it quickly. Halloween decal on the safety car. Oh, it's the spookiest safety car I've ever seen, Reese.
Yes, I feel my neck hairs standing on end every time that Camry drives by, and it's not just because something significant's happened out on the racetrack.
2 spookiest safety cars, that one and Singapore 2008.
If you know, you know. Wow. Did that camera just get thrown?
I don't know. It looked like there was quite a bit still happening down in the pit lane there, though. Plenty of replays to get to. So turn 3, you've got like a 2 wide, 3 wide squeeze, spins one car around, and then it's so difficult to avoid when the next group of 3 wide race cars arrives. And that's where the next 2 got involved. What a lucky escape.
Yeah, Spa-Francorchamps with great avoiding action there. Just before the safety car came out, they were almost 4 wide for the lead of the race. And then there were the problems for Ridwan Keefe spinning around at the exit of turn 4, little coming together there in the midfield.
If you saw on the grid graphic, his picture, he was wearing sunglasses and his custom race suit that says RK on it. Gone and looked at Ridwan Keefe's Instagram, and he's wearing those same sunnies in that picture.
Nice. I wonder if he's wearing them now.
If they're polarized on a day like today, could be a good choice. Polarized sunglasses for racing is a good choice.
Certainly is. So is getting this race back to green flag conditions, as it seems that's what's going on here. So, out of the final corner, everyone gets back up to speed, and Varenchit is going to lead the way into turn 1. Bit of a break happening here with Ronnie Rissman really falling back from the rest of the top 5. Little bit of oversteer there out of the first turn for quite a few of our competitors. A good bit of side-by-side here. It's the number 90 and the number 56. Narunpath now passing Buntavi Najit very late on the brakes for the Brio just behind. And that's a wide line into turn 3 there. Looks like it hasn't cost him all that much. Now is the time for Buntavi Najit to fight back here versus Narunpath. Up the front, meanwhile, it's on. Mekarad Kita still riding the high of winning yesterday. She's looking to do it again here versus Varenchit Watanathankun. And Vongsapan Kasiri right with them. Oh, yes.
Yeah, top 3 super tight together, and then in that battle, 4th and 5th, so Ronnie Rissman run off the road. Sent this car back out after inspecting the front left, perhaps changing a tyre. Definitely shook the brake rotor to check that the toe links were still working.
Evidently it has satisfied them, and they've sent Ridwan Keefe back out. This battle for the top 3 is looking like it's going to rage on to the very end of this race at this rate. Have to keep an eye out for the chasing cars behind, Sorowich Samai and Anaki bin Hafifi. They formed their own little pack and are trying to chase the top 3. Across the line, we'll check in with the initial laps from these drivers. And, well, considering all of that, it looks like we're still classing safety car laps on the timing, so we're not going to see much in terms of who's actually got the pace here. Replay, meanwhile, car number 26 of Atapon Kayosa going up the inside of the 17 of Patera Hani Imran, and well, forced off the circuit there. It might be, oh, hello, Mekarad Kita to the lead. And that's a very strange drop in pace there from Varenchit and Vongsapat. Both of them have now given Mekarad Kita a lead of, that looks to be 0.7 of a second at least.
Well, Mekarad Kita looked to the inside at turn 3. I think Varenchit was watching that, got a little deep, and then blocked out Vongsapat, and so the both of them lost time around the outside of 3. Mekarad Kita goes to the lead of the race once again. 4th and 5th look like they're just a tiny bit closer as this podium battle has been happening.
Oh! Big spin there. What number is that? Can't see it. It's the number 56. And that's a bit further down in the field, it seems. No, it's Buntavi. Buntavi was in 8th at the time. I don't know what's gone wrong for him there, but It's very easy to lose the rear in turn 4, especially when you've got other cars around you.
Well, these front-wheel drive cars, we've spoken about it, the kind of speed they're doing, they probably turn in full throttle, realise, oh, I got to breathe the throttle a little bit, and you do that mid-corner, sudden weight transfer forward, and they become very leery towards the apex, and then you put in, you know, needing to react to the drivers around you, needing to modify your line based on what they're doing mid-corner. We can understand why that seems to happen. Look how much closer 4th and 5th have gotten. And I think Meka Radkita has just a couple more car lengths spare as they've been battling behind her. It's all going on back there out the final corner as well.
Wow, this is insane. The 39 of Nick Hongzhu and the white Toyota Yaris there. Right in the midst of all of this. Pass up the inside. No. He's going to extend the runoff area out of turn 1 and potentially gain an advantage from that. Meanwhile, the number 2 of Yotbun Chu, who still has a 10-second time penalty hanging over his head for a false start or grid procedure violation. With the number 90 of Narunpath trying to make some recovery here. Defensive then from Yotbun Chu. And up the inside behind. That's going to be Nick Hongzhu being given the push wide by the number 98 of Chinovich Romyanon there. Racing going on everywhere you look. First warning for car number 57. And that's Nutaya Nuntamanop. I'll get these Thai names correct at some point. As the race continues through turns 5 and 6 here. Battle for second has 2 new cars join the party. Anaki bin Hafifi up the inside of Ongsapat Katsiri, Sorowich Samai. A little bit further back there as well. And that's going to be moved done. This is how it happened. Defensive from Varanchit, and that slowed up both himself and Vongsapat Katsiri. The 91 of Anaki bin Hafifi right there to take advantage.
This is a move we saw in Super Pickup as well. Go around the outside of turn 6, even with just a little bit of a touch there. Give yourself the inside for 7, 8, and 9. And that gets them up into a podium position that they're now going to have to defend into turn 12. Or are they?
That's laid on the brakes there for Vongsapat Katsiri. He makes it to the apex, and he keeps it on track on the way out of the final corner as well. Great move. So one thing I've noticed about Vongsapat this weekend, he's one of the most confident on the brakes of anyone. Meanwhile, Meka Radkita is just minding her own business at the front of this field. She is unconcerned with anything going on behind her, but she might have to be a little concerned soon, because now that Varanchit is free of all of this, he'll start to gain some time, potentially. Oh, losing the rear end there for Anaki bin Hafifi, and he washes wide just in time for Katsiri to respond and get back in front by the time they get out of turn 3. This is great fighting between these two.
Contact here.
Yeah, a little bit
he crosses
of contact.
back under. He just... boop, hello. Look at the bonnet sort of just slightly crumple for a second before it all pops back out. You can remove a lot of the bracing and weight from underneath a bonnet once you've got latches that will keep it down.
It's knocked the Honda badge loose on the grill of Katsiri there. And, well, now a little bit walking wounded is Anaki bin Hafifi, and Sorowich Somai is going to take advantage in the number 61 and try round the outside here. But it's not going to work. We'll have to find another way through at some other point. First to the apex is Anaki bin Hafifi. Meanwhile, car 87, that's Rapat Korn Wong Siri, drive-through penalty for collision at turn 3 with car number 32 of Kazuo Tsukamoto. That is the incident that triggered the crash that brought out the safety car.
Gap visually seems to have come down to the lead, like you said. Once Varanchit could look eyes forward and not worry about driving defensively, might be able to close in the lead of this length. The range of slipstream in these cars seems like it extends like 1.5 seconds back. How much time they spend at full throttle on the straights. So From 1.2 seconds, it comes down to 0.7 at that race lead.
New fastest lap for Varenchit as well.
Can't separate the Be Quick Racing team Brios here.
They're certainly having a fun time with each other, aren't they? The 25 follows the 26. Panchawayaprip chasing Atapon Kayarsa there. And they only have a little small gap to the 56 of Buntavina Jit ahead. Meanwhile, this is the battle for 6th and 7th. Well, 7th and 8th, Yotbun Chu with the move up the inside. And the same can be said for the two behind. Nick Teo-Hong-Ju trying to get past the Pac-Man machine of Chinovich Romyanon. Unsuccessful at turn 3. And he'll have the outside for turn 4.
Don't know which is the best line to have going into 4, to be honest.
Yotbun Chu trying everything he can to find his way past Narunpath there. Meanwhile, the lead has closed up. The momentum of that fastest lap for Varenchit has certainly brought him back in touch with Nine up the front of this field. 5-second time penalty for Nutaya Nuntamanop for continued abuse of track limits. And we have black and white flags for the 39 and the 56. That's Nick Teo-Hong-Ju and Buntavina Jit. But our focus on the lead for the moment. Oh dear, change our focus to the 56 who's pulling off the circuit there. Buntavina Jit is out of the race, it seems. And Mika Radkita is now having to think about going defensive into the final turn. 5 laps to go here, and it's on.
The facelift of the Yaris versus the previous of the Yaris, and we've seen the drivers pointing, I'm going to go forward. Now we're seeing spectators and crew pointing, come on, go for the move. It might. I think Mika Radkita was a tiny bit wide out of 1 there. Momentum stalled a little bit. Varenchit's going to have a great opportunity.
Certainly is, but I would expect Mika Radkita to go defensive here. No, it seems not. Oh, here we go. Changes lines just before the braking zone there. And we'll cover off the inside run into the corner. And I think Varenchit's a little bit too close to try and set up an over-under there. Not only do you need a big pace advantage over the car in front, you also need space to actually make the move. Interesting to note that Vongsapat Katsiri was also faster than Nine on the previous lap. It was only about a 10th off the lap that Varenchit was able to set. So the more these two battle, the more that Honda Brio Amaze in the background is going to get involved. And for all we know, he could drag Anaki bin Hafifi and Sorowich Somai with him again.
More from race control, predominantly about the track limits.
Yeah, Yotbun Chu has not had a fun time when it comes to communication with the stewards, not only a grid procedure violation, but also on his final warning for exceeding track limits. Car 33 also getting a black and white flag there. And that is further down in the field, it seems. No, actually no. The 33 is Vongsapat in third.
That's door to door, a little bit of action, as we always come to expect. And the gap is just down to 0.2 of a second for the leaders between their respective Yarises.
Indeed, this is turning into quite the fight here between Mika Radkita and Varenchit. Meanwhile, on replay, problem for the Suzuki Swift number 57 of Nutaya Nuntamanop. That is a massive slide in the sort of turn 7, turn 8 area, which is far from ideal for him. Meanwhile, it seems Chinovich Romyanon has gotten a drive-through penalty for contact turn 4 on lap 1, with the number 14, which was Ridwan Kif. That's the reason why we saw Kif spinning off and having to go to the pits in the end. It'll be a small commiseration for Ridwan. It's cost him a lot of positions, a lot of time, and it would appear that he's nowhere near getting a good result here today. But at the opposite end of the field, here's some fighting. Sorowich Somai gets past Anaki bin Hafifi and up into fourth.
Yeah, sure does. And Ridwan Keefe, I think, might have sustained some suspension damage at that point because he did pull off. You got that other car pulled off and parked at turn 7 at the moment. It's really not that far off the apex. You can see there's local yellows, and then you can see they go past it, and you can see the LED flag board is displaying a green flag after the corner. This group of drivers have just come through there.
Yeah, headed up by Yot Bunchu, who's just received a further 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. He's trying everything he can to keep Narumpath behind it. And it's built up a nice little pack behind as well. Chinovich Rominong and Nick Teo-Hon Su. A little bit of slipstream down the front straight, but it's nothing compared to the straight from turns 1 to 3. And immediately trying to break the draft there is Yot Bunchu. I haven't seen anyone go that immediately defensive out of turn 1 before. Doesn't seem to have harmed him all that much.
Then back across to the racing line to turn into turn 3. The big quick cars still just in behind.
Yeah, they're coming, aren't they? Atapon and Pancha.
Still there.
Safety car back out. So it took a bit for race control to call the safety car there. That car had been stopped on the inside of turn 7 for at least a lap or so. But you can clearly see it's in a difficult position.
Yeah, like the rear's kind of locked up on it. From what we saw. Now that we get a safety car, if there is more to see of it, or another replay or another angle, hopefully we'll get it. But it's basically just inside of the apex at turn 7.
Yeah, right past the apex as well. So if there was a moment of side-by-side through this sequence, you can clearly see it would be a very dangerous proposition. So hopefully we can get a race finish under green, because the front of the field coming up to 2 laps to go, they're going to have to be really quick about it.
Yeah, I have a feeling like the leader was maybe around turn 4 or turn 5 when the safety car was called. I've got that same Red Bull shirt. There we go. I suppose it's a popular beverage and team in Thailand as well.
Indeed. Technically from Thailand, that particular drink.
So is Alex Albon.
Yes.
Mekarad Kita leading the way, slowly approaching the safety car. There's a truck ready to go. We've got some other tow trucks, and the marshals are going to head over. We've got the Hilux. That one's actually 4-wheel drive, so it can get out of gravel.
Just had to wait for the last car to pass before they got going. That is the 14 of Ridwan Kif, who will probably be thanking his lucky stars that the safety car has come out when it did. It'll be a chance for him to potentially gain a couple more positions. But Considering the fact that he's 2 laps down on everyone at the moment, I don't think that's a high chance of success. But he is hoping that the safety car will end at the end of this lap and we can get a 1-lap dash to the finish. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a disappointing end to what's been quite an exciting race. But the safety teams got out there pretty quickly once they were clear, so here's hoping they actually get that car recovered and behind the wall in time. They're approaching the scene at the moment. Everyone just poised and waiting, considering the possibility of this race finishing under safety car, but I've just seen on my timing, race control, calling it. The safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. We will get a 1-lap dash to finish race 2 of Thailand Super Eco here at Chang International Circuit. The question is, can Mekarad Kita hold off the advances of Varanchit and Vongsapat behind? It's been an insanely competitive race at the front of this field. And the winner of race 1 currently sits in the lead, looking to repeat that success. She's building up the speed already as the safety car lights are off and safety car is coming into pit lane. And it would appear that she'll have exactly the advantage she needs. Nine will lead us across the line here as the green flag flies. We're away for 1 more lap here. Careful of the track limits, Nine. Last lap begins.
Well, there's an opportunity to make so many positions with a 1-lap restart like this. Track limits through turn 1, not everyone's concern. The battle's on again between Aniki bin Hafifi and Sorowich Somai as well. That's kind of the closest inside of the top 5 is that 4th, 5th place battle. The Brios are going to battle behind that, Ronnie Risman and Yot Bun Chu.
Mekarad Kita making it out of turn 3 nicely. But we see that Varanchit is really keeping the pace up behind. And now Vongsapat Katsiri falls under more pressure than he ever has from Sorowich Somai and Anaki bin Hafifi. Any move to be made in turn 5 would certainly be one to be proud of, as Yot Bun Chu and Ronnie Risman, the pole sitter, try their best to conserve their result to the end. Defense from Vongsapat Katsiri is successful. Sorowich Somai unsuccessful in getting past. Now it's just the final sector for our leaders.
Closed up more than I thought it would. Margin was 1.2 seconds across the line on the restart. But through these twisty bits here, Varanchit has been able to close in and to drive the inside.
Oh, space given to the inside, but only just by Nine. Varanchit is going to try everything in the book to try and get this lead at the final corner of the race, but it looks like, oh, he's still alongside. It's going to come down to the wire here in race 2 of Thailand Super Eco. Side by side, you got nothing between them here. Varanchit dives up the inside into the final corner. What response is there from Mekarad Kita? Is it going to be enough by the time they get to the line? It won't be. Varanchit Watanathanakan wins the 2nd race of the weekend in Thailand Super Eco and an incredible dive on the last lap.
And then parked it on the apex too. Mekarad Kita had really good racecraft. I'm gonna go over under here, but no, not allowed. And now she's spun out. What?
Huh.
On the
Strange.
cooldown lap, after the checkered flag, she is backwards outside of turn 1.
Well, if there's any time to go for a spin, after the checkered flag is probably the best.
right-hand mirror's been folded in, so perhaps contact with someone else in the concertina post-checkered flag.
Interesting. Well, a win in a second is certainly nothing to sneeze at for the number 9, but Varanchit is making it very clear how he feels about that victory, leaving some extra rubber down for our other categories racing today.
Wow. Just pure drama. We'll get to the replay of that final corner. So holding that inside line, Mekarad Kita goes back across to the left-hand side. It's like, okay, I'll tuck back underneath you. But look at just not tracking all the way out. So there's no opportunity to make that swap back. And the lead stays with Varanchit.
Window down for the 89. And he'll be right happy with that one. So Varanchit winning from Mekarad Kita, an incredible last corner or last lap dive. Vongsapat Katsiri gets 3rd place in the end, a consistent drive. He was right there all along and could definitely have taken advantage. Would there be a coming together between our leaders there? And they also win the overall class as well. Overall podium is your overall podium. Sorowich winning in Class C+, Anaki bin Hafifi and Yotbun Chu in 3rd. Of course, Yotbun Chu having a couple of penalties to his name doesn't seem to have affected him too badly. Class C, Sirapakorn and Notaya, the only cars to be involved in that particular field. But man, what a drive from Varanchit. He also gets the fastest lap of the race. And looking at those times, see how close it was for the fastest lap. I think there were about 4 or 5 cars that got within a 1/10 of him.
They only had 1,000th of a second on Aniki bin Hafifi.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
got to wait a while for Mekarad Kita to come around and take that 2nd spot in this podium.
Yeah, Goody's obviously standing by. Gotta wonder if this is what we're seeing at the end of 2025. What's 2026 going to bring for Thailand Super Eco? An incredibly competitive category. And I'm looking forward to seeing what leaps and bounds this particular series comes to in the future. Celebration's already beginning for Varanchit there. That's a photo. Excellent stuff. And finally, a 2nd place finisher, the woman who led the vast majority of the race, coming through there. Wonder what kind of discussions we're going to be seeing here. Well, looks like no hard feelings between the two of them. They both enjoyed that one.
I was on the left and then you were on the right and then I tried to outbreak you and get the over-under, but you parked it on the apex. Did you have to pay any land tax on all that real estate you were hogging in the final corner? Oh, you little, well done though. Well done. Margin of victory 0.174. Next race, I'm going to find that 0.175 and you'll be back in that spot.
Oh, love it. Here's Goody in the pits. Let's listen in.
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ recap ตัวเองในวันนี้ให้หน่อยว่าเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ก็เมื่อวานตอนเย็นเราก็มาไล่ดูรถนะครับก็เจอว่ามีปัญหาอยู่บางส่วนเลยครับก็พอมาวันนี้ก็รู้สึกรถ feeling ดีขึ้นแล้วก็ด้วยความที่โมไนเขาเป็นคล้ายๆเหมือน wild card ในเกมนี้เราก็ไม่ได้อยากไปสู้อะไรมากเราอยากเก็บแต้มมากกว่านะครับก็ถือว่าเป็นเรสที่น่าพึงพอใจเลยครับ
ครับก็ถือว่าแฮปปี้สำหรับเรสนี้นะครับแน่นอนเรื่องเหลืออีกเรสนึงพรุ่งนี้นะครับก็ยังอยู่ในกริดเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ต้องดูกันอีกทีพรุ่งนี้ก็อยู่ที่3อยู่ที่3เหมือนเดิมนะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นก็มาดูกันว่าเราจะออกมาเป็นอย่างไรเนาะครับผมครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับเรียวครับ
ก็ฝากช่วยรถเบอร์33ด้วยนะครับวงสภัทรเกตสิริวิ่งอยู่ในรุ่นซูเปอร์อีโคครับแล้วก็ฝากติดตาม Instagram แล้วก็ Facebook ของเรียว @v.kgsiri นะครับขอขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์แล้วก็ทีม Intermission by AP ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับวงสภัทรเกตสิรินะครับอันดับ3นะครับและอันดับที่2นะฮะเป็นของ เมฆราธิตากัลลันตานนท์แสดงความยินดีด้วยครับมาเรามาสัมภาษณ์นีเน่หน่อย
สวัสดีค่ะ
เกิดอะไรขึ้นที่โค้ง
ก็ตามภาพเลยค่ะ
12 ครับ สนุกไหม ในเมื่อกี้ผมเห็นคุณกำลังเคลียร์กับเขาอยู่ว่ายังไงนะฮะพรุ่งนี้คุณบอกว่าไงนะฮะ
เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้หนูตามบ้าง
อ๋อโอเค
จะให้น้องนำบ้างเขารอบสุดท้ายน้องเอาบ้าง
ครับนะ
บ้านคนนำมันเหนื่อยอ่ะจะเอาตอนไหนก็ไม่รู้ไงน้องเอารอบสุดท้ายโค้งสุดท้ายเลยก็
โค้งสุดท้ายจ
ส
ริง
นุกดี
ๆ ถือว่าสนุกนะครับสำหรับเกมในวันนี้ครับโมนาล่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็สนุกมากครับ ก็แก้ไขจากเมื่อวานมาเยอะครับ เพราะว่าเมื่อวานมีผิดพลาดเกี่ยวกับการวางแผนนิดหน่อย
ครับ
ก็วันนี้ถือว่ากู้กลับมาได้ดีครับ
ครับโอ้มันจริงๆสนุกจริงๆนะครับแล้วก็อาจจะมีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นไม่ว่าจะเป็นในเรื่องของเซฟตี้คาร์ที่ออกมาด้วยนะครับแล้วก็หลายๆอย่างที่เกิดขึ้นในวันนี้เพราะฉะนั้นพรุ่งนี้ยังเหลืออีก1 สนามนะฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับโมนายครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผมโมนายวรัญชินนะครับจากลูกทีมเป็นทีมมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้สนับสนุนแล้วก็คนเชียร์ทางบ้านทุกคนอยากจะให้รู้ว่าถ้าไม่มีใครเชียร์ผมคงไม่ได้มาถึงขนาดนี้ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ครับนีเน่ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับ
ค่ะก็ฝากเชียร์นีเน่98แต่เบอร์9นะคะวันนี้ก็ฝากเชียร์นีเน่แล้วก็ลุกทีมวิงทีมมอเตอร์สปอร์ตด้วยค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณครับนีเน่เมฆราคิตากัลลันตานนท์มีโอกาสลุ้นแชมป์ประเทศไทยด้วยนะฮะทุกคนนะต้องไปดูกันในวันพรุ่งนี้ว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรนะครับติดตามกันให้ดีเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกับไฮไลท์กันต่อครับ
So, what a race here in Thailand Super Eco. Ronnie Risman started on pole position, but ended up falling back pretty quickly. We're only 2 corners into the lap when this happened at turn 3. Brought out the safety car. Took out the dreams of a few competitors. Some great avoidance from the number 68 to get out of the way of all of that. And then number 14 around at turn 4. And there was dives and passes wherever you looked, David. I think this has been the best race of the weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, just so close at every opportunity. So much back and forth inside of the top 5, inside of all of the other positions. Just a little couple of panels traded, mostly getting away with it. This will be another one. But this brought out the second safety car, and yeah, it's dropping something, isn't it?
It's the left rear.
Yeah, I want to say like a caliper stuck on there, maybe as they were riding the ripple strip. That's a thing that can happen. But then, I mean, the absolute highlight of the race is that back and forth for the race lead. And this, on the final lap, a dive to the inside of turn 9, holding it all the way around the outside of turn 10, just enough space left at the inside of turn 11. You've already heard my interpretation of this final corner battle between the two of them as well. Just racecraft at its absolute pinnacle.
Yeah, that was a fantastic fight between our top 2 for the victory there. And I think everyone should be happy with that one. So we're going to move very quickly on to the next race of the day. We have Supercar GT4 and GTC coming up. The qualifying sessions we covered earlier today. 60 minutes plus 1 lap on the cards, and that'll be going in just under 9 minutes time. Let's get ready for some GT4 racing. Fantastic stuff. Here on Speed Cafe and the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel English stream, we'll say a brief see you in a bit. We'll be back for the start of the next race.
เคสบายได้ เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับตอนนี้เราอยู่ในบรรยากาศสดๆนะครับที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้นะครับในรายการ TSS The Super Series by Big Quick นั่นเองนะครับรุ่นเราเนี่ยกำลังจะใหญ่ขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆนะครับซึ่งรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับคือ Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GT4 GT4 เนี่ยเราแข่งมาอยู่ที่เรสนี้เป็นเรสที่ 9 แล้วนะครับส่วน GT4 เนี่ยเป็นสนามที่ 7 นะครับและแน่นอนว่าคะแนนจ่าฝูงหรือผู้นำนะครับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT4 เนี่ยยังเป็นของ Winghin Motorsport นะครับอยู่ที่ประมาณ 140 คะแนนซึ่งห่างจากทีม TSS Motorsport เพียงแค่ 4 คะแนนเท่านั้นเพราะฉะนั้นนะครับหมายความว่าวันนี้มันจะมีการเข้าทำ compensation time เนี่ยโดยแน่นอนว่าเวลาที่จะอยู่นานกว่าเนี่ยนะครับก็จะเป็นของ Winghin ที่ต้องอยู่นานนะครับแต่วันนี้ไม้แรกในการ qualify ที่ทำเวลาได้ดีที่สุดในวันนี้นะครับก็ทำได้ในของ Winghin คือ1 นาที 42.887 ซึ่งนาควิปอัสลานเนี่ยนะครับจะขับเป็นไม้แรกไปคุยกันครับว่าวันนี้เขาเตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรตามกันมาฮะล่าสุดนี่ฮะนี่ก็เป็นขับคู่กับมิเชลเซียบันจ่ายนะครับแต่ว่านาควิปจะเป็นไม้แรกในวันนี้1 ชั่วโมงเต็มๆนะท่านผู้ชมฮะที่จะอยู่ในการแข่งขันในเรสในสนามนี้นั่นเองนะครับ Hello
Hello there.
Wow, congratulations for the best qualifying here and the leader in this series. So, how do you feel that?
Yeah, it was a good qualification.
Yep.
We had a good lap time. Car was feeling really good.
Yes.
But the race is where the points is at. So, full focus now for the race. Make sure we do our strategy and hopefully we come out on top.
Right. So, your strategy here and including about your silver and silver.
Yeah.
You have the more compensation time in here.
Correct.
Then you have not far away from the summary point about the AAS to 4 point, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So today we have the strategy here. How do you strategy?
Yeah. So that extra pit stop time will really make it difficult for us.
Yes.
But we've been doing it for the whole season so far.
Oh.
So we know what to do. It's just a matter of doing it.
All right. Okay. Let's just leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you here.
Thank you so much for supporting us being in your competition and may the best man win.
Okay. Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Thank you. นะครับก็นาควิปอัสลานะครับก็บอกว่าโอเคก็รู้สึกว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาดีเรารู้ว่าจะต้องใช้เทคนิคในเรื่องของกลยุทธ์ในการแข่งอย่างไรก็คือทำให้ดีที่สุดเขารู้ว่าเขาจะต้องทำอะไรกับการแข่งขันในปีนี้แล้วก็แน่นอนว่าขอบคุณสำหรับผู้ที่สนับสนุนเขานะครับตลอดระยะเวลาที่ผ่านมาเดี๋ยวเราไปคุยกันต่อกับอีกทีมหนึ่งที่คะแนนนะครับต้องบอกว่าอยู่ไม่ห่างกันนั่นเองนะครับกับ AAS Motorsport ไม้แรกนะครับจะเป็นของคมิกกันสูนะครับหรือมิกกี้นะครับขับคู่กับบูมกันเททีบุกซิรินั่นเองนะครับโอเคสวัสดีครับมิกกี้ครับแหมไม่ได้เจอกันนานเลยนะครับตั้งแต่ไปที่เซปังเนาะ วันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็อันนี้ก็เป็นวีคเอนด์สุดท้ายของรายการ Thailand Super Series นะครับทาง AAS Motorsport แล้วก็ผมเองก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับก็สู้ให้เต็มที่ครับ
แน่นอนเมื่อกี้ผมก็ถามทางนาควิปนอร์ททีวิงฮินเนี่ยเขามีคะแนนที่นำเราอยู่ประมาณแค่4 point แต่เรายังมีโอกาสในเรื่องของสนามที่เราจะสามารถช่วงชิงชัยได้ถูกไหมครับวันนี้ก็ถือว่าทำให้ดีที่สุดในทีม AAS Motorsport ล่ะเราวางแผนกันยังไงบ้าง
ก็ผมก็พยายามทำให้เร็วที่สุดครับแล้วก็ส่งไม้ต่อให้จบเรสให้ดีที่สุด
ครับผมมิกกี้ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเรา AAS Motorsport ด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
รถ GT4 มีหมายเลข1กับหมายเลข99ครับ
ครับ
หมายเลข18ในรุ่น GT3
ครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณครับขมิกกันในสูตรนะครับโอเคไปอีกคันนึงตามมาเลยดีกว่าครับท่านผู้ชมฮะนี่นะครับอันดับที่3นะครับในกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้นะครับหมายเลข99นะครับเดชาธรผู้อัครวุฒิกับธนพัฒน์สุทธิสว่างนะครับวันนี้หมายแรกเป็นพี่ปุ๊ครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับผม
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่ปุ๊ครับ
สนามนี้2คันหน้าเร็วมากเลยครับ ก็จะพยายามตามเกาะกันไปเรื่อยๆครับ
โอ้โหถือว่าวันนี้ปีนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการแข่งขัน
ก็ปีนี้ก็ยังไม่ประสบความสำเร็จเท่าที่ควร
ครับ
เดี๋ยวปีหน้าก็ต้องรอดูกันใหม่
แต่ปีหน้าทุกคนตั้งหน้าตั้งตารอพี่แน่นอนนะครับมากับโอมด้วยนี่โหยิ่งเป็นแบบรูกี้เลยดาวรุ่งเลยนะครับพี่ปุ๊ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับทีม Porsche Thailand ครับ TSS Motorsport นะครับผม
ครับ
99กับเบอร์ 1นะครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่ปุ๊ครับเดชาธรผู้อัครวุฒินะครับขับคู่กับโอมธนพัฒน์สุทธิสว่างจาก AS Motorsport นั่นเองนะครับยังมีในรุ่นของ GTC ที่อยู่ข้างหลังด้วยนะครับเพราะแน่นอนรุ่นนี้ทั้ง2รุ่นนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ TSS The Super Series by Be Quick ครับ
So here we go then. Hello once again to everybody watching the English language stream for Thailand Super Series here at Chang International Circuit. Day 2 of the final round of 2025. It's time to go racing in the GT4 and GTC classes. And this is going to be a fun one for sure. 60 minutes plus 1 lap. Similar to what we saw for the Super Tourers earlier on in the day. This is going to be the second last race of Saturday's run. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me, Dan Yeaman whispering sweet nothings into our ears behind the scenes. This is going to be a fun grid. The championship leaders in the GT4 class start on pole, and Nakib Aslan in the number 39, taking to the start here of the first race. In his English interview with Goody, you could tell he was pretty optimistic, but he was aware that it was going to be very hard work with their compensation times. So if you're unfamiliar with how all of that works in this series, there is a compulsory pit stop. If not delayed or interrupted by a safety car, the pit window runs for the middle 10 minutes of the race. And there is a minimum pit lane time for everyone of 90 seconds. And depending on driver pairings, various ratings for drivers, success penalties for the top 3 from previous races, you can get time added onto your compensation time. You must stand still in your pit box until that time runs out, and then you can run away with it later. Damien Hamilton, solo driver in the GTC Ford Mustang TA2. He is not going to have to deal with any of that, but he will have his own compensation time to be added as a solo driver. There's 2 subclasses in GT4, Pro-Am and Am. And of course, there will be overall and class points up for grabs in today's race. So, David, I'm looking forward to this one. Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chi-Min-jae, they're leading the championship for very good reason. They've been dealing with those compensation times all season as well, and they've come out on top. And that number 39 is looking immaculate.
There have been points in time where Nakib Aslan has been just outrageously fast in that Toyota Supra GT4. Last time at Sepang, I think he hunted down almost 50 seconds in pursuit of a race win. There were some challenging conditions there that day, but he has been an amazing, amazing competitor. Also got the Toyota Altis GTC back in his field to battle Damien Hamilton in the TA2.
It's a very close championship fight up at the top of GT4 with the 39 of Aslan and Chi-Min-jae, only 4 points ahead of the championship winning car from last season, the AAS Motorsport Porsche with Kumik Kanasuta and Kantadi Kusiri at the wheel. Let's go through it then. the full grid. 1 and 2 in the championship are 1 and 2 on the grid for today. It's race 9 for the GT4 category, race 7 for GTC. And we've seen plenty of incidents at turn 3, down at turn 4 and 5 as well. Few cars parked up on the inside of turn 7 in previous races today. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing the same in this particular event. But a GT4 can get around here in quite a tidy time. Some big speeds to be reached in sectors 1 and 2, but sector 3 is all about the driving, all about being smooth. Let's go then through the grid here. Nakib Aslan taking the start in the number 39, got Kamik Karnasuta alongside him. Then we have a Decathlon starting the AAS Motorsport 99 in third alongside Falfong in fourth place. Prakun taking the wheel of the fifth place starting 95 with Grant there in the sixth spot. Then we have Daniel Bilski taking the Racing Aurora machine start there with Iaro in 8th alongside. Graham Dowsett in the Team NZ Aston Martin will be 9th and last of your GT4 cars. Then in GTC, there's only 2 machines to think about. Damien Hamilton and then Akarapong in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry, taken to the start in that 2-driver entry. So, time for the rolling start then. Pole position will be on the right-hand side for this rolling start. It was on the left side for the standing start Super Eco and Super Touring events. But away we go, David. I'm looking forward to this one. We've got a championship to decide today and tomorrow in our GT4 class, and those 2 cars are the ones on the front row.
Yeah, this is the race where the qualifying order was set by the first drivers. So in theory, we then get them to close this one out. Nakib Aslan starting things off. So expect that Aston Martin to maybe come forward through this first half of the race.
Yes, let's see then what Graham Dowsett can do there as we get ready to go here. The GTC cars come out of the final corner and the green flag flies. We are away. They're already trying to go 3 wide. The 33 almost getting between the 39 and the 1. And Kamik tries round the outside of 1, but Nakib Aslan will lead the way out of the first turn here. Super close fighting in GT4 as we get things started here. Now it's time for the braking zone. 33 versus 95 down to the braking zone. Who will be the last of the late breakers here? Look at that run from the Super behind us. That overshooting there. Amazing that he was able to keep it on the track there in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand machine. But for the moment, Nakib Aslan in a pretty solid lead there.
So that would have been the 19 then, bombing all the way around the outside, if possible. GT4's away. GTC's in behind them were just a little staggered on the start. It's 95 versus 99 through the double tight left-handers. And it opens up a little bit into turn 7, the right-hander. Turn 8's a tiny bit tighter. And then a long, long turn 9. All your GT4s in one shot and in one line.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like Mick Karnasuta is already under pressure. And also the 99 driver of Dechathorn Fuakarawut is going to be making some big moves potentially. That number 19 of Grant Superpong, incredibly confident on the brakes. At the end of lap 1, Nakib Aslan out to a solid lead of 1.2 seconds over Kamik Karnasuta. It looks like Kamik himself will be coming under a lot of pressure from Falfong there. Meanwhile, here comes the 99 to try and get back past the number 95, Prakun versus Dechathorn. And the Porsche Cayman has the inside line for turn 3. Anti-lock brakes on GT4 machinery. Once again, Grant Superpong super late on the brakes into the third corner, and this time he's able to get to the apex and carry that pace all the way through the corner, making this a 3-car fight for 4th place.
Yeah, it certainly looks good. It seems like there's enough grip to then come back to a tight line, something we saw happening from a couple of other cars. Oh, but this is Ayara Ratsan-Koto. He'd made up a couple of spots on the opening lap.
Yeah,
but now, drama for the Porsche.
He was in 7th across the start-finish line. I'm not sure exactly where he's come to a stop there. Has he gotten back going? No, yes, he has, fortunately. Some technical problem with the Cayman, potentially. Will fall all the way to the back of the GT4 field, at least. As now the race gets into its rhythm once more. Nakib Aslan continuing to extend that gap, I think. No, actually, it's stayed around about the same. Kamik Kanasuta is actually keeping him quite honest there up the front of the field, but he's got a lot to worry about from behind. Meanwhile, Karapong at the wheel of the Toyota Altis GTC, chasing down Damian Hamilton. There are only 2 cars in this GTC class, but they're willing to give us just as good of a race as anyone else. The problem's continuing for Iaro there. The Madagascar livery Porsche stopped, guess where? On the inside of turn 7.
I was going to say, if that's the apex of 7, I think you need to dig that up and check for magnets buried in the earth or something. Unusual of a GT4 car to see this kind of issue where it just seems to be an electrical, coughing, spluttering, dead stick type situation. If that doesn't move, it'll have to be a safety car. But he's managed to stop, refire it, and limp another distance before. So it feels like it may be possible to reboot again.
Yeah, you're right. GT4 never really strikes me as the kind of category where you'd see those kinds of technical issues. Like most other categories, the ones that were running today before that point, yeah, you'd expect some technical gremlins because most, if not all, of the cars are bespoke and put together by the teams themselves. But GT4 cars are basically off the shelf. They are sold by the manufacturers. So it's unclear exactly what the problem is for the number 32, but Iaro has managed to make it back to the pits. Will we see him come out of it later? That is the big question.
The thing to keep in mind with this GTC battle as well is it's very, very delicious at the moment is that Damian Hamilton will be driving the whole way, the whole race in that Ford Trans Am. Whereas to keep up this kind of pressure, you need both drivers in the Altis GTC to be able to do that kind of pace, that kind of racecraft, keep that kind of pressure on. They're going to look, I think that's a laptop already plugged in or inspecting the telemetry for what's going on with that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport.
Not ideal. Now, keep our eyes peeled on the fight here for GTC. There was only half a second difference between these cars at the line, and the gap looks to be about the same now. Meanwhile, at the front of GT4, Nakib Aslan is feeling no pressure from behind. He's managed to put some time down over Kamik Kanasuta there in the number 1. Gap at 1.6 seconds at the line. So things are looking good for the GR Supra as things stand, but we know how tight of an operation AAS Motorsport is. I'm sure that they've got a few tricks up their sleeve and they'll try and throw it at them towards the end. Good start from Falfong in the other Supra as well, as there's the 32 going into the garage. Looks like that's going to be day done for Iaro and Sathapond. Poor Sathapond, not even getting a chance to drive his car.
Yeah, so if it's mechanical, that could be it. If it's pull out an electrical component and replace it with a spare, we could see them again in this race. If it... There are a few things you can imagine them replacing in 20 to 30 minutes, like perhaps a fuel pump or an electrical sensor, like a throttle position, maybe a throttle position sensor or something else. But if it's engine out, that's not happening in this time frame.
No, certainly not. Unclear whether or not they'd even be able to get it sorted in time for tomorrow's race, the final race of the season for these two categories.
Well, they'd have plenty of personnel also running 2 cars in GT3, so if you need lots of hands to get something done to get that car back in racing, I could see Be Quick Absolute Racing being able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Solid possibility there. So, Grant Superpong here in the probably what you'd call almost the default livery for the Toyota Supra there. His pace is equalized somewhat from the cars in front and behind. He's settled into 6th very nicely. 36 of Daniel Bilski, meanwhile, on his lonesome there in a bit of no man's land between Superpong and Graham Dowsett.
And they've got their Supra back. They were in a Cayman temporarily at Sepang after their Supra encountered problems. Oh, and then a Mercedes before that, apparently. So I think that's 3 models in 3 rounds, potentially, then, for Daniel Bilski and Hayden Haikal. Is the horsepower of that 6.2-litre Trans Am car. We do have the VMAX stats. 236 for Damien Hamilton, if you don't mind, is a significant advantage on this Altus GTC's 217. So there's walking them in a straight line. I think that's somewhere between jogging and sprinting them in a straight line. I've never had my sprinting speed measured, but it's probably not that much more than 20 k's an hour. And that's the pace difference between the Trans Am and the Altus. But it's a well put together Toyota there. And so expect it over the course of turn 5, 6, 7, 8 to be able to close some of this back. And both of them are going quicker than Graham in the Aston Martin for the moment. So Romain Leroux still to come then for the number 7 Aston Martin.
Yeah, and I think at least a couple of k's an hour of Damien Hamilton's VMAX was thanks to the slipstream of the Aston up ahead of him. Okay, things are starting to get a little bit closer here in the final sector. This is where the Toyota Altus starts to gain some advantage, and then it's straight line speed again into the final corner and all the way to turn 4 again over the course of this lap. It must be frustrating being the driver of the Altus, knowing that, yes, while you can equalize the pace on the infield and through the twisty bits, Hamilton just drives away from you on the straights.
Yeah, I've done this dance before versus a Ford Mustang that can't corner but has you beat in a straight line, and it's got to be so tactical. You've got to set up the move so far in advance that you make them defend, and then they're slow through this corner, and then you beat them to the braking zone of the next where you can outbrake them, etc. And it just takes like a whole lap to set up a move to be able to stick it and then stay ahead. So if you get close enough that you make Damien Hamilton need to defend into, say, turn 8, then you could use turn 9, 10, and 11 to pull away far enough that he can't outbrake you into the final corner. And from there, you could begin to cement a pace advantage that's insurmountable. But it would take a lot of work and putting a lot of jigsaw piece puzzles in the correct places and order as well.
Speaking of insurmountable, it's starting to look like the pace that Nikita Aslan is holding on to here in the Wing Hin Motorsports Supra is looking pretty good versus Kamek running behind. The gap has come back down ever so slightly. It was 3.6, now it's 3.8 actually, so another further gain here by Nikib Aslan. Kamit Karnasuta is doing as best he can in that number 1 car for the moment. Don't forget, of course, that it's the primary drivers, or driver 1, starting this race, and then driver 2 will take over. And in almost all cases, the second driver is a little bit faster than the first driver. So Kantidi Kasiri will be jumping into this number 1 when the pit stop comes around. The question is, knowing how quick Kantidi Kasiri is, would you try and pit at the very start of the pit window and hope that the Wing Hin Motorsports car delays putting Mitchell Chim and Jay in the car and potentially use that as something of an undercut?
Race control noted the exact second that the green flag waved on the race start, calculated from there on out, and has the pit window opening at a local time of 3:08 p.m. and 17 seconds. So exactly where everyone is at that moment. Wait and see in about 10 minutes' time. But yes, this is the race where we expect people to look to the earlier end of the pit window to make their driver change as required.
And we've gotten our first message from race control. Black and white flag, a warning for cars 95 and 33. So that's Prakun in the Toyota Supra and Falfon also in the Toyota Supra in 3rd place. And I mean, I gotta say, it's been pretty good to see that it's taken this long into the race for any track limits violations to be highlighted by race control. It's been pretty clean driving thus far in this race. It's a bit of a sort of mini endurance, so all the drivers are well aware that all they have to do is keep it clean here in the first half, and they will let their second drivers take over, and then they'll start pushing those limits. Damien Hamilton starting to get a bit closer here to Graham Dowsett, and looking to the inside of turn 3. But Dowsett is well within his rights to turn in and hit the apex there. That gap between Hamilton and Akarapong has still not gone beyond about half a second. It's an incredibly close race in GTC right now. For the smallest class of any throughout all of the TSS competition, it's certainly proving to be one of the most competitive around this circuit, at least.
Certainly is for the moment, and if Hamilton just gets held up a little bit, say into turn 4, getting a good run but then not able to move past Graham Dowsett at turn 4, then it begins to cost him time here. So turn 8, and they're saying that into turn 9 there could be the way to go. Well,
that's some good pace from the Toyota coming out of the final sector there. But once again, too little too late. Damien Hamilton streaks away between the penultimate and final corners. That's very late on the brakes for the number 9, and I think Hamilton might have overshot the apex just a tiny bit there. Fortunately, he can gather it up and blast away down the start-finish straight. The gap between those two cars now out to 0.6 of a second. I think Hamilton, coming into turn 9 there, was doing the right thing by getting to the apex earlier. You notice that Akarapong took a little bit longer to turn in for that corner. That's something I've noticed throughout all of the races we've seen this weekend so far. Usually the car that gets to the apex first is the one that will end up defending the position. Oh, that was close to a track limits violation there for Nakib Aslan. I think he just had the tyres on the curb, and he and he does it again there.
We've already been to the Bangsen Street circuit, but apparently just as much precision is required here. It's just mentally a different game. So pit window opens in 8 minutes, doing minute 44s. So the pit window probably opens in 5 laps for these drivers. 7 seconds away from the race lead is the AAS Porsche. Already had a warning for the track limits for our 33 in 3rd position. So keep an eye on that for Falfong here.
And I believe you get a maximum of 3 warnings before you get issued a penalty. Oh, actually, it looks like car number 39, the leader, is the next car to get a black and white flag from race control for exceeding track limits. I wonder if we caught that live. I'm unclear exactly on what the definition of track limits is at this circuit, whether or not it's 2 wheels on the asphalt or 2 wheels on the curb. A lot of drivers seem to take it, you know, with 2 wheels on the curb in most circumstances, and seem to escape race control's auspices for a bit. I wonder if that was just a step too far through this section for the number 39 machine.
And then sometimes there's particular race directors' notes about particular corners where they're looking at more than others. Yeah, nice little slide there. How about that from Decathorn in 4th place? The other of the AAS Porsches. This one's got the blue stripe on it. I think the one in 2nd's got sort of a red stripe motif to it. Same for the mirrors, little bits on the fenders. So it's sort of the decal colour. So to the inside of turn 9 is how you'd be able to make a spot, but Hamilton's got it covered, and it's a bit of track limits from Dowsett there as he ran wide on the way in, runs a bit wide on the exit.
And this is the closest the Toyota ever gets to the Mustang around the lap before Damien Hamilton's sheer power and speed takes over. So just seeing that race control have hit this car, the number 7, with a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. That was quick. The 19 of Grant Superpong also coming under a bit of scrutiny for his lines around the track.
Can Hamilton get ahead here? Because if he can put the GT4 in between himself and his only class competitor, that would be very, very nice. But if he can't and he's being held up, then it does leave him vulnerable if he can't stretch his legs down the straight and gets caught in the twisty bit. It's by a car that can outmaneuver and potentially outfox him.
So coming out of turn 3, we see Hamilton trying to find a gap somewhere on the way into turn 4. There's confirmation of the 19 and the 7 getting their black and white flags. I think Hamilton is safe in the short term here, but if Dowsett's pace starts dropping off more, then he might be in a bit of trouble. This is right where it starts to get interesting. Look at the gap that's come down now between these cars. This could be the place where we see Akarapong make the move. He has a look to the inside. It's not going to be here. It's going to be at the next corner where he might get it done. Once again, Damien Hamilton just angles his car perfectly to the inside of the circuit and doesn't allow an opportunity for the Altis to get by.
The only corner where he's actually vulnerable into turn 9, and he always just places it perfectly. And I just noticed that on the run to turn 4, he was very hesitant to try to get alongside or pass Graham Dowsett. Like he's sort of thinking, I'm not meant to be part of tangling and mixing with the GT4s, but the longer it goes on, the more he thinks, maybe I do have a pace advantage here, the more tempted he's going to be. This is where the legs really stretch for the TA2.
Yes. Check back in with our leader for the moment.
Pit window open, they might be heading that way.
They may very well do. It's been a clinical performance from Nikki Aslan so far. has barely put a foot wrong. Car 32, meanwhile, that's the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. Excuse me. Team manager to report to race control after the race. So, some further discussions to be had for the number 32 team.
My thought around that is the car came to a stop. They refired it and tried to stay on track rather than going to an exit point. And then it came to a stop again, and then that repeated again. And maybe the race director was like, well, what was going on with the car where you thought you could continue rather than taking, you know, an escape road at the earliest opportunity? That could be the kind of thing you want to discuss and understand why the team took the action they did.
Well, we are within 2 minutes until the pit window is due to open, and the second drivers are getting ready. Almost time to think about coming into the pit lane, and considering where they are on the track at the moment, it's probably going to have to be from next lap onwards that they'll want to jump into the lane here. The gap for Nakib Aslan over Kamik Karnasuta here is now approaching 10 seconds. And that should just about cover any compensation time that they have to serve in that number 39. I just love the precision with which the leaders are placing their cars on these curves. Most cars today, they've looked pretty out of control over those curves, not these guys.
Well, they've got downforce, ABS, traction control. That doesn't help.
Graham Dowsett off at turn 4. And I wonder if that was contact with Damien Hamilton that did that. The Aston Martin does look undamaged. And it looks like it was Hamilton up the inside of turn 4, but
marbles,
yeah,
grey dirt. Perhaps just thought he could still go flat out the long way around the outside and found there wasn't as much grip there. If there was contact, it must have been way earlier than that.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, it looks like Graham Dowsett lost that one all by himself, just being on the dirty side of the racetrack. That's a shame for him. That's going to be a lot of time lost, but fortunately the car is still running. There is still a chance of a result here today for them. Pit window is officially open. Who is going to be the first to dive in?
Well, I want to guess Graham Dowsett.
Yeah.
Potentially. Might be thinking about it soon.
I was thinking the same. I didn't want to be the first to say it, though. And it looks like we're right. In he comes.
We're getting pretty good at this. Driver assistant there to help Dowsett out. Romain Leroux's got a little back cushion insert to help him. I did a 2-hour stint once where I should have had something like that and didn't, and boy did my back hurt at the end. Small of my back was not all the way against the back of the seat. So Romain Leroux's probably got that exactly the size he needs so that he can fit in the seat.
And in comes the number 1 machine. Kamik Karnasuta will hand over to Kantadi Kusiri, one of the quickest drivers in this field. And this could be what they need to get a leg up on Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Cheminjay in the race leading number 39. Next in is the 95 car. Prakun has been very liberal with his interpretation of the track limits, and race control have given him a final warning for exceeding track limits. The number 36 is in as well. Daniel Bilski will hand over to Hayden Haikal.
Well, if you got your final warning just as you hit pit lane, does it carry with the car or just with the driver? Because some would say then you've measured it exactly perfectly. In the World Endurance Championship, it goes with the driver, and it's actually an advantage to have 3 drivers instead of 2 because you're allowed more track limits with more drivers. Something to think about. We'll see how it works in this 60-minute race, but Niki Bazlan's still out there. Romain Leroux is in. He's been very good with this Aston Martin, so never say never on a good result after that. And their compensation time's not normally outrageous, so total pit stop time, minute 54 for that number 7 Aston Martin. It's going to be longer than that for a couple of the other cars. It's underway for Kimmich and already past minute 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out as well that that number 7 Aston Martin is now, well, they are going to be starting tomorrow's final race in second place with Romain Leroux's fantastic performance in the second qualifying session. So keep an eye out for them for sure. 95 away.
I like that car controlling, looking at the stopwatch, presumably, counting down from 5 and then go. Yeah, so 2 minutes 11 was the total transit time for this car. And then for the 95, a minute 58.
Now comes the 36 as well. So now this is going to be an interesting matchup with Cantadi Kassiri now in car number 1. I'm sort of half hoping that Niki Bazlan stays out for another lap or 2 just so we can get a proper time comparison between the first driver of the 39 and the second driver of the 1. But that remains to be seen. He's not committing to the pits just yet, so another lap time on the board here for the Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota. 144.7 on the previous lap.
Now, there are 2 silver drivers combination, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, and you've also got your 2 GTC cars that have stayed out. So Damien Hamilton and Akara Pong have stayed out. Gonna get the other AAS Porsche in. They've got a driver assistant. It's just helping with the belts and the radio cord. Yep, make sure that doesn't get tangled anywhere, and then put the belts together, plug the radio in, window net across. Here comes Damien Hamilton.
Damien Hamilton, who has held on to the lead of GTC this whole time, but under lots of pressure from the Toyota Altis behind, especially in the final sector. Let's see where the difference is made here in the pit stops. Now, Hamilton, of course, is a single driver, so he will not be getting out of the car here. There will be a bit of extra compensation time, I'm sure, to account for that.
Yeah, minimum pit stop time, and then there is extra compensation time for singular drivers, and then the higher ranked your drivers are, so FIA silvers and golds, or in the case of Lauren Heinrich, who we're going to see in GT3, towards platinum. Extra time added for that as well, plus 15, 10, and 5 for the podium finishes of the previous race, so it can eventually add up.
Looks like Mitchell Chiminjay is there at the ready for Niki Bazlan to bring the race-leading 39 in. Almost knocks the board over on the way in. Small discussion there. What exactly they're talking about, we may never know. The 33 is in too. Warpon will take over from Falfong there. The second of our AAS Porsches has exited the pit lane now. So this is the move towards sort of resetting the field. It's looking to me like
busy day to be a leaf blower.
Just getting any debris off the
trying to stop
front
heat soak
tyres
from the
or-
front brakes.
Yeah, heat
You've got a
soak from the
couple of
brakes.
big stops at the final corner at turn 3 and certainly into turn 5 as well. And this big stop right here. So more compensation time for the Altus than the Mustang. So we flick from second in GTC to our leader in GTC. So the new driver, Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Some work to do to stop the Mustang.
Yeah, plenty to do. Akarapong Akaninarot is going to take a rest now. Hand over to Chris Vasarapna. Team that's been running in second for the majority of the season. They managed to get 2 wins in races 4 and 5 of the championship, but every other round so far for them has been either a DNF or they did not end up starting. So they're looking for a few more points here in the final part of the season. As things stand, it will be very tough for Damian Hamilton to overcome them to grab second in the championship for GTC. At the moment, it would appear that our championship leading team, and they are leading by a long way, are not here today. Chongyi Kenneth Ho and Xuan Shane Ang are the leaders on 129 points. The
Second
Toyota Gazoo
stop?
Racing Oh, okay.
Tire
That's
down
interesting.
maybe after the spin. They may have damaged one.
Not
And
seeing any messages from race control, so yeah, it does look like a tire problem.
yeah, so obviously we had that spin. Maybe Romain Laroux's reported that the front left was going down or nastily flat spotted. It seems like in the first stop, the driver change happened. Everything was to plan. It was within the window. But now they're back in again for a tire change, and only the front left appeared to be getting attention.
Yeah, potentially hitting some debris the wrong way around the circuit. Final car to make their stop, and they got in just before the pit window closed. The number 19, Sutapong, taking over from Grant Supapong. And immediately, bit of racing going on here. Mitchell Chiminjay finds himself with close company. Pulapong there in the number 33 now, and putting some pressure on our former race leaders here. Oh, bit of contact on the way into turn 4. Neither of them are going to be too happy about that one. But ultimately, it seems no damage done. That could have been disastrous, though.
Chiminjay quicker, but did come across a little bit on the approach to turn 4. And then, of course, Guapon was not going to give anything away for free, battling for a podium position. And if the other car coming is quicker, it's like, okay, well, make the move more cleanly than that, perhaps. Also got to worry about Kanda T coming up from behind now. So minute 56 was the stop for that blue and yellow 33 Supra, whereas it was 2 minutes 21 for Mitchell Chiminjay and 2 minutes 11 for Canada T here in this AAS Porsche. So that's how they've ended up back behind. That's how the compensation time's meant to work. The quicker driver combinations and the quicker cars then have a little bit more work for themselves post the pit stop, and everything's a little closer towards the end. This is that just cheeky little moment on the way in to turn 4.
A little bit of a wiggle from Mitchell Chiminjay. His first laps in the car in race conditions this weekend. Now Kantadi Kasiri at the wheel of the number 1, and his first proper lap in the car, a 145.1. Meanwhile, Mitchell Chiminjay with a 145.9. So there's plenty of pace difference between those cars. Unfortunately for Kantadi, he's going to have to make his way past the 39 first before he can really start giving chase, and he's going to do it down at turn 5. Looked like the rear end was threatening to break free there. He's gone deep into turn 5, but should be able to hold onto the position on the way through the next couple of corners. So didn't entirely go to plan, but he is by, and now he's got clear air ahead of him to catch the former race leader here.
Yeah, so close last time across the line, 1.4 seconds for the race lead, Thanapatra versus Mitchell Chiminjay, who we know has been released and into second place. So that's a gap to watch that will come down and shrink in these final 21 minutes. And then you've seen a move into third.
So the second of the AAS Motorsport Porsches, Thanapatra at the wheel now. They had one of the shortest compensation times of anyone. 1 minute and 54 seconds. Not quite as tiny as the one for Grant and Suttapong in the 19, who were only 1 minute and 34 seconds. But, all things considered, they lead by just over a second from Mitchell Chiminjay, and they're holding on to some alright times as well. Only 4/10 off the pace of the cars chasing them. So I think the pass will be made eventually. There's still 20 minutes left in this race, but Mitchell Chiminjay is going to have to work for it here.
Well, it looks so exciting now when you see it like this. The Porsche being pursued by the Supra about a second away. Look nimble, but a little leery, the Cayman. And then you just got to worry about track limits. Not something we've actually seen come across the race control channel much since the pit stop window, but I imagine it might pick up into the final 10 minutes as everyone begins to try to scrap for everything that they is available in the position they find themselves in.
Let's see what these
extending
lap
further in GTC. So Damien Hamilton has sort of survived the first half of the race. He was under immense pressure and then now seems to be extending it in the second half. Romain Leroux did get back out on track and has just set a personal best for himself and for that car, and I think even for the race. No, not quite.
No, not quite. 1:44.005. The fastest lap of the entire race so far is a 1:43.4 that Naqib Aslan was able to set in the first stint in that number 39, which is catching up now to the back of Thanapatra in the AAS 99.
Now, if no one else changed tyres in their pit stop, and the number 7 Aston Martin have put a new front left on, does that mean they're going to be down a fresh tyre for tomorrow's race?
Good question. I wonder if, yeah, it depends on how many sets you're given by Pirelli, I suppose.
Or, and if they put a brand new one on then, or if they found, you know, one from practice or something.
Worth thinking about. We don't have the answers right now, but hopefully we will have an answer in due course. 4/10 taken out of the lead on the previous lap by Mitchell Chang. And have a look at how much more confident he is on the brakes. He is making up so much time into the final corner, right up to the rear bumper of the 99 Porsche. But these two cars on screen, they've gotten black and white flags from race control. They are pushing the limits a bit too far.
When you and your buddy both get in trouble and have to go see the principal. They would have both looked up at that or heard it on the radio. It's like, hey, you just got to track limits, but so did that guy, so
No harm, no foul. Ooh. Here comes the inside move for Mitchell Chang, and that is the lead of the race for Wing Hin Motorsports once again.
They're running so many cars across so many categories here in GT4, across Super Touring and Super Eco. So even in the back of shot, as they're looking at the Supra, you can see the Yaris's and everything else. A muted celebration, I would say.
Yeah, they know that there's still plenty left to go in this race, and they need to think about Kantadi Kusiri behind, who is still running faster than Mitchell Chang right now. 4/10 quicker on the previous lap.
Hayden
and just popping to the back of the frame.
Fastest car on track right now. So Heikal's just taken like a 1.5 seconds out of Nannen in 5th place. And at that kind of advantage, you're only 4 laps away, and we are still about 10 laps to go in this race.
So a quick replay here of, it seems, an issue for Damien Hamilton. Romain Leroux getting up the inside of him, but Leroux has been hit with a black and white flag himself for track limits. So it's crucial there for Romain Leroux that he is able to make his way back past. And that's your top 3, all in a line here. Any chance at all for Kantadi Kusiri to make up more time here? He, along with 4th, 5th, and 6th, apparently remaining roughly in the same positions that they started in. Give or take a couple.
There's another warning flag for the track limits for the 95, and they are a car that is feeling some pressure. More than 1 second a lap being taken out of them by the car in 6th place. And 3rd, get closer between the 2 AAS Porsches, and you see one with the blue flare, one with the red flare.
Yes, it's very easy to tell those cars apart. 14 minutes remain. And we'll see the gap extend to 1.6 seconds in the lead, but only 0.6 of a second between the 2 AAS cars. I'm going to wait to see what kind of lap Hayden Heikal can put in here, because he is making tracks. Once again, he sets the fastest time on that particular lap. 144.3 versus a 146 for Nannen in the 95. Evidently, potentially, one of those track limits violations happening on that lap. Kantadi Kusiri then searching for the inside, and there's the trade. The AAS cars swap positions, and now Kusiri is free to chase Mitchell Chang for the lead of the race. At the start of this lap, they had about 2.2 seconds between them. Considering that Kusiri has been consistently running about 0.5 seconds faster, give or take a few tenths, than Chang over the last few laps. I get the feeling this one's going to go down to the wire.
Many things to be excited about. I think we're basically a lap away from the top 5 battle. This race lead has just enough time to move from a simmer towards a boil in the final 4 or 5 laps.
The 99 who has just been passed there has gotten their final warning for track limits. 12 minutes to go, and the 36 of Hayden Heikal also with a black and white flag for the same reason. That lap for Kentidi Kasiri, it wasn't as much of a chunk taken out of Mitchell Chiminje's lead, but still faster by 0.2 of a second. Kentidi Kasiri is a man on a mission right now.
Under a second for 5th place. So I imagine we'll be seeing a little bit of that in a moment. This gap came down only a couple tenths in the race lead on the last lap. So it is going to take the remaining time to shrink this margin.
So with about 10.5 minutes to go, lap times of about 1:45, that's going to be about 6 or 7 laps. Probably closer to 7, considering that it is an extra lap after the timer hits 0. Gap coming down here between the 33 and the 95. Oh, actually, that's the 33 and the 36. 95 has, it appears, fallen back there behind these two. Now it's Supra versus Supra versus Supra.
So we've, in fact, missed Heikal making the first move, and now he's setting up the next through turn 1 by making them defend, switching back to use the full width of the road, and then a drag race all the way to turn 3.
Sticking in the slipstream for as long as he can here. Get an onboard from Hayden Heikal, a bit of weaving at the end of the straight there. Took them a few moments to pick their lines, but Heikal have to commit to the outside here. Can he get it done on the exit? Space is given. But now the outside into turn 4. That is not what you want, and it seems that there's sometimes a bit of miscommunication between the Supras here on exactly where they're going to be running into turn 4. Heikal will stay ahead, though, for the meantime, and they are up into 4th place now. This team that have probably driven the most car models out of any team in GT4 this season.
Real iRacing type areas.
What's the meta? What should I main?
Which car is OP for this track? Not really what they've done. It's actually been a series of unfortunate events, particularly at Sepang, where they were lucky to even be able to race at all.
Now Nanin is getting a bit aggressive here. Looking to complete a move. Very similar to what we saw for the finish of the Super Eco race earlier. The cutback works very well at the final corner. Up the inside into turn 1. And Nanin is through on Fuwapon, but slightly better exit for the 33. He's going to keep this battle going to the end of the straight here. But it's a hard defense from car 95. There's space opening to the inside, but he sticks middle of the road, forces the 33 to go really wide round the outside. We'll translate that into a late apex and get some momentum back, but I think it's going to be a few more corners before we see this battle heat up again.
There was a bit of gravel out there as well, so eventually you go far enough outside of turn 3, you'll find a dirty part of the racetrack without much grip.
Oh, this is big. Race Control have just announced something huge for the race leader. Car 39, 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. That's come out of nowhere there. And that is going to effectively give the victory to Commit Kanasutra and Kennedy Kusiri.
Now remember, they both got a warning at the similar time, so you actually wouldn't rule out that something similar could also happen to the number 1 car. But as it stands at the moment, Kennedy Kusiri is within 5 seconds of the race leader, who has a 5-second penalty hanging over their head. The communication between the team and the drivers at AAS seems like it's been good. They very well engineered the swap that gave Kennedy Kusiri the opportunity to try to attack here. And are we about to see some track limits?
Potentially. Oh. Yeah, right there at the apex of turn 9. And they've gotten a black and white flag for exceeding track limits as a result of that. So...
But not a time penalty.
You never know. Yeah, not a time penalty yet. They're not on their final warning. So, there is still potential. Still just under 6 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Kennedy Kusiri's pace seems to have plateaued here in his pursuit of Mitchell Cheminjay. They know for now that they'll be given the victory once the 5-second time penalty is applied to the 39. However, they need to keep their nose clean as well, because if they end up getting a 5-second penalty themselves for the same reason, then it's game on again.
Found the headlight flasher when it was to pass their teammates. Found the headlight flasher a couple times in pursuit of the race leader.
Oh no, it's gotten even worse for the 39. Second offense. Another 10 seconds.
That puts them third at the moment.
Oh,
if it's 5 plus 10, that puts them third. Can you hear people in the grandstands react to these penalties coming out?
Yes.
Wow.
I can hear it myself as well, and this is what did it for the 39. It looks like they are using the white line for track limits there. So this is disastrous for Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Cheminjay. Remember, they came into this round leading the championship, and only by 4 points over the AAS Motorsport #1 duo. So this could turn into a pretty big swing in the championship lead with the final race of the season running tomorrow.
Still 3 more laps to go in this one, looking at the time that was on the clock, 3 minutes 30 crossing the start-finish line. Probably not 4 more, from what I can tell.
this has turned into a very worrying prospect for our current race leaders.
Yeah, because Hayden Heikal is only 18 or 19 seconds away from the race lead.
Yeah, and he's looking quick. His last lap time was 7/10 faster than the leader.
There's even still time for him to catch third place on track, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
So don't... I was about to say don't rule out a podium. I think I'm about to say don't rule out second place.
Yeah, this could be big for Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikal. Coming up on some lap traffic.
Yeah, that's the GT4 AM leader, which is a subclass of 2. It's them versus the Aston Martin.
Now them versus the
already
Absolute
retired
Racing Porsche, which is out. So
sorry,
only one car in that subclass there. He lets our leaders go, though not without forcing them to go offline a little bit there. So this has turned into quite a tense finish for the GT4 and GTC event here. Remember, first race of 2 for the weekend. We're going to be repeating this again tomorrow. And whatever happens, this is going to be a pretty significant loss of points for the 39 leading the standings. And if Kamek and Cantady keep their noses clean here in the number 1, they will take the championship lead coming into the final race of the season.
From Shimin J to Hayden Heikal was 17.3 seconds this time over the line. There's at least 2 more laps. If the gap comes underneath 15 seconds, then I think
you're in trouble.
I think the number 39 doesn't stand on the podium if that happens. Let's take a look at exactly how hard Hayden Heikal is pushing. Well, he can see third place on the road. He may or may not know that he could even smell a whiff of second place, but either on the road or in the timing, a podium is in the offing here.
That it is, and from what I can see from Hayden Heikal, he's kept it within track limits for the moment, so not much danger of a penalty for him. The clock hits 0 just as the leader crosses the line, so that means this is the final lap. At least that's what my timing is telling me. Yeah, it was a matter of like a couple of tenths of a second.
Says it at the start-finish line too. But I think, yeah, it was just by 1 or 2 seconds that we start the final lap. Margin at the line to Heikal, 16.5 seconds.
All it takes is a mistake from the 39, and that is likely for Heikal and Bilski. Keep an eye on this number 99, though. He could throw that spanner into the works. Could Thanapatra.
The other side of it is that they need to stay within 15 seconds of the race lead. They were 14.5 crossing the line, so they can't lose more than half a second to Jim and Jay.
Good point.
If they want to take a spot. So that's super... I think it's more touch and go. Does the 39 Supra finish second or third than anything else?
Well then, a race that culminated in a strong performance from Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chiminjay, but too many track limits violations for them. They've netted themselves 15 seconds of extra time added to the end of their race. Into the final corner, they will cross the line in first, but it will be a demotion. What kind of demotion? We're not entirely sure. The number 1 of Kamik Kanasutra and Kantadi Kusiri will take the win from that one. They're already flashing the lights in celebration, and it's on between Hayden Heikal and Thanapatra here. Out of the final corner they come, and he just manages to get him before the line. The gap, 14.7. That's second place for the 36, and the number 1 finishes off the podium.
What a last lap.
Yeah, what a last lap indeed. Guess how far behind the leader the number 99 was? 15.041 seconds. That's 41 thousandths of a second's difference. That means, fortunately for Nakib and Mitchell, they still stand on the podium. But that's a hair's breadth.
The timing's just updated. And it's kept Mitchell, Chiminjay, and Nakib Aslan in second. Now, I would have sworn it was 5 plus 10, but that is added.
It would
like
appear a 5 second plus a 5 second? Because if you add 10 seconds to their time, then they're still ahead.
Yeah. That must be 10 seconds.
Yeah, it must be. Regardless, what a fantastic performance from Hayden Heikal in those final laps. And not to give him all the credit, Daniel Bilski deserves some props as well for getting that car into that position in the first place.
Well, the on-track pass was critical then for this 36.
Picking up some rubber off the racetrack. We don't often see that anymore, do we? Picking up marbles for reaching minimum weight. So it looks like those are going to be your results then. Kantadi Kasiri and Kamik Kanasuta will make their way to the win there, with Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chiminjay in second. Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikal piloting the Racing Aurora Supra to third place with that critical pass into the final corner. Damian Hamilton wins in GTC, and we have Akarapong and Chris in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Altus finishing quite a ways behind them. Difference of 22 seconds in it for the GTC win there. And my goodness, what an incredible result. Nakib and Mitchell will still get the fastest lap in the end, but they'll miss out on the victory that would have allowed them to consolidate their championship lead coming into the final race. It's highly likely, considering the points format, it's an F1 style points system with 25 points for a win and 18 points for second. That championship lead is going to go the way of the number 1 coming into the last race of the season tomorrow.
The timing has Nakib and Mitchell 13 seconds behind the race leader, while they were on track ahead by about a second. So I think what might have confused us here is that Hayden Heikal and Tekathorn and Thanapatra were not as close to the race leaders as we thought, and a 15-second time penalty has not put either of them ahead of the 39 Supra, which may still have been docked 15 seconds. But it was exciting, and it was thrilling, and it was all up in the air and to play for till that checkered flag.
Certainly was. Here's Goody in the pits. Let's see if the drivers have anything to say in English. Tell us the stories of their race. If you can understand Thai,
thank you very much.
Well, we'll leave you to it.
First and foremost to the team, thank you very much for finding us a car. Because we've changed car again after the last round, so learning the Supra, but what an astonishing second stint by this young man. Amazing lap times. The team did a wonderful job.
Especially in turn 12.
Yeah, I mean, we're learning the car, we're learning how to run it, and yeah, great result. And Hayden, mega drive, man.
โอ้โหก็คือแดเนียลก็บอกนะครับว่าประทับใจมากสำหรับการผลของวันนี้นะครับซึ่งก็เปลี่ยนรถอีกแล้วนะครับแล้วก็ภูมิใจสำหรับเด็กคนนี้นะครับก็คือเฮเดนนั่นเอง How about you, Hayden?
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy race.
Happy for the result?
Yeah, obviously we're super happy. We started off learning a new car again.
Yes.
Just like Sepang, and we came into a new round showing that we still have pace. So it's not a one-off thing that happened. But yeah, I'd like to thank the team and the sponsors for making this happen. And yeah, I think tomorrow's one more race, and yeah, we'll see if we can.
Hope so. You guys not learning any car anymore.
I mean, at this rate, I don't mind it.
Yes,
every car we get, we learn is one thing, and also we showing that we have the pace to compete with the rest right off the box. So yeah, I think it's been one hell of a race.
Yes, that's been vital successfully for today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, last question. Leave to Thai fans who supporting you guys.
I'll give that to Daniel. He's good.
Yes, Daniel.
To all of the fans in Thailand and online, thank you so much for your messages of support, especially after learning we were changing car again. Your support is really important to us and to the sponsors and the team backers. Thank you so much for getting us here, and for the team management. They pulled a little miracle again to get us another car. Paul K, thank you. And really proud we could get this result again. Mega drive, and like Hayden said, we showed we got the pace.
Yes. Hayden.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone that's been supporting us. Thai fans, Malaysian fans, fans in general.
Hello กับเราณขณะนี้แล้ว Hello congratulations all right how about you
Me?
Yeah.
Of course, happy but not happy at the same time because we finished the race in first, but I got a 5-second penalty for overusing the track limits, which was my mistake on my end. But overall, the race for us was very, very good. Pace was good, the car was good all throughout the whole 1-hour race. So we're definitely looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll bring the fight to AAS.
So just by the way, you just accept the result. About rules or track limits to have the competition time, right?
So I took a little while to adjust with the level of grip that I have. Hence, that's why I went off quite a bit. But yeah, that's my mistake.
All right, just okay. By the way, just congratulations, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and you? Talk about the Thai fans.
Yeah. It was a really difficult race, but the performance was good. The lap times were good. A bit unlucky with Mitchell, but that's racing. We still have an opportunity tomorrow, and I think we'll give it our 100%.
All right, okay. Just leave a comment to Thai fans here.
Please support us all, and may the best man win.
Thank you. Congratulations again. ก็บทสรุปนะครับก็คือเหมือนเขาก็อาจจะรู้สึกโอเคในผลการแข่งขันแต่อาจจะมีนิดนึงนะครับที่มีความรู้สึกเล็กๆน้อยๆเดี๋ยวเรื่องของการขับของเขาในเรื่องของtrack limit นะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามนะครับก็ยินดีกับผลงานที่เกิดขึ้นนะครับแล้วก็พรุ่งนี้ก็จะสู้ต่อไปในอีกวันหนึ่งนั่นเองและแชมป์ในสนามนี้นะครับแน่นอนนะครับเป็นของ AAS Motorsport ครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับขอบคุณครับว้าวเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ถือว่ายากพอสมควรครับวันนี้เพราะว่าคู่แข่งเขาก็ค่อนข้างเร็วมากพอสมควรครับเราก็พยายามที่จะกดดันเขาให้มากที่สุดนะครับให้เขาเกิดข้อผิดพลาดให้มากที่สุด
ซึ่งจริงๆในช่วงของประมาณ5นาทีหรือ6นาทีสุดท้ายเนี่ยเราจะต้องทิ้งห่างให้มากขึ้น
ใช่ครับแต่ว่าเขาก็เร็วมากพอสมควร
ครับ
บูก็พยายามที่จะกดดันให้มากที่สุดแต่เขาก็จริงเขาก็มีข้อผิดพลาดน้อยมากครับ
ครับแต่ก็ถือว่าจังหวะได้มาซึ่ง compensation ครับก็คือเหนื่อยเลยหายเหนื่อยเลย
ใช่ครับ
เห็นเมื่อกี้นี่คือแบบยิ้มเลยดีใจเลย
ใช่ครับแล้วก็หวังว่าพรุ่งนี้เราก็จะทำอย่างเต็มที่ครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้คะแนนสะสมก็ค่อนข้างใกล้กันมากพอสมควรก็รอดูครับ
ครับมิกกี้ครับ
ก็มันก็สูสีมากนะครับจริงๆรถวิ่งหินก็เร็วมากๆครับวันนี้ก็พี่บูมก็ไล่กดดันจนเขามีข้อผิดพลาดเราก็ได้ advantage ตรงนั้นมาพรุ่งนี้ก็รับรองว่ามันนะเพราะว่ามันก็เหมือนชิงดำนะครับพรุ่งนี้ก็อยากให้ทุกคนรอติดตามครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ ไปกันอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับสำหรับรุ่นที่ด้านหลังนี้นะครับตามมาสำหรับ Thailand Supercar GTC นั่นเองนะครับอันดับ 2 ในวันนี้นะครับเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand สวัสดีครับและวันดีด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้ครับ
ก็ไม้แรกสตาร์ทออกมาเป็น PX สตาร์ทครับใช่ให้พี่เอ็กซ์พูดก่อนแล้วกันว่าสตินแรกเป็นยังไง
ครับโอเคก็สตินแรกผมก็พยายามที่จะเกาะติดคันนำไปเรื่อยๆนะครับเพื่อไม่ให้มันเสียจังหวะนะครับแล้วก็พยายามหาจังหวะช่องนะครับแต่ปรากฏว่าก็ยังไม่ได้นะครับจนถึงพิทโอเพนเราต้องเข้ามาเปลี่ยนตัวก็จะส่งต่อเป็นกล้าครับ
ครับก็หลังจากที่กั้นลงไปก็รถได้มีการเซตอัพตลอดเวลาใช่ก็รอบนี้ก็มีการเปลี่ยนเซตอัพกั้นลงไปก็พยายามหาเพสตัวเองให้ยืนพื้นได้นานที่สุดครับใช่
ก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็พอใจในผลงานดีที่สุดเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้อีกวันหนึ่งครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากติดตามเตียร์พวกเรา Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ด้วยนะครับในรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTC ครับ
ครับครับ
ก็อย่าลืมให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับว่าพรุ่งนี้เราจะได้ที่ 1หรือเปล่าครับอย่าลืมนะครับผมหมายเลข 9นะครับซุปเปอร์คาร์ GTC ครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับToyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับและอันดับที่เข้ามาที่ 1ในวันนี้นะครับกับ Damien Hamilton congratulations
Thank you very much
Wow how do you feel
Elated couldn't be happier we've been pushing really hard all season and finally we got it to all come together
Are you happy for all this season
Yeah it's been a great season longer races more track time lots of new challenges we've been working through it and we're finally getting to where we need to be
Right all right just by the way just congratulations again and leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you
Up and Cup, all the Thai fans, Australia, California, all the friends and family support Leo at Speed Factory and the team and sponsors. Thank you. Can't say enough. Thank you.
Congratulations ครับ Thank you โอเคครับเดเมียนก็แฮปปี้นะครับแล้วก็บอกว่าทั้งปีนี่คือยากมากนะครับแต่ก็ทำให้ดีที่สุดจนออกมาเป็นผลงานในวันนี้นั่นเองนะครับเอาละครับเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกับไฮไลท์กันต่อแล้วอย่าลืมนะครับกับช่วงที่มันที่สุดติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
So Damien Hamilton, he said he's been waiting all season for that win. 2 second places at races 1 and 6, but DNS or DNF in every other round. It was a drama-filled event. Graham Dowsett caught on the marbles at turn 4, and around he went, and didn't get much better for the number 17 from there. It does indeed look like he managed to just lose the rear on the dirty side of the racetrack there. We didn't get to see that angle live, but just one of many machines that had issues over the course of this race. Romain Leroux jumped into the Aston Martin and was able to make up some places. The number 1 car was doing the chasing for the most part in this race, but stewards' decisions, David, ended up paving the way for them to get the championship lead they have been desperately searching for coming into the final round.
Yeah, for our leaders and an outright lead, so much battling on the final lap. This one looked like a bit of an engineered move between AAS to unleash the number 1 with a chance to take the race lead. Little did we know at that point that the time penalty was coming, and the battle for 3rd and 4th on the final lap seems to have just spared them dropping off the podium. The 99 Supra's final lap was 1:48, over 2 seconds slower, and it just dropped them out of the 15-second window of being able to stand on the podium. Hayden Heikal squeaking through for that one. But yeah, really, really good race given all things, and hopefully we'll get another one as GT3 and GTM are next on track for Saturday.
Yes, and the final race of the day coming up. So make sure to stay with us. It's going to be going live pretty soon. The race will be starting in around about 10 minutes time. So make sure to stay with us here on the YouTube channel or the socials on Speed Cafe. We'll be right here with you to take you through to the end of Saturday, the second last day of racing for Thailand Super Series for 2025.
เคแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังอยู่กับบรรยากาศสดๆนะครับที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้กับรายการ TSS The Super Series by Big Quick นั่นเองนะครับสำหรับรุ่นที่ทุกคนรอคอยนะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM นะครับเดี๋ยววันนี้ในช่วงนี้เราจะมาสัมภาษณ์ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 กันก่อนนะครับสำหรับผู้นำของเราอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1 กับเวลาที่คุริฟายได้ดีที่สุดนะครับกับ AS Motorsport นะครับแน่นอนมี 2 ท่านตามผมมาเลยครับหมายแรกนะครับจะเป็นพี่เต๋อวุฒิกรอินทรภูวศาสตร์นะครับขับคู่กับรอรินไฮริกส์นั่นเองนะครับซึ่งจะใช้เวลา1ชั่วโมงกับอีก1รอบในการแข่งอยู่ในเรสนี้นั่นเองครับสวัสดีครับพี่เต๋อครับเป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับสำหรับคุริฟายในเวลาที่ดีที่สุดของเราในวันนี้
ก็ดีฮะก็ได้ทำเต็มที่เมื่อเช้าก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมที่เซตรถให้ค่อนข้างสมบูรณ์นะครับแต่ว่าจะสังเกตได้ว่าแต่ละคันก็อยู่ในช่วงเวลาเดียวกันหมดก็แต่ก็ได้ที่ 1ก็ถือว่าเป็น good start
ครับซึ่งจะเห็นได้ว่าในต้นฤดูกาลที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยครับผลงานของตัวพี่เองกับรอลินเนี่ยถือว่าดีมากๆนะครับก็คือเรียกได้ว่าคะแนนมาเป็นอันดับ 1เลยนะครับเหลืออีก2 สนามเท่านั้นครับพีเตอร์ครับ
ก็ยังรี่เกินไปที่จะบอกว่ามันจะเป็นไงเพราะว่าอย่างที่เมื่อกี้เรียนนะฮะว่าผู้แข่งก็มีความแข็งแกร่งกันทั้งหมดนะครับก็ขึ้นอยู่กับ strategy ของเราจะสร้างสีสันให้กับทุกๆคนได้สนุกกันครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่เต๋อนะครับวุฒิกรอินทรภูวศักดิ์นะครับขับคู่กับรอรินไฮริกส์นะครับในอันดับที่2นะครับสำหรับกริดสตาร์ทนี้นะครับเวลาที่ทำมา1 นาที 37.272นะครับเป็นของพี่จ๊ะวรวุฒิพิรมภักดีนะครับขับคู่กับคาร์โลแฟนแดมซึ่งไม้แรกนี่นะครับจะเป็นพี่จ๊ะขับก่อนนะครับสวัสดีครับพี่จ๊ะครับ
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
เป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็ดีกว่าที่คิดไว้นะครับดีกว่าที่คิดไว้ครับที่ต้อง
ลุย
ครับแบบเป็นทีม
ครับ
ทีมเวิร์ก
ครับแน่นอนครับกับ Ferrari 296 GT3 อันนี้ถือว่าทุกคนชอบมาก
ครับก็ลองดูครับ
ครับพี่จ้าครับขอบพระคุณครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ติดตามชม TSS ด้วยนะครับก็สนามนี้สนามสุดท้ายนะครับแล้วก็ปีหน้าก็น่าจะมีรถเข้ามาแข่งขันมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับก็ฝากติดตามด้วย
ครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่ชานะครับวรวุฒิพิรมภักดีนะครับขับคู่กับคาร์โลแฟนแดมนั่นเองนะครับในทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์สำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับรวมไปถึงในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
And here we are, one last time this Saturday, getting ready for the last race of the day here. Chang International Circuit has played host to some incredible racing this weekend. It's been a day of drama and intrigue throughout all the categories of the Thailand Super Series by Be Quick. However, we still have one more to go, and it is in the Premier category, GT3 and GTM. Ready to go racing here and decide the standings going into the final race tomorrow. Henk Kicks at the wheel for the start in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. Starting on pole position for this one, Vutikorn Intrapubasak and Lauren Heinrich. And that is the championship leading car coming into this round. It's very similar to the GT4 and GTC race that we just saw. 60 minutes plus 1 lap and a compulsory pit stop for a pit window in the middle 10 minutes of the race. Minimum pit lane time of 90 seconds and various compensation time adjustments for driver pairings and success penalties. So if you've just come to us from the GT4 and GTC race, then you know exactly what the deal is there. So for the moment, we'll keep our eyes peeled on what is yet to come. One final time, I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes with me in the comms box, Dan Yeaman being the one pressing the buttons behind the scenes. David, we saw some pretty fantastic performances in the qualifying session earlier, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that translates into the race here.
3 Porsches, 2 Toyotas, 2 Ferraris, 1 Honda, 1 Audi, 1 Ford. This is the homegrown Thai Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras. They've got a V8. They're a very interesting piece of race car, and there's 2 of them in GTM. You know, up in GT3, it's only internationally homologated GT3 models like you're used to seeing in every other corner of the world. Very, very smart, well put together race cars. Incredibly tested and parts produced to the highest quality. But there's also some local flavour towards the back part of the grid.
Indeed, the formation lap begins and we'll be able to see all of the starting drivers in their grid order very shortly. Going to be an interesting championship fight for the top of GTM. We'll need to keep our eyes peeled very closely on that one. We'll go through it in just a few moments' time as we are headed on our way to turn 3 for the final race of the day. GT3 and GTM one more time around Chang International Circuit. And it's going to be interesting, particularly in GTM, seeing the differences between the cars and how they translate across the fast first sector, the sweeping second sector, and the twisty third sector around this premier venue outside of Bangkok. And the grid will be as follows. Starting on pole position, Vutikon getting the run in the first qualifying session. He will start on pole position, a handover to Lauren Heinrich later. Voravud Birumbakti taking to the start on the second position there in the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari. The Honda by Piti Birumbakti and Kantasak Kasiri. Then Sak and Henk going to round out our 5 cars in GT3 Pro. In GTM, it's Craig there in the 88. We'll hand over to Jalen Robotham later. Manat taking the dual driver number 9 Toyota away there. Championship leader 77 Ferrari. Sarah Lut taking to the start in that. And CY Simon Chan starting out of 9th. Natavude, second in the championship in GTM, starts in 10th. And the reason that is significant is coming into this final round, there is only 1 point difference between our GTM first and second place cars. They are different subclasses. The 77 is a Pro-Am entry in that Ferrari Challenge car, and Natavude, solo driver in the Toyota, is in the Am class. However, the overall championship could still fall Natavude's way if there's problems for that bright red and yellow 77. But things working out nicely here for the number 18 leading the championship coming into this round. The number 12 Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda is trailing them by 10 points in the championship, coming into the final 2 races of the season, and we are about to get the first of those going now. Lights up And we wait for the GT3 field to take to the start. GTM behind, lights out, and we are away. Good start from Vutakorn, but a better start from Piti Bhirombhakdi, who will find his way past the Ferrari and the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand cars are side by side on the way out of turn 1, almost making contact with each other. And it's a double-pronged attack on the AAS Motorsport Porsche as they find their way down to turn number 3. How hard do they push it is the question. Bhirombhakdi there. Oh, just giving his teammate enough room to sneak up the inside at turn 3, and it looks like Vutakorn has gone slightly wide there. The Ferrari almost getting into the Porsche. This is a tense first lap, David.
3 wide into turn 1, 3 wide into turn 3. They've got to get single file before turn 4 here. And the Ferrari has looked so good on this initial race start, positioning itself very well, not able to get complete reward for it.
He'll make hay while the sun shines for sure. Rain light on. Race control declared the track wet at the end of the previous race that we just saw for GT4 and GTC. So every chance that there might be some rain on the way, and we could see some wet tire usage over the next hour. We'll have to wait and see. I'll keep my eyes trained on my weather radar so we can see that, but already skipping away to the lead is Vutakorn. There has been some rain coming over the racetrack, but only very light rain. It's still not wet enough to put wet tyres on. At the end of the first lap, it is Vutakorn who leads the way. And it is Bhirombhakdi trailing by 1 second. In GTM, meanwhile, the number 77 Ferrari has taken the lead there. And it's going to be the 88 Mustang behind, but not by much. Tell you what, that driver pairing in the 88 could stand a chance of getting a great result here today. If you're interested in how Natavude is doing, well, it looks like he's already made his way past Simon Chan, but Simon in the background there was attempting the move back at turn 3. So looks like you've got someone to race with no matter where you are in this field.
Yeah, we'll have to sort of check what's the strengths of a Porsche Cup car versus those Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras. Simon Chan seemed to think it was on the brakes into turn 3 that he might have a little bit of an advantage. Traction maybe less so, but hard to know. Back behind again as they end up through the twistier parts.
Craig Corliss in the Mustang making tracks on everyone behind. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Super GTMs now very much involved with Simon Chan. We'll have to wait and see just how hard they battle as the laps go on. It is a long race. They have to think about pit compensation times and potential track limits penalties, one of which defined the result of the GT4 and GTC race earlier on. All this is
Something about a Porsche Cup car. It's designed for Michelin tyres. It's what they race on in Super Cup. It's what they race on in every Carrera Cup. Almost everywhere that they race entirely as a class themselves. Long-standing relationship with Michelin. So on these Pirelli tyres, they work. They're adequate to the task. There might just be a couple little quirks to them compared to what Michelin would normally make.
Yeah, indeed. The car will drive slightly differently. And I think Simon Chan has spent the majority of the year here trying to get used to that new rubber. Of course, Pirelli coming in as the official tyre supplier of our Premier classes, thanks to SRO coming in. And there's the lead for GTM, under attack there by Craig Corliss. He makes his way round the outside of Sarabut and to the lead of the class.
Does indeed. So is the twisty part of the track the Mark car's strength. Both of them should be very strong in a straight line. The 296 challenge, I think they quote as approaching 700 horsepower, just like the road car. But if it's not giving it the confidence, or not quite with as much grip as the Mark car that's got a huge rear diffuser on it, and that could be the difference between them. We get another lap completed. And the VMAX stats, the Ferrari is quicker in a straight line than the Mark car.
In GT3, though, it's the Honda that's gotten the highest VMAX thus far, and of anyone, 249.4 kilometers per hour for PT Birambakti as he chases down Vorovud in the Ferrari. Very consistent race so far for the AAS Porsche. Lap 1, of course, was mighty intense, but things have spaced out now a little bit. PT Birambakti in the Honda was the fastest through Sector 1, and it seems fastest through Sector 2 as well on that lap, so it's piling some pressure on second place, but Vutakorn is more than happy for them to do that. Currently holds the fastest lap of the race and leading by over a second, in the perfect position for Lauren Heinrich to take over. Gotta wonder how Carlo Van Dam in the Ferrari and Kantasak Kusiri in the Honda will go when they eventually get the opportunity to jump in their own cars.
Start finish line there. And the fastest lap of the race doesn't move. Remains in the hands of the race leader. Personal best for Vodafone Birambakti in second. What a noise the GTM field makes. You've got 3 V8 engines, 1 high-revving Porsche Flat 6, and then Ferrari's latest power plant, 120-degree angle, twin-turbocharged V6 in the Ferrari Challenge car. That's a symphony made up of a couple of different instruments, and all of them right in tune.
Absolutely. This is why we love GT racing, sports car racing in general. That's one of the things that I hope we never lose from it, is the variety of machinery. Simon Chan in the Porsche is starting to narrow the gap here to Natavude, but he will be a bit dismayed to hear that Car 10 has been given a black and white flag for exceeding track limits, as there's a trade between the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand machines, and Natavude is up into 8th place overall and 3rd place in class. We'll need to wait and see if he can catch the Ferrari ahead. Don't forget, Natavude is 2nd in the championship to the 77, and there is only 1 point separating them coming into the final round.
3rd place, PT Birambakti in GT3 sets a new fastest lap of the race at a 1:37.6. So it's hot lap times being traded back and forth between our top 3 there. Just beginning to leave the other 2 cars of GT3 behind slightly. Natavude sets a personal best. So does Craig Corliss, who's got the fastest lap of GTM. Beginning to extend that lead. What are we about to see on the panel? Nothing.
Nothing just yet. I think the message had already been sent that Saiwai Simon Chan had that black and white flag. Pit window is going to open at 19 seconds past 4:38 in the afternoon. It's the moment the 35 minutes to go mark of the race is reached. That's when the pit window will be opening, and it might be a similar situation to what we saw in GT4 and GTC for the 2 driver teams. Remembering, of course, that it is driver 1 in the car for the start of this race. Driver 2 often rated higher and able to get a bit more pace out of their cars. You'll be trying to aim to get into the pits as soon as you can to allow your number 2 driver the maximum time to strut their stuff and help out your result, but it might be a little bit more of a difficult equation to make for cars like this number 18, where it seems that Wüttekorn and Lauren Heinrich are very well matched.
I've seen Corliss and Robotham be pretty well matched as well, so that could be the story of the winning combinations in both classes in this race. And Henk kicks. Gee, it's been a tough weekend for his teammate Sandy Stuvik so far.
Oh yeah.
I haven't received any angry letters from him post the super pickup race though, fortunately.
Yes, that commentator's curse revenge has been dodged for now. Yeah, Sandy has had a tough one. We'll be hoping that at least some form of good result can be gotten here in the GT3 and GTM competitions, as it looks like the battle for second between the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand cars is starting to rear its ugly head a little bit. The Biron Bakdis will be fighting each other over second very soon. If not right now at the final corner. A little bit of a look from Pitty on Vorovud, and it seems he's gotten up the inside, but no! They make contact into the final corner! And Vorovud Biron Bakdi will be none too happy with how that's worked out. Didn't look like that move was on necessarily. He does get back up to speed, but a late dive from Pitty Biron Bakdi results in drama between the team cars.
Let's go take a look at that. Not really close enough, thinking about it, and just getting the nose in at the point of turn-in, and then it's like far enough up, but then tries to back out of it. And if he'd stayed in it, it would have been door-to-door contact. Awkward moment where they're facing each other right there.
Yeah, I can only imagine what Pitty was saying at the time. Probably a couple of words directed at himself, which I cannot repeat on air. The number 89 is still rolling, crucially. It's far from ideal situation for them to be in. This is an alternate view of it. And yeah, it was a late dive, and I mean, at that point, yeah, you see that Pitty Biron Bakdi was alongside at the point of turn-in. The problem was, yeah, like you said, he backed out of it, and Vorovud had already committed to the corner by that point. He probably wasn't even aware that Pitty was alongside him. Next bit of news from race control is the number 77, the championship leading car in GTM, second place at the moment. Black and white flag for them. Need to see if they can keep their nose clean going forward, but that unfortunate incident between the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand cars has resulted in number 1, a bit of damage to the front left of Pitty Biron Bakdi's Honda, and ultimately a over 6-second gap to the race lead for Wüttekorn in the 18 AAS Porsche. So barring any shenanigans regarding pit stop times and such, it looks like this might be a wrap-up for Wüttekorn and Lauren Heinrich. That is, of course, assuming that they'll be able to keep it together on track for the duration of this race. A very big development there.
Yes, as that happened, the driver that was licking their lips, counting their lucky stars and crossing their fingers would have been Wüttekorn into the Privazak, because he then extended his race lead. He's got the fastest lap of the race to his name. As the best lap times are up on the board there, though, Nada Vude, last lap, pulled out a personal best that's the fastest lap of GTM. And you can see now closing in on Saravout just behind this red and yellow Ferrari Challenge car by a small margin. The number 24 Supra just took sort of 10 minutes to fire up. Now is chugging.
Natavude, the oldest driver in the field, I believe he is approaching, if not past 70 years of age. And it's something that I've seen a lot from him in the races that I've done for this series. He does take a while to switch on, but once he gets in that rhythm, once everything's up to temperature, he is among the best in this field, and really shows with him being second in the championship. Of course, helped out by the PSC Motorsport Ferrari missing the first 2 races of the season. There's the move at turn 1. A lot of room given. Natavude through into second in GTM.
I've been trying to find if JAS Motorsports are still making spare parts for the Honda NSX. You might not be able to get any more replacement front bumpers other than whatever stockpile exists around the world, where there would be a couple of spares getting around.
Oh, there's a response from the Ferrari. Good amount of straight line speed on the way out of turn 3, and he's going to have a look up the inside, but Natavude knows that he's clear to turn in. The fight will continue. That in itself right there is the championship lead in GTM changing. If the race were to end right now, it would be Natavude ahead by just a few points.
Supras have got decent straight line speed as well, though, in this GTM class. So both Natavude and Saravut faster at the end of the straight than any of the GT3 cars, but just not cornering quite as quick. So they still find themselves 4 or 5 seconds a lap down on what Budakorn can do in the GT3 Porsche, or indeed the Birambaktis in their others.
Speaking of the Birambaktis, Race Control have just announced they are investigating that incident between cars 12 and 89 at the last corner. Speaking of the 89, they're currently on their final warning for track limits as well, so things falling apart a bit for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. I noticed that their cars were getting quite aggressive with each other in the opening lap, and I thought maybe once things calm down a bit, they'll try and settle into a rhythm and do some formation flying. Unfortunately, that turns out to have not been the case, and has resulted in a runaway lead for AAS Motorsport. Looking at the back end of the field here, and the back end of GTM as well, Simon Chan trying to find his way past Manat, who's taken the wheel of the number 9 Toyota Supra there. And Chan has shown that he is not afraid to go for moves where the opportunity is open. Natapong, meanwhile, waiting in the wings and watching for the pit window to open and for him to take over from Manat there. It's a battle that should concern him here. It's points on the line and positions on the line as well for these two at the end of the field. I always find it amazing that there's so much to talk about in a field with only 10 cars, 5 per class.
The last 2 laps, Saravut has dropped a bit of time compared to what that car was doing previous to that. So not only did Natavude get past and is going on, but these two are now coming back towards the Ferrari.
Yeah, it does look like an interesting drop in pace from Saravut there. And Race Control have decided on the incident between the Birambaktis. No further action. Evidently, it appears that it was either neither of them or both of them at fault for what happened there. And also, car 77, the championship-leading GTM Ferrari, is on its final warning for exceeding track limits. So they're already on the back foot for the championship here. They had a great run of results despite missing the first 2 races of the season. And it looks like they may very well lose it for sure if they end up exceeding track limits one last time and moving down the field as a result. This is a car that we haven't checked in on in a while. Car 786. Sack in the number 786, the other of the Be Quick Absolute Racing cars in this field. Getting up into 3rd place thanks to the incident between the Biron Backdies. And have a look at that. Ferrari has moved behind both Simon Chan and Manat and now runs last in GTM. That's very curious.
Yeah, so losing out 2 spots in 1 lap. And the battling duo go in and go past. We go to a replay. This is Simon Chan down the inside. It's one single mate cup car versus another.
There was a second or two that the Ferrari had over those 2 cars last time we looked at them. Some bizarre loss of pace in the final sector.
Yeah, because the personal best of all 5 cars in GTM is in the 1:41 41s. And that's where the race leader remains. It's where Nadavut has gotten to. Saravut, having previously had a 1:41.4, then sets a 1:44.8, 3.4 seconds away from what seems it's capable of. And others are sitting sort of 2 or 3 tenths away from their personal best. So to be then 3 seconds away from their personal best doesn't suggest that the track is getting slippery or getting away from them. It's just that either the tyres or the cars or the track limits are getting away from the 77.
Also from the 26 as well, Henk Kicks getting a black and white flag from race control this time around. So Piti Biron-Bakdi here has probably quite the debrief ahead of him when he gets out of the car. And when Vorovud gets out of his car as well. We're not far away from that happening. The pit window will be opening in 2 minutes and 30 seconds as I speak.
Anyone who's not an only child will know how that debrief will go. It would be very similar to me and my brother. I think Mum would say, David, don't antagonize your brother. Thomas, don't hit your brother.
Very much so. Keep an eye on Henk Kicks here, as it's been a consistent drive at the back of the GT3 field for the time being. Not too far away from the 89 and the 786, speaking of those 2 cars. Only 2 seconds between them. Saknana in the 786 machine will be handing it over to Karel Baj at the pit cycle. Henk Kicks, of course, handing over to Sandy Stuvik, and Vorovud Biron-Bakdi will be handing over to Carlo Van Dam. This is looking like an intriguing battle now with the Singer Ferrari holding on to some great pace at the start of the race, but ever since that crash, it seems that they've had some trouble keeping the pace up.
Not far away from the pit window, though. We'll
Next
get
2
more
cars to
track
receive
limits.
black and white flags. Yeah, that's the second and third running cars. Piti Biron-Bakdi and Saknana at the moment. I wonder how much aero instability there is on that Honda at the moment, but that's slight damage to the left side of the front bumper. The Audi, on the other hand, clean as a whistle. So you zoom in and see the little flecks of rubber and dirt and such that have been sprayed up onto that car in this race. Starting to see some gains being made from Vorovod Birenbakti. 138.6 versus a 139.1 for the car ahead as the pit window is officially open. The question is, who's going to be the first to blink here? Who stands to gain the most by getting their second driver in early?
I mean, is that on time
like,
or is it? Yeah, it must be.
Yeah. Pink Kicks is a big promoter of Thailand Super Series. It's his company that are the title sponsor of the series. So he of all people should be well aware of the pit procedures. I'm sure that he's gotten that right. Looks like our GTM leader's in as well. Craig Corliss handing over to Jalen Robotham. And it seems the 77 Ferrari is in there as well. Ferrari, to my knowledge, the only car in the GTM class that needs to refuel because its fuel tank is just too small. Ferrari Challenge, of course, being a sprint racing series. They don't usually do races this long. Race leading car number 18 in as well, and Lauren Heinrich will take over from Vutakorn there.
They're going to have a look at the split up on this thing, or the lap times say it's okay, and the driver almost has a little bit of a look at the split up.
Got the feeling he didn't really want to at that stage. And I wouldn't blame him. If I were in his position, I'd be walking away from that car and sitting by myself for a short while just to compose myself. Sandy Stuvik taking over in the number 26, first out of the pit lane. And look at that, all on his own on track at the moment. Car 24 makes its way out as well. Natavude, the only single driver entry apart from Sowai Simon Chan in this field. He will come out right with them. Pit time, it appears, already complete. Well, actually, no. They haven't completed the stop. Have the 9 and the 10. They'll be coming in at the end of this lap. Jalen Robotham, meanwhile, into the driver's seat of the Mustang, and he and Craig Corliss have had quite the season themselves. They've been trying their best to get some races going here. It's never quite come together for them. This might be the day that it finally happens.
This could be a big stint here for Lauren Heinrich to see him exiting pit lane there.
Oh, that's a bit deep out of pit lane for the 786. Oof.
Finally, some track limits, but yeah, you got to attack that. You've seen so many drivers get close. A little bit not quite what you want to do. Let's take a look again. Oh, it just doesn't quite turn. We saw some new tyres being fitted as well. Sometimes can create a challenge.
Yeah, so Carol Baj, new to the car for this race, just doing a bit of weaving there to make sure that the tyres are clean. The race is back on for our effective race leaders here. Heinrich already trying to get his tyres up to temperature. And meanwhile, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda has Kantasak Katsiri at the ready here. There was actually a pass made. Lauren Heinrich already on the attack here around the outside of turn 5.
He bounced just a little bit of it. He bounced a little bit of the curb as well. And cross the timing line at the halfway point of the race.
Heinrich, of course, a very accomplished driver himself. Pretty much anything sports car racing you'll see him in. IMSA, World Endurance Championship, etc. Meanwhile, Vorevud Birembakti out of the 89. And Carlo Van Dam in. And that is a minute 57 pit time for them. Versus 2 minutes and 11 seconds for the number 18. As those should be our last 2 cars yet to make their way into the pits. Coming in with just over half of the pit lane window elapsed. Meanwhile, car number 88, that's Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, have got some bad news coming their way. They did get into the lead of GTM and still would be challenging for it. However, apparently Corliss crossed the pit entry line on the way into the lane, and they've gotten themselves a 5-second time penalty for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which part of it you'd cross and what advantage you'd gain from doing that. Not much. There are 2 pit entries here as well. So there's the one that they've all been taking, and then there's an even wider one that I suspect the motorcycles use.
Yes, I have to wonder if any of the trackside cameras ended up catching that entry into the pits for Craig Corliss. And we'd be able to see for sure exactly where the penalties come from. Either way, Jalen Robotham has quite the job to do. So does Lauren Heinrich here, who is back to the effective race lead. Ati Birembakti handing over to Kantasak Kasiri in the Honda just behind. And already, Heinrich has gotten the fastest lap down to a 1:35.5 instantly after jumping into the car. Simon Chan back out of the pit lane there, avoids getting into the gravel. As we have confirmation of that time penalty for car number 88. And we have the switch in the number 9 as well. It's going to be Natapong Hortongkum jumping in and taking over from the other driver in the car, being Manat Kulapalanot. Indeed.
This is the straight line legs of the GTM Ferrari, but this is the braking advantage of Lauren Heinrich. So he laps, I think, in the PSC Motorsport Ferrari Challenge car. Kantasak Kasiri is immediately on the headlight flasher, like, well, you let that guy through, you got to let me next, thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, the Ferrari Challenge car is quite fast in a straight line. Ends up running pretty similar lap times to a GT3 car around a lot of tracks. It obviously has less downforce, but it has so much more power. And Kantasak Kasiri will slip through. Would have lost a couple of tenths, though, behind the Ferrari in his chase of Lauren Heinrich. And it's interesting to note that on the previous lap, the number 12 responded very well. They brought the fastest lap down themselves. Lauren Heinrich's personal best is now 35.5 versus a 35.477 for Kantasak Kasiri. See that there's duct tape that's been applied to the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda as well. So should be a bit less of an aerodynamic disturbance there.
Yeah, that's a lot of tape. But it works because I think it's not dragging on the ground anymore. And it also means that those bits are not going to fly off, reminiscent of what we saw in Super Pickup.
So everyone has satisfied the pit window rules, and so no more stops for service or driver changes unless absolutely necessary. And just like that, Lauren Heinrich improving again down to a 135.2. He's responded very well. Kentasak Katsiri, meanwhile, unable to really keep that pace up, largely thanks to having to work his way past the Ferrari in the final sector. Jalen Robotham with, it would appear, just under 4 seconds to the car behind. No, Simon Chan is now behind him.
Yeah, so he's up with some work to do now to catch the race lead again.
Yeah, where is Natavude even? He's quite a ways ahead.
He should be about 8 seconds up. Or, yeah, thereabout.
Well, that's a lot of curb at turn 1 for Lauren Heinrich. That may or may not be a black and white flag headed that car's way. He's brought the fastest lap down to a 134.9. So I think it's going to be difficult for anyone to overcome that pace. Anytime Lauren Heinrich gets into this Porsche, he is the class of the field. A global endurance driver with oodles of experience, driving for some of the best teams in the game as well.
At Bungsen in the wet, he was an absolute asset to have. I remember in sort of closing margins 5 seconds a lap and more, because when everyone else just didn't have the confidence to try to push the margins on a wet racetrack on a street circuit, Lauren Heinrich said, I think I've figured out how to race this thing in the wet before. I think I know what I'm doing. And he was absolutely flying along in those conditions. The amount of time separating his skill from the rest is less in these conditions, but still becoming noticeable now as it's demanded.
Yeah, you can almost, when you're watching Heinrich, you can almost see the tyres getting up to temperature just from the attitude of the car and the pace that he can carry through the corners. Well, Carlo Van Dam taking over from Vorovod Birambakdi is now seeing a bright orange Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche in his rearview mirrors. Sandy Stuvik taking over from Henk Kicks. And thanks to the problems for the 786 Ferrari coming out of pit lane, it would appear that the Be Quick car is no longer last in GT3. We know what kind of pace Sandy Stuvik has. I'm sure that this is going to be some interesting work from the driver of the number 26, the new driver of the number 26, as things stand here. Another comparison of lap times there. It seems Heinrich still able to net about half a second on Kentasak Katsiri at the front of the field, and it seems that Carlo Van Dam is unable to put too much of a dent in the Honda's advantage for second place.
Just as it's required, Carlo Van Dam finds a personal best. Sandy Stuvik finds enough time to keep the 786 Audi at bay. And Jalen Robotham finds a personal best to cut the lead down to 1.6 seconds to Natavude in the Supra.
Yeah, don't forget, it's going to be 5 seconds added to the race time of the number 88, running second in GTM. So Jalen Robotham is going to have to pull out all the stops here to not only catch up to Natavude, but pass him and then get at least 5 seconds gap on him without getting any track limits violations on the way. It's a tough job, but Robotham is quite the experienced racer himself with plenty of life in him. I'm sure it's possible.
Times say that Carlo Van Dam should be getting a bit further away, but visually I'm not seeing it. It's not by much. Still under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Stuvik seems to be quite consistent at the moment. Doing 1 minute 36s while while Carlo Van Dam is able to run a couple of tenths faster. Lap traffic for our number 18 overall race leader, and a change for the lead in GTM as well. Jalen Robotham is ahead of Natavude. So that's quite significant. And already in the lead by well over a second, looking like closer to 2 seconds now. So now begins the task of trying to negate that time penalty.
I feel like by the end of this lap, they'll almost have it. Because they started last lap 1.6 seconds behind and finished at 1.3 seconds ahead for 2.7 seconds. So if they do the same again, they'll be 4 seconds in the lead, and then the next lap, they'll have a 5-second margin, which is what they need.
Tap of the brakes on the way into turn 4, back on the power slightly, and then hard on the brakes into turn 5. This number 9 entry. Another one of many cars having the black ribbon on the back of the car. Once again for Queen Mother Sirikit, who passed away on the 24th of October. The age of 93 years. Simon Chan, meanwhile, up to 3rd in GTM. So it's looking like an almost insurmountable gap to Natavude as things stand. He's putting in some good times, though. Look at those times in GTM. You've got Jalen Robotham, of course, with a stonking lap time of 1:38.1, but Simon Chan and Natavude, they are only separated by 15 thousandths of a second, and Natapong, it looks like, is trying to make some gains once again. Very curious that we haven't seen much of the 77 Ferrari since. They've dropped off the back, and it appears the fellow Ferrari will be let go there. As Carlo Van Dam makes the move, Sandy Stuvik has really caught up to him.
Yeah, we'll see if it goes the other way through the traffic. For reasons we pointed out before, the Ferrari challenge car is difficult to pass because it's quick in a straight line. I think Stuvik's entirely pleased there.
It's a difficult place to come up on lap traffic in any case. It's even worse when they when you're unable to really find an opening to get through on them. Just a consequence of the final sector here at Chang International Circuit. We are hearing a little bit of speedy analysis by Dan, in the background, that Carlo Van Dam is the slowest of the 3 cars battling for 3rd place, and you see it right there. Karel Baj making up a solid amount of time, 0.2 faster than Sandy Stuvik and nearly 0.3 faster than Carlo Van Dam. So we could be building up to a battle for the last spot on the podium. Last lap, Van Dam 36.9, 37.2 for Stuvik, and a 37.6 for Baj. This 36.6, sorry. So this could certainly be a tough fight to watch in the last 15 minutes of this race.
Headlight, 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 headlight flash, because he knew he was going to do that into turn 5. So much time gained through turn 4 when you've got a bit more downforce as well.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, honestly, seeing the speed that some of these drivers can take. Stuvik finds his way through on Simon Chan, and looks like Simon's doing a pretty good job of keeping out of the way, but don't forget, it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th in both classes that are together in this fight on the track at the moment. They're even appearing in the same shot. 3rd, 4th, and 5th in GT3, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th in GTM. I love it when things come together like this.
What, like the GT3 Ferrari passing the Challenge Ferrari, and then the GT3 Porsche passing the Cup Porsche as well.
Indeed. Seen that a couple of times before. Dan asking in the background, where's our Audi trophy spec race car?
There used to be an Audi one-make championship in China, and it was just the Audi GT3 cars in a one-make.
Oh, that's a big move there up the inside from Natapong. Gets past Simon Chan into turn 3, but Chan responds beautifully with a launch out of turn 3. The Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, of course, has the engine slung over the rear axle, so on power, and the same is true for the GT3R that Lauren Heinrich is driving at the moment. You get a lot of traction out of the turns, but the front engine rear-wheel drive, Toyota Supra gets back up the inside. They push each other wide, and the Ferrari is going to get both of them. Well, not both of them, but at least one freebie for Afik in the 77. This is some solid racing that we've suddenly seen here in the dying stages of this 1 hour plus 1 lap extravaganza. And now the 77 Ferrari is back on the attack. Natavude is just too far ahead of all of these guys for there to really be any difference made. Unless he retires, then the 77 is going to lose the championship lead. But he'll try everything he can, will Afik, getting up the inside of Natapong and back into 3rd place in class.
Ferocious stuff in GTM. And from high up in GTM to the tail of the class to back in 3rd for the 77 Ferrari. It's called Audi R8 LMS Cup, and it ran in Asia, and it's actually very interesting because Daniel Bilski was the AM Cup champion in 2015. The most successful driver in its history, Alex Young, a 3-time champion, was actually in our YouTube chat just a couple of hours ago as well. So it's not just me hallucinating things, there's a couple of people here that definitely know that the Audi R8 LMS Cup used to exist.
Indeed. Wasn't Alex Young a Formula 1 driver as well in the early 2000s, or am I getting my
teammate
Alex's
to
mixed up?
Mark Webber, you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was back in the Minardi days, wasn't it?
Brought a fair bit of Malaysian sponsorship to Minardi as well. In that era, you would have recognised it on the car. Particularly if you Google 2002 Australian Grand Prix every week for 5 years.
That was a great day indeed. Well, Plenty more racing to come tomorrow as lap traffic is negotiated by our GT3 podium battle. That is Natabude in the number 24 there.
3rd, 4th and 5th in GTM, goodbye. 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT3, hello. Ooh, that makes it interesting.
786. Yeah, that's another black and white flag for track limits for the 786 here. Karel Baj trying his best to stay within those limits at the moment, but Natavude is making it a bit difficult there in the GTM second place running car. All over the curb on the way into turn 4.
2017 AM Cup champion in Audi R8 LMS Cup was Burit Birumbakti. Okay, that's enough Audi R8 LMS Cup facts.
Yes, indeed.
From a one-make cup to a just one Audi R8 series. Needs to be so careful with those track limits now, and went a little wide out of turn 3, navigating the traffic this time around as well inside of the final 10 minutes.
So keeping an eye on the gaps here. There is, at this point, very little chance of the number 88 Mustang losing the GTM win from the 5-second time penalty. They are nearly 17 seconds ahead of Natabude at the front of the GTM field. So looking like a dominant victory in store for Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham. This
looks like Stuvik went a bit wide into turn 3. Sometimes it's hard to tell, are they going for that late apex or are they wide, or are they wide and then decided I'll turn this into a late apex. But I think Carlo Van Dam is kind of getting just a little bit more comfort. Well, it's Sandy Stuvik who needs to hold on.
Yes, and once again, it's a battle of the teammates in 2 separate cars. It's one thing that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand and Be Quick Absolute Racing have in common there. We will see how aggressive Karel Baj is with Sandy Stuvik here. Hopefully we don't see a repeat of what happened between the Birumbaktis. Rain lights on for the cars, but you know, we still haven't seen much in the way of rain hitting the circuit. Next car to get hit with a black and white flag is the number 26, and that is Sandy Stuvik at the wheel. I wonder how many are on their final warning here. I do know that the 89 was potentially on a final warning for track limits before. Maybe that's half the reason that these two are catching up to him. He's taking it a bit easier out on track at the moment, and maybe it's allowing these two the slightest of advantages. Very quick to the apex for 786. Now, the black and white flags and the final warning were in the first half of the race. I believe that was before Carlo Van Dam got into the car, and from our understanding of it, it seems that track limits violations don't carry over on the car. They are per driver. So Carlo Van Dam must be in the clear. Evened out a little bit in pace as well, but now the battle is on here between Sandy Stuvik and Karel Baj. That Audi is first to the apex at just about every single corner, but Stuvik is translating into some great exits. Under 6 minutes to go, and it seems that this is where things equalise a bit. Sorry, David.
Yeah, I've just hopped onto the Be Quick website to see what tyres are available for my 2011 Honda Brio. And there's lots of options available. 2,990 baht, I can get Pirelli Cinturato Rosso tyres for my Honda Brio.
I'm presently Googling the exchange rate here. You
That's
said 2,990, right?
I did.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's 141 Australian dollars and 43
Down the
Australian
inside.
cents. And down the inside, turn 3, comes Carol Bash on Sandy Stuvik, who goes off the circuit and maintains the position. Now things are starting to get leery here between the Be Quick Absolute Racing cars. Only 5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this race, so if Carol Bash wants to preserve a good result for his car here, he'll be dialing up the aggression. But Sandy Stuvik has been desperately looking for a result all weekend so far. His efforts in Super Pickup have not come to much so far. Retirement due to mechanical failure in race 1 and in race 2 of Super Pickup. Another mechanical gremlin putting himself out of the running when he was looking at a top 5. If he could grab 4th here in the GT3 and GTM race, that would be a little bit of consolation for what's been a really rough weekend for Sandy.
My previous research based on this Be Quick versus Be Quick battle for 4th and 5th. How many laps are we expecting? Maybe 4 more based on the leaders a fair bit up the road from here. Hello, there you are. As if right on cue to answer it. 3 minutes 40 going through turn 6. Yeah, 2 more and then the final lap. So 3 more at the line for the leader.
Cool, the line is approaching rapidly for Lauren Heinrich. Katasak Katsiri, meanwhile, in the number 12, unable to keep up with the sheer pace of the number 18 over the course of this one. Having said that, though, he was 3/10 faster than Heinrich on the previous lap, but the gap still remains at over 8 seconds. I get the feeling that they'll update here and we can see another look at the pace. 36.0 versus a 36.2. Leader versus second place there. And that's the gap back up then for Lauren Heinrich. Meanwhile, final warning for car 786. Battling with teammate Sandy Stuvik is Carol Bash, who's had an interesting stint. It started with running a bit deep on pit exit and dipping his left side wheels into the gravel trap, and he's been working his way up to that fight to try and grab 4th place in GT3, but he's going to have to keep his car within the track limits for now. This is all allowing Carlo Van Dam to skip away in the 3rd position here.
If you'd have told me at the start of this weekend that a Porsche 911 GT3 is more dependable than a Ford Ranger, I'm not sure even Sandy Stuvik would have believed you.
Such is racing. It's a bit of a difference between the categories, I guess. The Ford Aurora Thailand team putting together their own cars for this one. Meanwhile, the Porsche 911 GT3R is built on many decades of professional racing experience by the Porsche brand.
Thoroughly tested in volume by many teams in many conditions all around the world, including here in Thailand by Be Quick Absolute Racing, like Absolute Racing in other places throughout Asia as well. And this about seals the deal, though.
Oh, no. That's going to be that for Carol Bash's attempt to get into 4th place. 5 seconds added to the race time of the 786 for track limits. They'll probably keep the battle going as best they can, but I don't think it matters if Carol gets past Sandy in the end. That's going to be it. So, penultimate lap, we're thinking here for Lauren Heinrich.
time will
Ian
expire before he
Vertical.
gets to the start-finish line. So yeah, it'll be the final lap board at the end of this one.
Heinrich and Verticorn have put on a great performance here today. Perhaps one of the best match driver pairings in the whole field. And they've certainly proven that AAS Motorsport are the team to beat when it comes to this particular final round of the championship. They led by 10 points coming into this final round, and things stay as they are. And we'll certainly make sure that they extend that championship lead. The number 9 running last in GTM there, very slow. Potentially problem slow for Natapong. Meanwhile, Natavude in the battle for second, a little bit of a wiggle as the Ferrari is chasing him down. This is the fight for second place in GTM. Jalen Robotham now out to a lead of nearly 25 seconds. So it's just down to these two for the final battle for the podium in this race. Oh, that's very straight to the apex there for Rafik in the Ferrari. And a little bit of a wider entry for Natavude into turn 10.
Straight line performance of the Ferrari will make it so difficult to keep behind, and I believe they're about to still see the final lap board this time. So turn 3 could be a great opportunity if you can exercise some patience.
Great acceleration for the Ferrari though out of turn 12. That's a big dive at turn 1. Natavude is going to try and maintain pace around the outside and go very wide. Forced off the track. I don't know if race control is going to be too happy with that one. But up the front, it is the win, the checkered flag. Maximum points from race 1 for Lauren Heinrich and Verticorn Intrapuvasak. They win by some 6 seconds or so over Kantasak Kasiri and Pitibiram Bhakdi. And we have to wait a long time to see Carlo Van Dam come across the line to get third in GT3. Meanwhile, the GTM battle seems to have been won by the Ferrari there for second place at least. There's our podium, 4th and 5th in GT3. Sandy Stuvik beating Carol Bash to the line, and of course 5 seconds to be added to the time of the 786 there. Jalen Robotham, meanwhile, is going to take a dominant victory there across the line in the Mark Cars Mustang for GTM. He and Craig Corliss should be very happy with that. The number 9 still incredibly slow. Natapong in the background is probably just trying to limp it to the line at this stage. He'll finish a lap down on the other GTM competitors. Second place for the number 24 team. For the number 77 team.
At the
and that will
speed
be
trap,
crucially the championship lead maintained. Sorry, David.
when everyone else in class was doing 240 kilometers an hour, this car tripped the speed trap at 90.
Yeah, certainly Natapong is just trying to preserve his car to the finish there. And he'll finally make his way across the line, mercifully. Whatever the problem was for his car.
It genuinely could be fuel.
It could be. But we will have to wait and see on that one. Lauren Heinrich should be satisfied with that performance. He was given the car in the lead of the race, and he managed to very quickly get it back. Yeah, the number 9 is just being rolled into the pits from the start, finish straight there. Don't forget, this number 18 is the car that we saw in the wall at Bangsen and in flames. It's been a great turnaround for Verticorn and Lauren Heinrich, who win in GT3. Pitibira Bhakdi and Kantasak Kasiri beat their fellow Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car to the line. Vorovod Bierenbakti and Carlo Van Dam will probably have to have a chat to Piti Bierenbakti for that move at turn 12. Craig Corliss and Jalen Robotham, your winners in GTM. Saravut and Afik bring the PSC Motorsport Ferrari across the line ahead of Natavude, and the championship fight in GTM will continue on to the final race tomorrow. What an incredible lap it was from Lauren Heinrich there, though. That fastest lap, a 1 minute 34.9. That is crazy pace from these guys, but looks like that's going to be the end of the day's action there, David. We won't be signing off just yet, but I'm very happy with how today went. We got great racing all the way through.
Yeah, from everything that TSS offers, Super Eco, Super Touring, Super Pickup, GT4, GTC, and GT3 and GTM, and you wouldn't say that even in the shadow of GT3 that the Super Touring and Super Eco races were boring. They were not. They were exciting, and to a certain sort of person, even that can be the highlight of the day. So yeah, non-stop unpredictability, but some really great performances on show.
Yep, the two drivers of the number 18 debriefing with each other, very happy with their performance, as they should be. Congratulated by the fellow podium getters as well. Just going through their final little looks at the car there. Heinrich always carries this air of quiet satisfaction when he finds success. Not much of a smiler, it seems, but you can tell that he's happy with how the race went today. So that's one heck of a job there. Broom and brush and shovel. But let's hear from the drivers with Goody in the pits.
สำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่3นะครับต้องขอแสดงความยินดีนะครับกับทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ครับขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับสวัสดีครับครับโอเคพี่จ้าครับพี่จ้าครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับพี่จ้าครับสวัสดีครับแสดงความยินดีครับคาร์โลด้วยครับ congratulations ครับผมครับ wow so 60 minutes and plus one. How do you feel for this race today?
I mean, we don't have a lot of cars in the championship, but it's always super excited. Kunvoravut, he made a great quali and was running well. Unfortunately, a little bit with the touch, we lost some time, but the pace was all right. Slowly, we got to figure out some of the stuff on the car, and I think we'll be only getting better, so pretty pleased.
Yes, me too. Just a little bit touching. In turn 3 or 5, maybe. That's why to mean in the rank.
Yeah, but anyway, we focus on the performance, and I think we did a good race nevertheless. So we're pretty happy. It's been a tough season, but P3 on own merits, we should be happy with that.
โอเคพี่จ้าครับครับโอ้โหก็คือตอนแรกคาร์โลก็บอกว่าก็แฮปปี้นะครับได้พอใจในผลงานที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็จริงๆก็นิดนึงน่าเสียดายที่ไปแตะกันนิดนึงแต่ก็โอเคกับสิ่งที่ผ่านมา
จริงๆมันเสียดายตั้งแต่คอลี่ฟายแล้วครับเพราะว่ามันนิดเดียวเองแทร็กลิมิตเท่านั้นก็น่าจะโพลนะครับแต่ว่า
ใช่
ก็ดีใจเพราะว่าไม่ได้อยู่ข้างหน้ามาพักหนึ่งแล้วได้สตาร์ทข้างหน้าก็รู้สึกโล่งหน่อย
ซึ่งวันนี้เราก็รู้สึกดีใจไปด้วยเลยครับ
ก็ดีครับดีก็อาจจะเข้าใจผิดนิดนึงกับทางตอนเขานะครับแต่ก็สุดท้ายแล้วผมว่าที่3ก็ถือว่าดีมากแล้วครับ
โอ้มันก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งโมเมนต์ที่ตอนนั้นกำลังคิดอยู่ทาง race control เขาจะเป็นอะไรนะอะไรเงี้ยจะตัดสินว่าเป็นยังไง
ก็ race incident ล่ะครับ
เป็น race incident ใช่ครับก็ถือว่าโอเคมาจนในนาทีสุดท้าย
ดีครับดีคาร์โลก็ขับดีจริงๆรถมันยังต้องพัฒนามากกว่านี้นะครับยังไม่เต็มที่
ครับแต่ก็ถือว่าใน1 ปีที่ผ่านมากับFerrari 296ยังต้อง
พัฒนาเยอะ
ค้นหาอีกนิดนึง
เรายังไม่คุ้นเคยกับรถนะครับมันเป็นรถใหม่นะครับก็ต้องทำความเข้าใจกับรถด้วยแต่ว่าก็ถือว่าพัฒนามาได้ดีขึ้นมากแล้วครับอีกนิดหน่อย
ครับ ยังมีอีกหนึ่งสนาม อยากให้ พี่จ๊ะฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ก็จริงๆแล้วอย่างที่คาร์โลบอกนะในรถในแชมเปี้ยนชิพมันก็ไม่ได้มีเยอะมาก ก็มีอยู่ไม่กี่แบรนด์นะครับมี Ferrari Porsche Audi นะครับแล้วก็ฝากแฟนๆใครที่ชอบแบรนด์ไหนก็เชียร์แบรนด์นั้นนะครับชอบทีมไหนก็มาชมกันนะครับน่าจะสนุกรถน้อยแต่ก็ยังสูสีกันนะครับ
How about you Carlo
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that we can improve the car further. I'm starting P4, but we saw qualifying is very tight, so I'm pretty confident we can challenge for the podium again, at least, and maybe more. If we do everything right, let's hope. Just hope everyone cheer us, and we'll do our best tomorrow.
Congratulations again ครับขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับวันนี้อีกครั้งครับคาร์โลก็บอกว่าก็แน่นอนครับเดี๋ยวต้องมาดูเรื่องรถกันอีกทีหนึ่งแล้วก็พรุ่งนี้สตาร์ทที่P4 นะครับก็เดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรนะครับอันดับ2ครับยังเป็นของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับปิติพิรมภักดีพี่ตอนนะครับแล้วก็แบงค์กันศักดิ์กุลศรีครับสวัสดีครับยินดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับสำหรับวันนี้ครับ
ครับผม
เป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับ
ก็พยายามกันเต็มที่แล้วครับก็ถือว่าพลาดไปนิดหน่อยนะครับก็มีการสื่อสารผิดพลาดระหว่างทีมที่จะมีเกี่ยวกันนิดหน่อยครับผมหลังจากนั้นก็พยายามไล่เวลาให้อยู่ในแกปให้ได้มากที่สุดแล้วผมว่ามันก็มีปัจจัยในเรื่องของยางที่เราเคยคุยกันเสมอนะครับว่ามันจะมีผลในสตินหรือว่าในช่วงประมาณ5นาทีถึง10นาทีสุดท้ายก่อน
พี่ต่อ
จะจบ
แอบถามนิดนึงเพราะว่าในมุมคนดูครับตอนที่เราแปะกันนิดนึงเนี่ยมันมีผลมากไหมในเรื่องของแอโรไดนามิกตอนที่โดนกัน
ไม่เยอะมากครับแต่มีผลไหมมีผลตรงช่วงที่เป็น racing incident ตรงนั้นก็โดนไป 4-5 วินะครับแต่ว่าหลังจากนั้นก็เวลาก็อยู่ในเรนจ์ที่เราเคยเซตกันเอาไว้
ครับยังคงรีเมนเวลาได้อยู่ใช่ไหมครับใช่ครับโอเคก็คือเป็นเรื่องที่อยากให้คนดูได้เห็นด้วยเพราะในภาพมันดูแบบมันไม่รู้สึกไงครับ
ก็จริงๆผมว่ามันแค่เพราะว่าไอ้ตัววิงข้างหน้าก็ยังอยู่นะครับไอ้ตรงที่มันเป็นเหมือนฟินก็ถือว่ามีผลน้อยมากครับ
ครับโอเคครับแบงค์ครับ
ครับก็อย่างที่พี่ตอดว่าครับเราก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับก็ไม่มีอะไรที่เราทำได้มากกว่านี้แล้วก็ทั้งหมดทั้งทีมช่างแล้วก็ตัวแบงค์กับพี่ตอดเองก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับ
ครับพรุ่งนี้ยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ไม่มีอะไรแล้วครับก็ไปให้เร็วที่สุดเท่าที่ทำได้ครับ
ครับพี่ตอดครับ
ก็พรุ่งนี้ก็เป็นเรสสุดท้ายคะแนนแชมป์ประเทศไทยก็ค่อนข้างห่างนะครับก็คงทำให้ดีที่สุดในสนามสุดท้ายครับก็คงเราก็มียางใหม่ๆทั้งคู่ก็น่าจะลุ้นที่1ได้สำหรับพรุ่งนี้ครับ
ครับฝากเลยแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับผมก็อย่าลืมติดตามนะครับรถหมายเลข12นะครับผมกับแบงค์กนศักดิ์นะครับในทีมสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
สิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับโดยพี่ต่อปิติพิรมภักดีนะครับและแบงค์กันศักดิ์กุลศรีครับกับแชมป์นะครับสำหรับไทยแลนด์ซุปเปอร์คาร์ GT3 นะครับณขณะนี้นะครับต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับพี่เต๋อวุฒิกรอินทรภูศักดิ์และลอเรนไพริสกับทีม AAS Motorsport ด้วยครับโอ้โหเป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับพี่เต๋อครับ
ก็ดีใจนะฮะที่ได้มารับคะแนนสูงสุดในวันนี้นะครับก็เป็นคะแนนที่สำคัญสำหรับเรามากนะฮะก็ผมเองก็พยายามจะขับให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็พยายามโฟกัสตัวเองไม่ให้เกิดข้อผิดพลาดแล้วก็พยายามส่งให้กับลอรินเนี่ยในเวลาที่มีแกปพอสมควรเพราะวันนี้เราโดนพิทสต็อปเนี่ย15 วินาที
ใช่
มากกว่าคนอื่นมันก็ค่อนข้างเยอะพอสมควรจริงๆก็ไม่ได้คิดว่าจะได้ที่1อะไรเงี้ยนะฮะแต่ว่าบังเอิญ strategy ทีมก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมขอบคุณลอรินที่สามารถนำรถกลับมาที่1ให้กับ
เลยจะเห็นได้ว่าเวลาทำอันเดอร์คัทเป็นเหมือน early เลยคือรีบเข้ามาแล้วก็รอให้เวลาที่เหลือซึ่งมันจะมี compensation time ที่เรามีมากกว่าทีมอื่นอยู่ประมาณ12วินาทีอย่างถูกไหมฮะเพราะฉะนั้นตรงนี้ก็เลยใช้เวลาอย่างคุ้มค่ามากๆจริง
ๆก็ขึ้นอยู่กับคันไหนอะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าตัวเราเองเราโดน15วินาทีเพราะว่าเป็นsuccession penalty ที่เราชนะในสนาม
เซปังมาใช้บวกเพิ่มไปอีกครับก็เลยนานขึ้นครับโอเค How about you Rolling congratulations How do you feel with this race
Thank you. Yeah, obviously I feel really great. It was not an easy race. We knew that we come into this race with a big success penalty from the previous victory at Sepang. So we knew it was not easy to overcome this penalty, but Wuti did a great job in the first stint to extend the gap. And that was the reason why I could exit the pit lane right behind the Honda, which is our championship competitor. In the end, I could make a good move and yeah, bring it home.
So after when you're out to the pits in the pit lane, so you follow the scene, right? And then you're not waiting here, you just push all over here, and then you remain stable until you win today.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that it would be my shot to overtake on the outlap. I knew I had an advantage there, so I took it, took the opportunity. It worked off really nicely, and in the end, yeah, I could bring it home safely.
Yes, to become to championship today. Congratulations again, Peter ครับอยากให้พูดถึงแฟนๆนะครับ
ก็จริงๆพอยต์นี้เป็นพอยต์สำคัญแต่ก็ยังไม่จบนะครับเพราะว่าจริงๆพรุ่งนี้ Honda หรือคุณตอดกับแบงค์เนี่ยเขาสตาร์ทที่1เราสตาร์ทที่3แต่ไงก็จะพยายามเต็มที่อย่างเช่นเคยก็ฝากแฟนๆช่วยติดตามนะฮะก็อย่างที่บอกเรามาสร้างสีสันให้กับมอเตอร์สปอร์ตของ Thailand Super Series ครับ
แน่นอนครับก็ต้องติดตามต่อไปนะครับสำหรับในวันพรุ่งนี้นะครับ so okay let's leave for coming to Thai fans who supporting you here.
Yeah, thank you for all the support. We hope we have a good day tomorrow. So please keep your fingers crossed, all Porsche fans and all supporters from AAS Motorsport. And yeah, Kop Nu Cup.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. ขอบคุณครับขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับเอาละฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะเราไปดูกันต่อนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM ซึ่งนะฮะอันดับที่3นะครับแหมขับเคี่ยวกันมาจนนาทีสุดท้ายเลยนะครับเป็นของ Toyota Motorsport Team Thailand Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand สวัสดีครับพี่วัวเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็เป็นเรสที่ค่อนข้างทัฟเหมือนกันนะแต่ก็เกมสนุกดีครับก็ผมถือว่าทำได้ตามเป้านะครับแล้วก็ทีมช่างทำรถมาดีเลยเพราะว่าการขับของผมเนี่ยค่อนข้างคงที่มากๆนะตรงนี้แต่ว่าเราก็ต้องยอมรับในเรื่องของเกมอยู่แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นตรงนี้เนี่ยเราถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จนะครับต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆขอบคุณทีมช่างด้วย
โอ้ก็เราก็ลุ้นนะในตอนท้ายๆก็จะเห็นว่ามีการแบบสู้กันแต่ก็มันก็คืออย่างที่พี่วัวบอกมันก็คือเกมใช่ครับ
ก็คือเกมนะครับแล้วก็อย่างเราก็เต็มที่แล้วนะครับเขาก็เต็มที่เราโอเคเราคือเรายอมรับอยู่แล้วครับตรงนี้ถือว่าเป็นกีฬาจริงๆครับอันนี้ผมยินดีกับผู้ชนะด้วยทั้ง2ท่าน
ครับโอ้ดีใจมากครับที่วันนี้ได้เห็นเกมการแข่งขันสำหรับในรุ่น GTM ซึ่งก็ได้ดูมาอยู่ตลอดนะครับทุกนาทีอยากให้พี่วัวพูดถึงแฟนๆนะครับสำหรับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ให้ติดตาม
ก็พรุ่งนี้ยังมีอีกเรสนึงครับเป็นเรสสุดท้ายนะครับแฟนๆของ Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับเชียร์กันด้วยนะครับเชียร์กันเยอะๆแบบวันนี้เนี่ยครับเชียร์กันเยอะๆมันมากผมก็ขับสนุกไปด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากเลยครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับกับพี่วัวนะครับณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะนะครับกับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับไปดูกันต่อนะครับสำหรับอันดับที่2นะฮะพี่กี้ครับเอาขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับให้กับพี่กี้และอัลฟิกาซิด้วยครับครับ PSC Motorsport นะฮะโอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับรู้สึกว่ามาจนถึงโค้งสุดท้ายกันเลยเดียว
วันนี้ก็เตรียมตัวมาค่อนข้างดีครับก็ขับเต็มที่แล้วครับเมื่อคืนก็นอนเร็วไม่ปาร์ตี้ก็ตั้งใจขับเต็มที่แล้วครับ
ครับดีครับพี่นอนเร็วเสียงไม่แหบฮะนอนดึกนอนน้อยเสียงแหบแบบผมนี่นะครับโอเค
แต่รอบหลังๆก็รู้สึกว่ามันมีแบบมันเริ่มแบบลื่นขึ้นเหมือนยางเริ่มหมดเงี้ยครับก็พยายามประคองแล้วก็คุยกับอัลฟิกแล้วว่าผมห้ามเทคลิสต์วันนี้คือขับเอาให้จบแล้วเดี๋ยวก็ค่อยพาเซอัลฟิกขับต่อไงครับ
ครับจนแต่ก็เข้ามาทำเพนัลตี้ก็
บวกแล้วก็โดนบวก5 วิด้วยเพราะว่าแท็กลิมิตเกิน3 ครั้งก็พยายามประคองนะครับแต่ก็มันก็ออกไปนิดนึงนะครับ
ครับผมจนมาถึงอัลฟิกแล้ว
ครับก็ขอบคุณครับ
so finally how do you feel
yeah feel relief because we are fighting for the championship.
Yes.
So every position is very important. Yeah, for the first stint, we had a little bit trouble in the first stint, but yeah, I managed to counter everything back on my stint. I would like to thank to the team, to the mechanic for their hard work. Because yesterday we had a problem with the car, we broke the upper arm, so they worked so hard until the night to prepare the car for qualifying.
Yes.
And the race, and I would like to thank to the team manager for the wonderful pit stop, and to the rest, to my teammate, did a very good job leading the race. First
few laps, but then I think he had a problem with the car, with the setting a little bit. But I think we will be okay tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day, so I hope we can win the championship.
Wow. Okay. Best of luck. Congratulations again. So the last question, leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you.
Yeah. Like thank to the Thai fans that supporting car number 77. So I hope that we need your prayer and your luck for tomorrow to win the.
You have to pray?
Yeah.
Really?
to win the championship.
โอเคพี่กี้ครับอยากจะให้พี่กี้พูดถึงในวันพรุ่งนี้สำหรับการที่จะก้าวเข้าไปสู่แชมเปี้ยนชิพ
ครับเดี๋ยวคืนนี้ก็ต้องเตรียมตัวมากๆเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้น่าจะเป็นผมเป็นสตรินท์2แล้วครับก็เหมือนเดิมฟิกคงจะไปขับออกไปให้ไกลที่สุดแล้วก็ทีนี้เพื่อนๆน่าจะมากันก็จะพยายามขับให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็อย่างน้อยก็วินแชมเปี้ยนชิพให้ได้ครับ
ใช่ต้องดูแผนกันเพราะวันนี้แผนจะเป็นแบบหนึ่งเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นอีกแบบหนึ่ง
ใช่ครับ
ก็จะแตกต่างกันพี่กี้ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็อย่างที่ฟิกบอกยังไงช่วยเพลย์ให้ด้วยนะครับขอให้ชนะพรุ่งนี้ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับยินดีอีกครั้งครับผมกับพีซีมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับพี่กี้สราวุฒิเสรีธรณกุลนะครับแล้วก็อฟิกยาซีดนะครับและแชมป์ของเรานะครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับเป็นของCraig Collis and Chang ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับ Oh wow congratulations and finally you can do that today you have the championship in today how do you feel
Well where I came from in March this year until today it's a miracle I'm here and I just want to thank everybody that supported me and we're just so happy that we could drive today number one and that the car performed well and Jalen drove so well we're just so thankful that we could get a win today.
Yeah. How about you, Jalen, your teammate?
Yeah, well, he jumped in the car and he just went flat out and he thoroughly enjoyed what he's doing. And, we had some good battles with the other guys at the start of the race and then Jalen got in and started to get into his groove and did very, very well. He drove really well, yeah.
Okay, and you? Okay, how do you feel that?
Yeah, good. Pretty hot. It's been a while since I raced.
Is that you hot?
Yeah, hot.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's been a long year, tough year for both of us. So yeah, good to get back with Craig and the team have done awesome all weekend. So yeah, preparing the car and the pit stop was perfect. So I just need to do the same thing again tomorrow and yeah, send it.
Yeah, all right. So I leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you.
Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow, hopefully, we can do it again.
All right, just correct.
Yeah, thank you everyone that supported us, the fans out there and our sponsors, TSS, everybody. We're so proud to be here, and we'll put in a good show tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Congratulations again. โอเคนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับก็ผ่านลงมาแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM ก็เป็นแชมป์มาแล้วเดี๋ยวไปลุ้นกันต่อนะครับสำหรับสนามสุดท้ายในฤดูกาลของรายการ TSS Super Series by Big Quick นี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ประจำปีติดตามกันให้ดีเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปพบกับไฮไลท์กันครับ
Well, the sun sets once again on Chang International Circuit, but it is far from over. We have a whole day of racing coming to you tomorrow to end the Super Series by Be Quick season. We'll be getting some highlights in just a few moments, I am sure, of this final race of the day. Absolute belter, David. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the name battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th will stick with us as it happened throughout the whole race for GT3 and GTM. Relatively dominant performance for the win in both classes. Not at all hurt by 2nd and 3rd coming together in GT3 and a dominant performance in GTM for that Mark car and Corliss and Robotham.
Yeah, indeed.
Also, the word track limits, we are not going to be done saying yet this weekend.
Oh, absolutely not. There's going to be plenty more of that tomorrow, especially as all of our championships come to a head. Some very interesting changes for the point standings. And a lot of it will go down to the wire tomorrow, as it has a few times today. So our full roster of categories will be having their final races here today. We'll be getting ready from 1:15 in the afternoon, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That will be at 2:15 in the morning UTC. This was the start then of the final race of the day. And it was a runaway lead already from the number 18 Porsche. Then this is the big moment of the race. The Biron Baktis coming together at the final corner. Pitti turning Vorvod around in the Ferrari. That was quite the awkward moment. Race control decided no further action from that. We'll leave it to the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand team themselves to do that particular debrief.
Yeah, then it was the pit stop window, driver changes for every team that needs to take a driver change, which is all of them bar one. Minimum pit stop times, compensation times, and driver categorization changes. Shaking up the race, of course. This was an awkward little moment exiting the pit lane for the 786 Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. This, I'm pretty sure how it ended up transpiring for the race lead. Bit of cold tyres, and then round the outside of turn 6 and 7 for Lauren Heinrich, destined for big things with Porsche, achieving good things today at Chang.
Certainly, and let's see if they can continue that run tomorrow. Reminder of the start times down there on the bottom of your screen. You can tune in to the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel and also on speedcafe.com to catch the English language stream. Thanks everybody who joined us over the course of today's action. Had a great crew in the YouTube chat all day long. We hope that you're there tomorrow. For now, I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me, and Dan Yeaman on production, as it seems the podium ceremonies are beginning for previous race. And that's going to be the end of it for us here. Who's going to be standing on top of the podiums tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. See you tomorrow.